Want to hang out for a drink?
I'll be on my way. high-techy.
Now is the time, there's no more waiting. Who will you be when the light dawns? Sweat on your palms and your pulse is racing. Who will you be when the moment comes? Will you rise?
Give me some fashion advice for the
Will
day.
you rise to be heroes? Blood on your knuckles, heroes. The ones on your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything you've got.
Pass me the book I read yesterday.
Pain is the price for something greater. Everyone else turns back. It's safer, drown out the fear inside.
Want to hang out for a drink?
I'll be on my way.
Welcome to the land of dawn!
Hi, Teggy.
Now is the time, there's no more waiting. Where will you be when the light dawns? Sweat
give me some fashion advice for the
Will
day.
you rise to be heroes? Blood on your knuckles, heroes. The one on your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything you've got.
Pass me the book I read yesterday.
Pain is the price for something greater. You pay your last turns back. It's safer, drown out the fear inside.
Want to hang out for a drink?
I'll be on my way.
Unstoppable! Shut down!
together with the sun, even though your back's to the wall. One strike, go cut the monkey mine. Your blade swing one time. When clouds have cleared, sunlight can shine. One strike, the fight is yours. I feel with your sword. There's endless power once you start. Never lose your heart. Tonight is dark and the shadows are deep. Who can protect the world? A light of hope shines in the dark. One strike, I swear by people's side. Keep faith just one time. I'm gonna light up all the fires. One strike for my desire, a light up so bright. Inside the power in my heart, I'll defend the world.
Hi, Taggy.
Now is the time, there's no more waiting. Who will you be when the light dawns? Sweat on your palms and your pulse is racing. Who will you be when the moment comes? Will you rise?
Give me some fashion advice for the day.
Will you rise to be heroes? Blood on your knuckles, heroes. The one on your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything you've got.
Pass me the book I read yesterday.
Pain is the price for something greater. Everyone else turns back. It's safer. Drown out the fear inside.
Wanna hang out for a drink?
I'll be on my way. Hi, Teggy.
Now is the time, there's no more waiting. Who will you be when the light dawns? Sweat on your palms and your pulse is racing. Who will you be when the moment comes? Will you rise?
Give me some fashion advice for the
Will
day.
you rise to be heroes? Blood on your knuckles, heroes. The one on your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything you've got.
Has been book I read yesterday.
Pain is the price for something greater. You realize turns back. It's safer. Drown out the fear inside.
Wanna hang out for a drink?
I'll be on my way.
land of Gun.
Fighting for, no one would ever know your name. Who were you waiting for? No one would be there to save you. You would be alone when hope was gathering together with the sun. Even though your back's to the wall. One strike, go cut the monkey mind. Your blade swing one time. When clouds have cleared, sunlight can shine. One time, the fight is yours. I feel with your sword. There's endless power once you start. Never lose your heart. Tonight is dark and the shadows are deep. Who can protect the world? A light of hope shines in the dark. One strike, I swear by people's side. Keep faith just one time. I'm gonna light up all the fires. One strike for my desire, a light up so bright. Inside the power in my heart, I'll defend the world.
Hi, Teggy.
Now is the time, there's no more waiting. Where will you be when the light dawns? Sweat on your palms
give me some fashion advice for the
Will
day?
you rise to be heroes? Blood on your knuckles, heroes. On your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything you've got.
Pass me the book I read yesterday.
Pain is the price for something greater. You realize turns back. It's safer, drown out the fear inside.
Wanna hang out for a drink?
I'll be on my way.
Unstoppable! Shut down!
to the land of Dawn!
Hi, Taggy.
Now is the time, there's no more waiting. Where will you be when the light dawns? Sweat on your
give me some fashion advice for the day.
Will you rise to be heroes? Blood on your knuckles, heroes. On your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything you've got.
Pass me a book I read yesterday.
Pain is the price for something greater. Everyone else turns back. It's safer, drown out the fear inside.
And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the M6 Myanmar qualifiers. Welcome to the English broadcast, international broadcast. I think this is the first, maybe, that's happening here for us. But again, I'm Naisu, joined here with a man that I've been casting with for a while now, all around the online, offline. Dude, Mirko, how we feeling?
Hey, feeling good.
Hey,
man.
feeling good, man.
Especially,
We got the
pleasure
honor
to
actually
cast for the Myanmar qualifiers. Like you said, we've never done this before. So it's already very, it's going to be very fun. I feel, especially looking at the lineups of teams that will be playing today. We got AI versus Falcon. Start things off, and then later on, we got the bracket match. Mythic Seal, one of the favorites for a long time. I feel, just been one step away from actually qualifying to the internationals.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, I think some of the viewers that will be joining us for today and tomorrow, because I know some of the people already responded to this. They were surprised that this is only 2 days. Like, this broadcast that we have right here is only 2 days. So just as kind of to throw it out there, they actually started the group stage for this qualifier back September 13 or so, and that was for about a week and a half or 2 weeks almost. Then they had a play-in stage, which happened in October, the beginning of October, and then now we are here in the playoffs. So for a lot of people that might not have the ability to follow everything happening for all the regions, because we know right now it's like there's so many tournaments happening, there's so many playoffs starting, and that will be concluding over the next week. So this is now the point, Mirko, where we get these teams locked in for M6. You got the word too, of course, the wild card and everything else. And I know we worked on a special project to go ahead and talk more about M6, which hopefully we get to see come out soon. But I'm so excited for M6, man. And now we get to go, of course, see who is going to come from Myanmar, because this is a region that you and I have watched, perform pretty well in the recent international tournaments.
Yeah, I mean, who isn't, right? I mean, looking at the way that the Swiss stage is forming up, we got a new format in the M6 World Championship. We saw, I don't know if you guys are following, if you guys followed too, but yeah, we already have that new format going on for ourselves for M6, especially considering now that, Myanmar needs to kind of step up back again in the international tournaments. I'm excited to see whether they can do exactly just that, with the meta shaping up to be a pretty team fight heavy meta. A lot of teams just contesting for these neutral objectives, a lot of teams just going for the fights as well. Myanmar, they're kind of known for going for weird metas, I would say. They were the ones to bring up the Diggy back at M2 as well. That was the Burmese Ghoul. Yeah. Shout out to them. Unfortunately, they won't be part of the playoffs here, but we do have a few of these statistics showed up on screen. Most picked heroes. Remember as well, like Naisu said, this was back in September in the group stages, and also the very early post-patch with the Rogers still being super high prio, with the Phobias, obviously, just getting revamped. But for the most part, I think we're going to see more of the Gatot Kachas, less of the Rogers.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, you and I, we're waiting for our region playoffs, and I don't know about you guys specifically, in Indonesia, but I'm sure you saw quite a development in terms of like the meta over the course of just the regular season alone. Like, that was one of the great things, at least, that happened even in the Philippines, is we coming off of where we were in MSC, and then where we went into, this all the respective seasons around the world happening, you saw the meta continue to develop, and you have these like big picks out there. I mean, for a lot of people, it was, this Jushin pick, the Roger picks that we saw so much of, and then now, weeks later, months later, even things have changed up, and I'm happy to see some of those roamers like the Gatakacha, for example, come up to the table. I mean, we've seen Mintsatars, we've seen a lot of different things from all the regions involved. And I think we at least say this a lot of times over in the Philippines is, hey man, we're happy with the way the meta is. This is probably, from what I can think of, one of the most healthy metas that we've been in competitively for MLBB.
I agree. I think at MSC we were talking about how, the jungle's gotten really interesting, but the XP has kind of suffered because of that, right? We've only seen enablers in the XP, but now we're seeing, mostly still enablers, the Khalid, the Gatot Kacha, but when push comes to shove, we do see the Edith. We do see these Benedettas also just coming up. So carry XPs can still work out. I've seen a lot of Filipino games. I've been catching up with a lot of the MPLPH games leading up to the playoffs. And I've seen a lot of CCs actually picked up in the XP, which is very, very strange. I mean, at least in Indonesia. But here, what I'm seeing, what I'm going to talk about a little bit more is the Moscov's win rate, man. 28 times it's been picked up, but it's only standing at a 39% win rate. I think that's quite a stark difference compared to Indonesia and the Philippines, where Moskov is very highly contested, and the win rate on that pick is pretty okay, I would say. One of the best weak side gold laners, at least before the patch. Now, after the patch, I think he has lost a bit of power, but he's still up there when it comes to like strong gold laners. I think still probably A tier. Depends on the user, obviously. I think, if it's Kelra or here, shout outs to Falcon Esports. If it's Benny, I think it should be a top tier pick.
Not like I love where we are with the gold lane options, but I'm not a gold laner myself. It's just it's nice to see, because I was a proponent for non-meta picks being picked up, like these heroes being slotted into whether that's gold, whether that's XP, and that shakeup happening. I think that's what also makes the draft so enjoyable, because even when you look at this, like then you go into the fact of we're so used to seeing like our regions for the most time, and then when we get a chance to do this, we get to have this English broadcast for a different region. It's always refreshing for us. I mean, think about even the recent tournaments we've done where it's a region, for example, out in Africa, where we're not used to seeing that, and then we see how they draft, how they play. There's always this play style to the whole equation that we have to always talk about. And even something that I noticed, for example, is the two teams first playing off here, like AI Esports. They are one of the teams that likes to even play a Hanzo, man. Like, I mean, we are in that assassin still meta in the jungle, I would say. Most people are obviously picking the Lings, the Hayabusas, even the Fannies and whatnot. But if you go and go a little crazy with your curveball picks like a Hanzo or something even more, kind of niche for your region, I think that's what's so exciting. And always, like when people think about the Myanmar teams, like there is that specific play style that is relatively aggressive. It's got them, a lot of victories over the course of against other teams competitively. And I think that still is true here, like even with the teams. Now, for some, a lot of people around the world that probably are just seeing Myanmar in the international tournaments, this is now their opportunity to see teams like this again, where, you have AI Esports who, has a very distinctive play style. People are used to seeing Falcon, Burmese Ghouls, and the likes. Mythic, Mythic Seal, like you mentioned too. But that's the great thing about it, is they all, I feel like, have this main theme to their playstyle, but it's also variant depending on the team and the players.
Very much so. I think, the execution is definitely very, very important, right? We can talk all day about the draft, about how the drafts can be executed, but it comes down to the players, how they can utilize those drafts. Because we've seen, I think, in PH and Indo as well, I think in a lot of the Malaysian games too, that the drafts can be bad, or at least the drafts could be very one-dimensional, but the players will be able to make it work. It really depends on them to make things work. And when we're talking about players, it's funny to see such a young lineup in Falcon Esports and even Mythic Seal be the veterans, right? Because in our regions, we have literal rookie players for the most part actually competing and doing really well this season. For them, Falcon Esports, Dax, I think at MSC was 16. The man was 16 or 17, a very, very young jungler. And now he gets to be on the forefront again in the group stages. He was 4-0, I believe. So Falcon Esports are looking as strong as ever. It's just how can they try to replicate what they found in the patch before to the new patch, because the new patch, I think, definitely favors a lot of the team fighting teams a bit more. Falcon Esports, though they are very team fighty, as we get into like the mid game, it really comes down to them being a more disciplined team, rather, I mean, compared to Mythic Seal and even, I would say, against ZINO. And we can see here for the GPM high score ranking, he's the only jungler to be seen in the rankings. It shows you that, he's really, really good on these assassins, man. He can actually play those assassins really well. We got a glimpse of it at MSC, but maybe at MSC, it was kind of a rusty Dax. He was still, playing a lot of the utilities leading up to the tournament. So he only went back to try to adapt on the assassins as we got to MSC. So now I'm expecting Dax to really show up.
I think show up, but also like, even for Zippy, man.
Yeah.
Which some people know him, but he's ZipX before, right? Like when we first started seeing him. And the improvement that I would say that Zippy has made over time is obviously apparent, but just in general, a region that is known for that play style, like these guys are going to be, driving that gold per minute stat up, whether they're a jungler, whether they're gold lane, hell, whether they're like any lane, honestly, like that's what, aside from Rome. But like the main point is like these guys like to compete in that play style, and that's where they shine the most. And so even then, like when we watch these guys play, like the younger players that have developed up to this point, and you have like these new names continuing to rise, and then hopefully make their mark in the whoever ends up qualifying for the international. But this is the perfect graphic for that, man. It's the new legacy, and especially for this region, for this team, like we mentioned, like this is going back to it where Myanmar for the longest time has been known to be a powerhouse, and they've had, some opportunities, and I'm sure they wish they had more too, getting into certain tournaments and whatnot, but they're still a big force that even the best teams in the world would say like, yeah, we really have to prepare for these teams, for these players, this play style. And, looking at their standings when they went through the group stages as well, AI Esports, they went 3-1. ZINO was 3-1. Burmese Ghouls were 3-1. Like that's just how competitive Group A was. And even back on Group B, very competitive as well. And so far, I think there's this like trend happening, even for Philippines, a region that is well known, obviously, for a certain play style. Like it's so competitive, you actually don't know who's going to be winner right now. For Myanmar, I think even looking at this, like looking at the stats, I wouldn't 100% know who's going to be the winner to qualify for M6 here. But, we can start off by talking about these guys here from AI Esports. Of course, this is the team lineup. We have Alita, we have Black, we have Lena, we have PS, and we have Ying. So again, some familiar names here.
Yeah, and if we take a look at the team lineup for Falcon Esports, it's the same lineup that we've seen for a long time now. Royal Milk, Dax, PX7, Kid X, and Benny. I think it's literally just the same lineup from MSC2, right? So they're bringing their experience in the international scene to the local scene to hopefully qualify again for another international for M6. And yeah, even though the group stages, like you said, Nice, so it's very competitive, everybody is kind of bled in the group stages. I think Falcon, they're the only team to actually go kind of flawless in the regular season, or rather, the group stages. They went 4-0 in Group B. Mythic Seal lost games, Team Star Boys, Team 7, and Java Plus obviously did too. But it was all on the back of the two carries that they have, which is Benny and also Mr. Man himself, the young boy Dax. Meanwhile, though, for AI Esports, I think they've got a really good balance too, because PS, he was the number one. He was the leader when it comes to highest GPM earlier. Another jungler. Excited to see that assassin jungle play out. But for Benny versus Alita, I really wonder how Alita plays, right? Because I haven't really seen a lot of the matches coming in for AI Esports. I know PS is an assassin player, but how does Alita play in conjunction to that? It looks like for the GPM, it feels more of a weak side goal laner compared to Benny. Benny, even though his assassin or his jungle plays assassin, he looks to carry the games. He looks to go for the strong side picks and actually utilize those assassins to get a snowball in his own lane. I just want to see that matchup come through. If it is a weak side versus strong side kind of matchup, if Dax is going to play towards Benny, or if it's just going to be a brawl in the jungle.
I don't know what it is, man, about gold laners with Benny in their names, right? Like they just happen to be
always crazy.
Pretty good. Always crazy, always able to pull some moves off and everything else. But I think when you look at that, you saw that head to head, and even for the KDA. It looks in a fashion to favor Alita over here, but at the same time, I think it does come down to their team play style. Obviously, like you mentioned, if both teams are actually opting for these typical assassin like jungles that are looking to snowball as soon as possible, then your gold laner kind of has to adjust to that too. And looking at their past lineups, like through the group stage and everything else. Like we see a good variance between, like, for example, the Rogers, the Beatrix has popped up for AI Esports, the Natans, the Moskovs, like the typical stuff, right? But what I noticed from their game time and everything else, they're rather quick games. Like these are games from a 13 to maybe a 15-minute mark. They had some 17-minute games, but relatively, I mean, AI Esports even had a game that was 8 minutes and 30 seconds, man. Like, so what it tells me is, again, that sometimes their gold laner might not get to shine as quick as possible, because in the jungle and the mid lane trio that we talk about so much often does so well at getting games snowballed and ending them before, you know, there's even a chance really for those gold laners to really shine. Like sometimes we're seeing gold laners, sometimes where if it's a Mozkov or what have you, just sit in the side lane and just push, like be that threat yourself. And if you want to show up to a team fight, just Spear of Destruction on in, you know, and join the fight there. But even to a degree where the gold lane has changed relatively to a point where you could even put a gold lane Ruby in there, you know, or something different, something mage-like if you want to. Now, AI Esports, looking at the history, they haven't done that. So maybe this is also a route that we can see taken here for this first match. It is a best of 5. So you have plenty of time to kind of adjust things as well.
Exactly. It's all about adapting and, you know, improvising as the series goes on. A full best of 5. We've seen that even in MPL Indonesia, right? I mean, MPLPH is very, very similar too when it comes down to regular season performance doesn't equal to a playoff performance, right? You can be a god in the regular season, but in the playoffs, it's a completely different stage. It's a completely different atmosphere, I would say, even in the game itself, even though it's the same Lanadon that you've played many, many times in before. I think when it comes down to it, though, the experience. Yeah, it's the pressure. With the experience of Falcon Esports, I would give, you know, I would technically favor them. When we look at the stats, though, however, AI Esports definitely have a way to actually force out these team fights, force out Falcon Esports to play the slugfest kind of matchup, you know, go brawl it out. But I'm just really interested to see whether these teams are going to go for trades or if they just compete for neutral objectives. Because we've seen that a lot in Indonesia too, right? A lot of the top teams, they would actually trade in the early game rather than actually contesting and committing fully onto the first few neutral objectives.
You know, I think I was going to ask you this too, because I know you're a gold laner yourself. You know, are you happy with what you're seeing in the gold lane, not just in your own like games and grinding, because I know you like to, you know, push rank and everything else, but are you happy with what gold lane is right now and like even competitively over in Indonesia or just in general?
In the gold lane, I'd say I'm pretty happy. You know, we've gotten a lot of mix. There's a lot of different kinds of heroes being played in the gold lane. I think the Alice has showed up recently, right? The Harriet, the Lunox, that's kind of a comp that we've seen even before the patch. But yeah, I would say it's pretty healthy. You know, the Natan's coming back, the Claude's coming back after the change to him having no more mana. I think we're in a very, very healthy position because even in Indonesia, we're still seeing a lot of Ruby Golds. I think that's the same for the Philippines, right? Yep. A lot of fighters in the gold lane. I think in Malaysia, I just saw yesterday, SRG, Innocent played Phoveus in the gold lane and the CC and the XP for Cram. So still a lot of new, you know, tech yet to be found out. I wonder if Myanmar will go back to being the pioneers of actually making and creating these metas.
And this is why I'm saying, man, like I feel like 100% agree with what you said about playoff teams. Like playoffs are just different. And I think in our regular season, we had somewhere along the lines of over 70 plus unique hero picks, right? It's probably bigger than that, but I know it was 70 plus. And so that already tells you like, okay, yeah, there's a lot of room for variance and variety in the lineups and everything else. But not only that, but I think even in the playoffs, when we get there, with the addition, by the way, we haven't talked too much about it yet, the Suyo, right? With the addition of him, and I've seen him pop up a couple times in playoffs for, I think it was Malaysia just today. There's so much room for adaptability, new picks to come up. I mean, even to the point where you're talking about like roams and XP flexibility in the draft, where we've seen a change where, for example, Hylos and Cho get picked up, right? And you see this switch up happen where you think, oh, it's going to be a Cho roam. Maybe the Hylos goes XP, but there are times where those have been switched, like depending on the team that likes to play it, and you know, make things work. You know, so there's this huge variety of potential lineups that could come to the table. And now that we're in playoffs, and you only have literally 2 days for this M6 Myanmar qualifier, you know, you kind of have to expedite that process in your matchup of a best of 5. Like you got a best of 5. You don't want to get swept, obviously. But with the way that things have gone between both the teams, just in general throughout their group stages, like they could end up getting a sweep here if they, momentum shifts heavily in their favor. Because again, AI Esports, we talked about them a lot, but this is also Falcon Esports, who has quite a bit of experience, like internationally, right? And that's something you always have to consider and think about when it comes to these best of fives. Yeah, they are in the lower bracket semifinal. They're up against AI Esports, who has done relatively well, but even with the breakdown, like we only got that glimpse of gold lane.
Yep.
And it makes me wonder too, like, yeah, all the lanes matched up, like how have they, fallen into place up to this point.
Looking at the history, though, I would really, doubt if we're going to get a sweep. Looking at it, it's always just been 2-1, 2-1, 2-1 in the play-ins, right? So I really hope it's not a sweep. I really hope for Falcon and also for AI they can actually show up in the playoffs. Like you said, a lot of pressure here. But yeah, on the Suyo, MPLG, they just picked it. Hades just picked it. And he just got a dub on it, right? I think for the Suyo, I've tried a lot of the Suyo in my ranked games personally too. And unfortunately, for me, I haven't been getting a lot of wins on it. Though I have been performing well individually. Like I get 13 kills, 14 kills, but it's a very team-dependent assassin, I'd say, as we get into the later stage of the game. Early on, you're very independent. You can find picks alone. You can go for fights alone. You can even go 1v3 alone, as long as you use those abilities well. Because it's actually a very, very interesting mechanic, Suyo. If you hold your skill, you get a completely different skill, right? You become a fighter. You can be an assassin. You can be a fighter. And the first time I tried it, it was a pretty difficult to actually get the hang of it. I usually just hold on to my abilities to get the indicator down and then like try to shoot it out. But here, whenever I hold it, I go to that fighter form and I actually lose out a lot of mobility. I get a lot of sustain, a lot of durability. But yeah, stuff like that. It's a very mechanical kind of pick. You need to understand the mechanics of this hero. But once you get down in the early game, clearing is pretty damn good, especially with the fighter hold mode. I don't know what we're gonna call it. Is it a fighter stance, the assassin stance?
I think it's whatever like mortal and immortal mode. It's
mortal and
immortal. I think it's mortal and immortal, something like that.
Yeah, but with the mortal / immortal, it's just mechanics that you have to get down before you can actually fight with the team. And in the late game, bro, you fall off hard. This is like an alpha Martis type of fall off. Yeah.
Oh, is it worse than Martis?
It's a Martis alpha type of fall off. So I'd say like it's there with them.
All right, so you got it. Well, hey, I'm looking forward. Hopefully, it comes out in our first games. But we did just get word for our viewers out there that they're going to fix some things here for some of the players while they get things situated. We are going to be taking a short break, about 15 minutes, actually, is the word we're getting. So make sure you guys sit tight. We'll be back after this 15-minute break. We'll be back after this.
Hi, Teggy.
Now is the time, there's no more waiting. Who will you be when the light dawns? Sweat on your palms and your pulse is racing. Who will you be when the morning comes? Will you rise?
Give me some fashion advice for the
Will
day.
you rise to be heroes? Blood on your knuckles, heroes. On your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything you've got.
Has been big and red yesterday.
Pain is the price for something greater. Every last turns back. It's safer, drown out the fear inside.
Want to hang out for a drink?
I'll be on my way.
down.
Hi, Taggy.
Now is the time, there's no more waiting. Who will you be when the light dawns? Sweat on your palms and your pulse is racing. Who will you be when the moment comes? Will you rise?
Give me some fashion advice for the
Will
day.
you rise to be heroes? Blood on your knuckles, heroes. The world on your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything you've got.
Pass me
fighting
book
till
I read
the
yesterday.
days won, heroes. Pain is the price for something greater. Everyone else turns back. It's safer. Drown out the fear inside.
Want to hang out for a drink?
I'll be on my way.
to the land of Gun.
Hi, Teggy.
Now is the time, there's no more waiting. Who will you be when the light dawns? Sweat on your
you some fashion advice for the
Will
day.
you rise to be heroes? Blood on your knuckles, heroes. On your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything you've got.
Last bit book I read yesterday.
Pain is the price for something greater. You pay and else turns back. It's safer, drown out the fear inside.
Want to hang out for a drink?
I'll be on my way.
Unstoppable! Shut down!
no one would be there to save you. You would be alone when hope was gathering together with the sun. Even though your back's to the wall. One strike, go cut the murky mind. Your blade swing one time. When clouds have cleared, sunlight can shine. One strike, the fight is yours. I feel with your sword. There's endless power once you start. Never lose your heart. Tonight is dark and the shadows are deep. Who can protect the world? A light of hope shines in the dark. One strike, I swear by people's side. Keep faith just one time. I'm gonna light up all the fires. One strike for my desire, a light up so bright. Inside the power in my heart, I'll defend the world.
Hi, Teggy.
Now is the time, there's no more waiting. Who will you be when the light dawns? Sweat on your palms and your pulse is racing. Who will you be when the moment comes? Will you rise?
Give me some fashion advice for the
Will
day.
you rise to be heroes? Blood on your knuckles, heroes. On your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything you've got.
Pass me the book I read yesterday.
Pain is the price for something greater. Your else turns back. It's safer. Drown out the fear inside.
Want to hang out for a drink?
I'll be on my way.
down.
Hi, Taggy.
Now is the time, there's no more waiting. Who will you be when the light dawns? Sweat on your palms and your pulse is racing. Who will you be when the moment comes? Will you rise?
Give me some fashion advice for the
Will
day.
you rise to be heroes? Blood on your knuckles, heroes. The one on your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything you've got.
Pass me the book I read yesterday.
Pain is the price for something greater. Everyone else turns back. It's safer, drown out the fear inside.
Want to hang out for a drink?
I'll be on my way. techy.
Now is the time, there's no more waiting. Who will you be when the light dawns? Sweat on your palms and your pulse is racing. Who will you be when the moment comes? Will you rise?
Give me some fashion advice for the
Will
day.
you rise to be heroes? Blood on your knuckles, heroes. The one on your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything you've got.
Pass me the book I read yesterday.
And welcome back. I know, it was a little longer than 15 minutes, but hey, we hope you guys got your refreshments and you got all that stuff you needed to do, because I believe we are going to be moments away from entering the match here. Mirko, did you get some refreshments, man?
Yep, yeah, I did, man. I got plenty of. Oh, we're actually just gonna go straight to the drafts here, Naisu. It seems, the players here are ready too. I got a lot of refreshments just to answer your question here. So, actually, AI Esports is gonna be on red side. I wonder who chose red and blue side. If Falcon Esports has found a lot more success on blue, but Fanny and Ling have been left open. Yet we've only seen the Hayabusa. So, it does seem like AI Esports are actually trying to go for more of a early game centric neutral objective composition here. Maybe utility jungle alpha later on.
Maybe, yeah. And again, if you guys missed some of the talk that we had before jumping to the match, that's one thing me and Mirko were pretty much talking about quite a bit, is how flexible right now the meta is. And even during our break, we were keeping an eye on some of the other playoffs that are happening right now, and there's still interesting picks that even I, up to this point, have not seen yet, right? So it's good to see, of course. Neither team, though, even though it's open, isn't going to pick up the Suyo. So that's not going to happen just yet. I think even with this, when we look at the kind of lineup here happening for Falcon even, obviously they want to go ahead and snowball things up really well, but you are going to be putting a Harith versus that Claude pick. How do you feel about that? You think that's good?
Yeah, so I don't think so. I don't think the Claw is good against the Harith, but the Harith lane is amazing. So far, I think Falcon and Esports definitely have the better draft here with the Yve too. The Yve is a very, very good counter matchup to the Juicin in the mid lane. The Harith is great against the Claude, and especially because you already have two lanes that are winning, you'll have a lot more kill pressure to actually set up for the Hayabusa. And now they're banning out the Ling, probably just taking away more ways from AI Esports to actually utilize, these assassins, the high mobility picks to go for trades around the map. And if they do that, then man, Falcon should be able to take the game in game one. Depends on how they round up the drafts, obviously. They need something like a Khalid, I would say, in the XP right now to just strengthen what they already have.
Yeah, that's interesting, because Khalid, man, like he is another hero that just has been on the rise in I would say the past few weeks, really, just regionally or globally. And he does so much for teams that want to go ahead and have an option to just set things up, be that setter. But he's also just annoying, dude. Like the amount of attention that a lead can get, and then just go ahead and quicksand guard up and still heal back up for the fight is enough to deal with, where teams kind of, I feel like, pull the hair out of their head, right? This is not going to be picked up just yet, though, as we get through these bans, because we have to find out what is that game plan being. Tigreal is going to go and be banned out by AI Esports, which this makes sense, obviously. Probably one of the best roamers right now, too. And there's an Arlot being taken out of the picture for now, too, from Falcon Esports for their last ban. So now, second phase of the picks here. We'll see how they want to play this. Again, the Hylos as well has been flexible. It could be flexible. We don't actually just want to assume just yet that it is going to go into this roam option. Based on their fourth pick here, what are we thinking? Do they actually go XP, or is the Hylos, this might tell us if the Hylos is actually going to go XP or not?
Yeah. Oh, they pick up the Khalid there. I would have loved
is.
that on the side of Falcon Esports. But yeah, the Khalid is a great deny pick. It'll be the Hylos in the roam plus the Khalid. A very beefy lineup already with a lot of initiations, with a lot of angles of attack. And again, it's really more of the deny pick. Taking the Khalid away from Falcon Esports kind of reduces Falcon Esports' early great trio pick here to a very vulnerable composition. I think they need something with. They need playmaking for sure, enablers. I think Edith would be a pretty good option if they really want to still stick to the plan of just getting the Hayabusa, online. And the Terizla could still work, but you're gonna have to be careful against the Khalid. There you go. They go for the Terizla and the Jawhead actually, so a little bit more pickoffs, which is definitely. I mean, I understand it against the Khalid. You want to try to go for those pickoffs, especially when the Khalid is so active around the map. But if you don't get the early lead here, Falcon are going to be pretty vulnerable, man. Especially if we get to the mid to late. Now that. Again, AI Esports have already covered their early game holes from the Klon and Juicin. If the Klon and Juicin does get to mid game, it'll be very scary for Falcon.
Yeah, so I'm wondering what do they want to put in the jungle here? Just because of the fact that
Honestly,
you're up against a Hayabusa, you already had the Ling banned out, so your options here for jungle are there's still a lot. Wow, Karina is not what I was going to expect though. This is also. Looks like this is a first pick, at least for the Myanmar qualifiers for M6.
Yeah, this is a new pick. The Karina actually making its debut. I thought I was crazy. My ranked games, I've been getting destroyed, Naisu, by Karinas randomly popping up. I thought, all right, it's just an Indonesian ranked game kind of thing. But I guess we'll see PS show the world whether the Karina is actually worth to pick up. Usually, though, the Karina does really well when you're up against a marksman, when you're up against very, basic attack dependent heroes. There's not a lot of basic attacks to rely on here to actually try to counter for the Karina. So, man, we got a full crowd, by the way. Shout out to the Myanmar crowd. The Burmese crowd showed up today.
Yeah, let's go. I mean, hey, they had 15 minutes, man, to pack that place in. Definitely packed out there. Great to see that. I would love to just feel that energy, of course, in there. And big shout out to, of course, their casters out there, all being patient and getting to this, because I know a lot of people have been waiting for this best of 5 to break out, and this is that thing. It's the new legacy here for Myanmar to get to this point where again they're qualifying for M6. They're going to start it this way in this best of 5, where interesting drafts. I wish that we had. I know you guys kind of have this too, right? You guys have the index. Sometimes I love to look at the index before a game, just because when you have these interesting, it kind of puts things into perspective at face value. But then, of course, it's all execution, right? So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we're jumping into game number 1 here for match 1 between AI Esports and Falcon Esports. Once again, it's a best of 5, and this is the lower bracket. So they're going to have to leave everything on the table here in this game 1. Already, though, some early action from Kid X. Burning that flicker.
That's what you can expect with the Hylos and the Khalid, man. You have so much pressure early on. PS as well. Actually, that's a Suyo. All right, that makes way more sense. Not the Karina. Okay. A stun coming down. First blood over from Dax. But it's going to be responded over with by PS getting the kill.
Well, okay. So that changes things a little bit, right? I mean,
a lot. That changes.
We thought it was a Karina. Yeah, it's a Suyo, and it's a first blood that also goes over. So, there was a kill too that goes over to Dax. But Suyo, since we talked about him a little bit, leading into this matchup and everything else, Suyo, just for those that don't know, hold on, there's some early damage again. Look at this. That's how much damage he can do. So real quick, the point I want to say is he's been picked up 17 times, I think, globally, as the stat we just saw watching some of the other regions. 64% win rate, by the way. So we'll see exactly what is causing this hero now that he's available for play in the competitive scene, why he's so good. Mirko, you already said, man, he falls off though late game.
Yeah, he falls off late, but I mean, looking at the way that they're playing this too, it actually comes down to the win condition that we were talking about off stream. If it was really the Karina, man, I would have been your index. I would have said for sure Falcon Esports got the dub. But now that it's a Suyo, it actually flips it around quite a bit, because AI Esports, they built a very, very strong trio mid with the with the Khalid, with the Hylos, and honestly with the Juicin too. Even though the Juicin, in terms of mana, it's not really the best anymore, right? When it comes to team fights. Wait, hold up just a bit. Went in, Ejector over to Black. Still, a lot of damage plays down. Kid X gonna be caught all alone No one can follow it up. And again, it's due to the Juicin just having so much more laning pressure. Alita in the bottom lane. You can see, using the Blazing Duet earlier, PS got that strike of the arrow towards Benny. This should be the strong side of the map, and AI Esports are making it look like the weak side.
You know, that's the thing about him too, the Suyo. You know, he's going to be able to do a ton of damage if he gets in that range, melee-wise, especially with that second skill, but also he can poke down, like, from a range as well, and that's what makes this kind of a very dynamic hero alone. Even with that said, though, I think if Falcon Esports can play around this without letting things get too out of hand, and maybe that's also just Kid X not, you know, having more deaths at this point. Oh, maybe they get to pick off here. Black. Okay, he's fine. But going back to the point is, if they can keep this from getting too out of hand, because we already said Suyo, highly momentum-based, highly snowball-based, and they make it to the late game, I think that's where Falcon Esports can really shine, especially when we talk about the fact that they have a literal death box lineup. Like, that's what they want to do, man. They want to fight into the real world manipulation. They can set things and lock things down with a penalty zone from Royal Milk. And hell, if Kid X can actually get a, you know, pick off with the unstoppable force and toss someone up in the air, that's all great for them. They can force those fights into the objectives later on. I think it's just going to be, honestly, it's just going to be a rough ride from early to mid right now with AI Esports.
That's a big if, right? Nice. So getting into the late game. With AI Esports having Suyo, having the Khalid, and also the high-lows, they have a lot of control. Kid X already with the ejector, trying to go for the pick. Actually, unable to find it. Good spacing from Black. Now Ying, Raging Sandstorm, over to Kid X. At the real world manipulation gets placed down. Blazing Duet coming down as well from Alita. Getting the kill over. Royal Milk all alone, isolated. Dax can't help him out. A flicker back. Zing goes in with a few more cuts down, a flicker out, baiting out Zaman Force. This should be a free turtle again to AI Esports. 2 free turtles.
Man, a whole lot going in the hands of AI Esports off of that. And you're seeing this team fighting that I was talking about too. You know, if Falcon Esports cannot fight around the real world manipulation, it's not going to go well. Okay, Dax.
Man,
he
even
gets
if
checked.
they want to compete, that damage, bro. And
whoa.
Now it's Alita actually bringing him back with the BMI, the flicker out too. Baiting a big ult.
All right, that's what you want to use the BMI for, you know, if you can do that and make that work. But that's what I'm saying. Look at this. Look at the clamp that is happening on this bottom side from AI Esports, the way that they're playing it, the way they're approaching these fights. And, you know, this is one of the effects also. Like, Jushin she was slept on, you know, once she was picked up all the time back from MSC. She got slept on a little bit, but what she does do still well, hold on.
Raging Sandstorm, the DPZ out away as well. The PS is waiting for another cycle to go for the execute. Good escape. Quad Shadow coming down. Dax, I believe, still was able to secure that. Purple buff spawning, and both teams are looking to reset.
All right, going for the reset. And I think once again, it's Falcon Esports trying to just kind of, if they can find a pickoff, great. If they can't, that's okay too. But Royal Milk, good thing, you know, good thing he's playing the Charizla there, that Body of Smith passive, keeping him alive and well, keeping him together. He has Brave Smite as well. This is the emblem set that he's going to run with. So that's part of it. He's got to be able to be tanky enough to deal with a lot of what AI Esports is throwing at them. But everything they've done, man, they've gotten themselves a nice little lead. 3,000 gold at this point. You know, building the things that they need. I would love to take a look at the items too, to see exactly some of the build paths, even that PS is going here for the Suyo, what's going to work for them. Black, we already know, on the high-lows. Tanky frontliner, utilizing the glorious pathway to either engage or even disengage. So going back to the whole Jushin pick, like, that's the thing, is if you can actually utilize that utility that we see with this lantern time and time again, or the beacon setup, that's great for them. But this time around, Falcon Esports, they don't want to give up another turtle. Last one of the game. Royal Milk will tank it up front, but the rest of AI Esports is here for the fight.
The glorious pathway connects over the flicker and the ejector, but it doesn't connect. Good penalty zone to the back, but PS is still able to space away with the help of the fighter emblem and also the fighter mode. Black, though, going to be caught in the Zaman Force. A lot of damage. Dax stealing with the turtle. Good fight from Falcon Esports. And down below, Alita getting the solo on PX7.
Good pickup there. Alita already 2-0. You know, I know we had that break, but we did talk about the matchup. You know, the matchup between the two gold laners, and right now Alita's just doing a lot better, like, time in terms of like macro pushing. Sometimes just being, you know, by himself, even able to hold his own, and that's what the Claude really does. You know, you pick up pick up the Claude, you're pretty much safe in the lane yourself. You can push it out if you want to, if you're going to use a Blazing Duet or not. And it's more of a safety pick. And then later on, you really shine. But the fact that you already have 2 kills early on, that's going to be tough to deal with at this point. So you can see this already, the setups coming out from AI.
Yeah, Kid X now going to be caught by the glorious pathway. PS gets the execute. Alito with a Blazing Duet onto PX7, who doesn't stand a chance. Not against the Raging Sandstorm and a BMI forward. Benny can only just clear the wave in the bottom lane, and even that's going to be dealt with.
Whoa. This is what we're talking about with momentum. Here, they're going for more. Royal.
DPZ still might be an execute. Royal Milk trying to run away, but now the Lantern from across the wall takes the kill away under the turret. Should be a free turret down below for AI Esports.
They are not letting up, man. Mirko, I mean, AI Esports is playing like artificial intelligence at this point. I mean, they are just finding moments on the map, finding these openings. And I mentioned just earlier from late, I was like, this Jushin pick, if you can play around the utility that it brings to this lineup, this composition, it's going to be able to shine, it's going to be able to work. And even if they try to run away, if Falcon Esports tries to run disengage, if those stacks are there, then Lena's going to go ahead and pull someone forward. And that's what they do. They punish positioning really well here. So if you're Falcon Esports, if you're looking at this first Lord, man, I don't even know if it's worth contesting. You might want to just go ahead and try to keep yourself in this game at this point, because look how quick that Lord was taken care of.
Raise that shot from Yigo with a Blazing Duet to Alita, going crazy in the back. Also the BMI to get out of the real world manipulation to secure a triple kill in game 1.
Man, oh man, Alita. Did we talk about, like, Alita again on this Claude? We were saying, you know, is this the pick you want to pick up against a Harith? But it doesn't matter, because Alita has been finding pick after win after win, multiple fronts. I mean, look at this, just whittling down Kid X alone, sitting at 5-0-4. This is scary to deal with a Claude like that, because when you have this type of confidence, when you're flickering forward to be on the aggressive even, and you have that kind of damage, how are you going to defend against this if you're Falcon Esports?
That's a good question. Lancer Flare, Royal Milk doesn't stand a chance, not against that. Alita, though, gets picked off in the back now with a Shadow Kill 2. Lena still able to utilize the Crimson Beacon. Lord unable to get the last shot onto the base turret in the mid lane, but for the first Lord, I would say that's still a lot of value.
Good pickoff, as I was just talking about Alita, so a little bit of a caster curse there. Alita does get taken care of, you know, and that's exactly what Falcon Esports needed to do. They have to find that target. He does just pick up a Malefic Roar, though, so he's got to be nearly capped out at this point, and so the damage profile, you know, on his is pretty much going to be pretty deadly. So as long as Falcon Esports somehow gets him out of the picture, they burn out that, you know, even the Blazing Duet, if they can withstand that initial aggression in terms of damage, then that's great for them. I think what's really going to be apparent here is if Suyo, like this PS, is PS going to fall off at this point? I mean, we're only 11 minutes in, right? You still have a minute or so for the second Lord to come up. You can still work into that. I think what's really hard here for Falcon Esports, though, and I don't know about in Indonesia, man, but the Eve does not have the best win rate, you know, overall. Like, the real world manipulation is a great ultimate, but for some reason, Eve's, usually the lineups that are built around it, just tend to struggle. They tend to get to a position where, you know, when you set things up like that, you really just try to play off of it. And once it's gone, then what does the Eve, you know, provide to the table, to these team fights?
That's true, you know, especially if you're unable to create space for the Eve. It's going to be very, very tough as we get into the later stage of the game. I mean, even in the early to mid, he's just so vulnerable. Alita, someone we expected to be online mid to late, was able to already assassinate PX7. I think it's already happened twice with the Battle Mirror image. That's why the Claude, even though it's bad against the Harith, it's great against the Eve in a way. But you have to get out of the laning phase. With the Suyo, that's what they got. Now Ejector onto Ying. But I don't think that's going to be worth it, even if they get that trade. It's a Khalid, it's a purple buff taken away now by AI Esports as they set up for a slow push up top to go for the Lord. Oh, Alita going to be caught still. Has the BMI. That's a Shadow Kill already also used up.
Okay, so this is a whole lot that they can do with at this point. They're going to go ahead and take this Lord. Look how quick this Lord goes down as well, man. It's just time and time again. So I think if you're Falcon Esports, you really got to just kind of prep up in the base and get ready for that defense. You know, you're not going to be able to contest any of those Lord takes at all at this point. You're down, you know, almost 7.5 thousand gold. You're definitely behind in the economy, but they're trying to make plays. Like, that's what Falcon Esports is trying to do here. They're going to lose this mid turret for sure, and AI Esports might look to close out game number 1 off this Lord push.
Yeah, Lord able to get the base turret in the mid lane. Now you can see Black also just popping Glorious Pathway just to zone them away. 2 base turrets taken for free. That's an arrow. 1 shot of the ultimate from PS of that new Suyo pick. And Benny goes to half HP. Good discipline from AI Esports. Like you said, man, they're playing like AI in a good way, because modern AI ain't like the previous AI. You know, usually when you would hear they're playing like AI, probably sounds like they're playing like bots.
Probably sounds
but nowadays these bots are getting really, really intelligent, man. And AI Esports are looking to get the job done. Glorious Pathway in an off angle there as Alita pops into BMI to escape the quad shadow. It's an RWM to clear out the wave. Good Lantern Flare. Kid X and Royal Milk both poked down by the range of AI Esports. And finally, they decide, you know, it's enough. They got the 2 base turrets. They can try to pressure even more, but the safer route would be to freeze the waves and maybe go for the next Lord.
I think they're still going. There's the Sandstorm.
Blazing to it as well, but now gets caught by the BMI, or actually the penalty zone. Immortality used up already. They're going to lose out Ying for their 3rd base turret. And in the end, it does become worth it. AI can just brute force their way into the base as PS, again, goes to Chunk Royal Milk and Kid X.
You know, and I know we mentioned this earlier, like, they were going to be a little disciplined. AI Esports was taking that discipline route. Yep. And I don't know, they were like playing with the idea of, do we actually get this last turret? Do we not? I mean, they eventually got it. It took a while, though, even with the lead that they had. So they're able to do that. But it still makes it look like a Falcon Esports can still fight this. So, wow. PS.
And they got the kill. That's what the Jawhead's meant for. And hey, now it's a shadow kill over to Lina. Has a Crimson Beacon, able to escape. Alina pops in a Blazing Duet as well. And now Betty gets the shutdown. 1 big pick to another. No Lina, no PS. The 8,000 gold lead has shrunk significantly now. It's down to 4.3k. And Falcon Esports, there are no signs of them stopping. No holy defense as well. No mage. Good Glorious Pathway as Ying tries to zone the back line. Alita doing a bit of damage. Zaman Force, though. You can see Benny's damage start to rack up too with the Zaman Force. Alita's down to 1/4 of his HP. And PX7 still has a real world manipulation. And Alita needs to respect a base turret taken down in the mid lane. And Naisu, we were talking about this off cam already. The Suyo falls off like a Martis, like an Alpha. And you can see it there. If you get picked off this late into the game, if you lose out an 8,000 gold lead, this might be the window for Falcon Esports to take control of the game again.
This is definitely a window. I mean, we went from 8,000 gold lead now to just nearly 3,000. But AI Esports should still have control again. Again, they have a fully exposed base against Falcon Esports. Falcon Esports has no base turrets up. So there is an advantage for AI Esports. They can still play around with the fact that they have that macro advantage. But that doesn't mean that they can just go and freely take this Lord here. Falcon Esports will go ahead and get a position. You also have to keep note of Black, where he's going to be lining up on this Hylos here, and what entry point window he's looking for. Toss-up.
Raging Sandstorm and the Flicker to escape, and look at Royal Milk! All alone, isolated with a crown already used up, though, and that might be the shadow kill over, but Black takes it all with the Revitalize. Able to sustain back up. Now AI Esports, 1-man advantage. One of the big frontliners, Royal Milk, is down. Kid X can only look for a pickoff, and it does seem like AI Esports might just take this Lord for free. Falcon Esports will just back away here. No chance that they contest without their frontliner.
Wow, man. It's just, when you think there was some hope there for Falcon Esports in that Lord take, unfortunately for them, it just didn't go their way. You know, the AI Esports also was able to capitalize on at least getting Royal Milk out of the equation, and that completely stops them from having that hope of taking the objective. So they're going to find themselves once again, Falcon Esports, on the defensive here with this next push coming in. I would say if they can defend this, though, if they're able to stay in the game here, obviously their chance of turning the game around, we already saw a preview of it just minutes ago. Falcon Esports can still do that here, but PS also picking up a Malefic Roar, marching in this Lord mid-wave, all waves lined up right from top to the bottom lane as well. And now Falcon Esports on this defense against a full force from AI.
And a glorious pathway to Royal Milk again, going to be disintegrated. Kid X trying to go for the pickoff. Raging Sandstorm to go for the Kid X, but the Blazing Duet will be able to deal with the immortality from Kid X. Now Dax, unable to get the shadow kill down. Gets deleted before he can pop that button. PS though, zone and bursted down by Benny. Alita going for the base, but I don't think it's going to be worth it just yet. No, he just taken out Ying. Goes for the same thing. No minions on the board. Big moves by Falcon Esports as they're able to stop the minions from crashing down. Another wave, though, is coming down, and Lina will be able to lock it to take game number 1.
One. We got a glimpse of the crowd, too. They're going insane, man, after that game 1 there. AI Esports will take the first blood in the series in a best of 5. Just when we thought slightly, but not enough. I would say if we happen to see them have a successful defense there, then maybe they would have gotten a closer chance to get game number 1, but cannot deny the fact that everything we talked about leading into this match from AI Esports, they showed it, man. And I think that is also, it showed us why that Suyo is 64% win rate right now globally. I'm sure that's still, changing right now in real time, but hey, you can see how much of a nuisance, of a threat, of a snowball that can be with a lineup with the Suyo here. A very impressive, man.
The early game is just so strong, right? Even though you fall off in the late game, as long as you've already won out that early game, your carry goes and gets full items quick. In the mid game, like the Claw, you're able to disperse your kill pressure so easily around the map, especially, I would say, because they've got the proper setup to do so, Naisu. If that was just a Suyo, it wouldn't have had that much of an impact. The fact that they got a Suyo, they have the Hylos as well, and also the Khalid. So many ways to initiate, so many ways to get the Suyo around the map quick with the glorious pathway too. And on top of that, we have to give props to the Juicin too. The Juicin in these mages, in these skirmishes, was literally the control mage. He was controlling all the skirmishes, displacing a lot of people, zoning a lot of the members that could actually, pose as a threat, I would say, towards the Suyo. And even though Suyo got picked off late into the game, the macro advantage from taking 3 base turrets was just too big to handle. And again, Royal Milk got picked off, got isolated. They had to make a decisive move. Either they fight for that or they didn't. And unfortunately, they couldn't make that decisive move there up against AI Esports, who just had too much damage in the late game with the Claude.
Yeah, and as we look at the stats here, this will kind of paint that picture for you. Again, there was a moment where AI Esports had 8,000 gold lead, I think at one point is what they had. They were really controlling this majority of game number 1. And there was really, for Falcon Esports, when you look at the lineup that they had, it's a good lineup. There's nothing actually entirely wrong with the lineup. Harith was getting to the point where, the damage was a threat. The Jawhead, though, it was one of those picks. And anytime we have a hero, whether it's a Jawhead, whether it's a Cho, that you're pickoff centric, even a Kaja, right? Like your job is just to go for that pickoff and get that numbers advantage. And if it doesn't happen and you really get shut down early on, because remember, we saw, Kid X go down maybe 2-3 times early on. And then it's really difficult because even if you go in and get that, that pickoff, that toss up with the ejector, you're most likely going to die. And so this was really difficult for Kid X, I feel like, in this game to find what they were looking for, even in the hands of PX7, the Eve. Like I said, the whole let's fight into this death box area, this objective-based lineup. But then again, there was no breathing room for Falcon Esports to actually go in and fight in some of those objective spots because of the way that AI Esports played around their lineup. And I think that's why it's so important, too. I mean, traditionally Claude, a hero that does take some time to build up, scale up, but now with the changes and the fact that he doesn't have mana anymore, I think the item power spike now in Claude is maybe 2 items instead of the 3. Like he's already a threat, and that's why we also saw Alita playing to that tune, playing to that aggressive playstyle that really worked up to a point where, he had 2 early kills early on, scaled up even quicker, and then we saw what he was able to pull off through those team fights here. So there was just a really good lineup from both sides that could have worked. But right now, the way that they built the momentum for AI Esports, the fact that we get to see Suyo, bring this to the table and have such a dominant early game, it makes me almost think like, are we going to see this flip where Falcon Esports is like, hey, yeah, maybe we don't want to let that Suyo go through. Maybe we are going to let it go through, or maybe we just ban it out or take it for ourselves.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the Jawhead pick too. After, obviously seeing the Khalid pick, the Hylos as well, there's just so many tanky members that can stop the Jawhead from doing what Jawhead does best, which is occupying the bushes and looking for pickoffs with the ejector, right? And even in the skirmishes, by the way, whenever Kid X wanted to go for a pickoff, every time he would flicker, every time he would use the unstoppable force, there was always a big horse or Khalid in the way going for the stuns. And remember, for Hylos, the stun is literally a point click. It isn't, a skill shot that he needs to land. So for the ejector to actually catch these vulnerable targets like PS and Alita, you would really need, PS to overextend, Alita to overextend. You would need them to make a mistake. And that's what we saw technically from PS on the Suyo. As we got to the later stage, before the Lord fight, that was what happened. Suyo got picked off. He was way, way too overextended in his own jungle. But it's so conditional to a point where Alita didn't even need the Purify. Usually when we see the ejector, when we see the Jawhead, when we see these initiators, you would always see a Purify on the gold lane, especially a Claude. But no, he knows exactly how the team can play around him, how the team can space around him, how much CC he has to actually stop that from happening. So he just trusts the team, goes for the flicker, and it ends up paying off so well. Because on top of the BMI being a big counter to the Eve, right? You can just blink towards or outside of the real world manipulation. The flicker does the same thing. So you have a BMI and you have another flicker. So even more gap closers to try to assassinate PX7 as a Claude, as a marksman. That is supposed to be a weak matchup. I also feel like for Falcon, they could have really utilized the winning matchup in the bottom lane a bit more. Instead of contesting for the neutral objectives early game against a Suyo Khalid Hylos combo, maybe they could have just looked towards playing their winning side. The winning matchup is still there. Benny did really well in the late game too.
Yeah. I think, really when you look at it, it was one of those things where, Kid X went down early minutes of the game. And so you're kind of like your game plan from that point when you have a Jawhead and you have, this very specific lineup to do specific things, and you fall behind a hyper snowball potential, jungler and everything else. Like that's what I'm saying. Like it's hard to come back from that in the early game. Like you could adjust maybe mid game, but they didn't even have a chance to do that because of the way the AI Esports played, right? So it's just a good game one for AI Esports in this best of 5. So, we do see some of the, of course, the suggestions out there with the game sounds guys and everything else. So we are going to get that sorted here. Yep. We are going to take another break while we get that reset and everything else. So you guys also have the best viewing experience here with us. So we're going to take this break. We'll be back after about 15 minutes. We'll be back after this.
Hi, Taggy.
Now is the time, there's no more waiting. Where will you be when the light dawns? Sweat on your palms and your pulse is racing. Who will you be when the moment comes? Will you rise?
Give me some fashion advice for the
Will
day.
you rise to be heroes? Blood on your knuckles, heroes. The one on your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything you've got.
Has been big, I read yesterday.
Pain is the price for something greater. Every turns back. It's safer, drown out the fear inside.
out for a drink?
I'll be on my way. Hi, Teggy.
Now is the time, there's no more waiting. Who will you be when the light dawns? Sweat on your palms and your pulse is racing. Who will you be when the moment comes? Will you rise?
Give me some fashion advice for the
Will
day.
you rise to be heroes? Blood on your knuckles, heroes. The one on your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything you've got.
Pass me the book I read yesterday.
Pain is the price for something greater. You realize turns back. It's safer. Drown out the fear inside.
Want to hang out for a drink?
I'll be on my way.
Unstoppable! Shut down!
And welcome back after the break, the 15-minute break. Again, if you guys are wondering, I am Naisu, and this is Mirko joining you guys for the English broadcast for the M6 Myanmar qualifiers. We're in the first best of 5 for the evening. Game 1 is done. AI Esports versus Falcon Esports. They already won, and we'll find out if it's going to be a 1-1 in the series if Falcon Esports can adjust. We saw the Suyo, right? We talked about him pretty extensively, I would say. So we'll see if that ends up being a talking point again. But I think I'll also just throw it out there because I know some of the viewers are wondering about this. When we go on break, the main stream is actually still going, where they have their whole panel
Yep.
discussion and everything like that. So by the time you guys come back with us, we're right here in the draft, game number 2.
We're only here for the draft and the game, folks. But back again, game number 2. It doesn't seem like Falcon Esports will still stay on blue side. Mathilda, Faramis, and the Gatot Kacha, same bans all throughout. Nothing really crazy happening here, even though, they did lose to the Suyo. Feels like maybe they feel like the Suyo is counterable. That's a chip from the red side, as expected, as usual on the red side. And now we'll see, I guess, for Falcon Esports, whether they have that much prio still on the Hayabusa, because they did not hesitate for a single second on the Hayabusa pick. Nope, they go for the Juicin instead. By the way, Juicin has lost quite a bit of value after the patch, right? I think people are still getting adjusted to it, and not a lot of people understand how to utilize it completely. But now the Juicin, with the whole mana change, you can actually just dictate the laning phase so easily by just clearing the wave and putting the Lantern Flare in front of your opponent. Yeah, you will lose out on a lot of mana if you do land that Lantern Flare, but as long as you just use it as a zoning tool in the early game, it should be just really, really good. Probably the best at controlling the mid lane early on.
Yeah, she's still she lost value, 100% agree there, but like the utility that she can bring to a team fight, I think, is still obviously for depending on the teams, depending on the compositions, like it still brings value to the table, but she's still like, she is that utility mage. Like that's what her purpose is. That's what she's going to do, and that's why we did see her fall off the face of the earth competitively for a while. And then she slowly crept back in. Interesting first round of picks though coming out. AI Esports will pick up the Hylos. We already know, this is a marquee pick for them, even to go ahead and be that front line, to be that disengager if they need it to with the Glorious Pathway. And then a Mozkov. Like this is more so what we expect as well. Gold lane for the most part. You're either looking at Mozkov, maybe the Claude, maybe if it's a gold lane matchup, you have Hariths and Lunoxes pop up. But right now, this is about as safe, that things can be. In terms of the gold lane, okay, it's going to be a classic matchup, Claude versus Mozkov. But here's the kicker. Here's the alpha now from Falcon Esports. What do you think about that?
The alpha is great, especially at controlling the early game. And it's really good, especially if you're already expecting a tanky lineup to show up, which AI Esports did deploy just earlier in game number 1 with the Khalid and the Hylos. I think it makes sense, a whole lot of sense, especially because now I think it does make more sense as to how they played game 1. Game 1, they got the Hayabusa, they got the winning side with the Harith, but they weren't able to trade around the map. Their playstyle is more of, contest neutral objectives and fight for the neutral objectives. So now, if that's the case, go for the alpha. Go for the strong side up top instead of the gold lane. Put Mr. Benny Man on the weak side gold. Mozkov is a better matchup, by the way, and that's why maybe right now AI Esports want to try to utilize that and capitalize on that fact by picking up the Hayabusa to play around the other side of the map and maybe look for trades.
Okay. They can do that. They can play around that side of the map if they want to. Also, part of this, I just have to point this out too. AI Esports coach, this is a very, if you just flip those V's over, you got Coach Panda, right? So for Coach here, I think this is the plan you want to go with. Obviously, like we already mentioned, Hylos, Mozkov, good picks. Serves its purpose. Mozkov, you can just go ahead and join the fights later on when you want to. You're always a side lane pressure. And then you get a Hayabusa. Now the matchup in the jungle, Hayabusa in the alpha, it's a very similar essence here, where when we saw AI Esports play that Hyper Snowball Assassin Suyo, this time around they're going to play the Hayabusa, and this can have a similar effect. Like we have seen insane games all around the globally, really, when these junglers pick up the Hayabusa, they get crazy scaling early on, and it's really difficult to deal with because sometimes that shadow kill is just enough to keep your team at bay. Like there's no kills, right? But there's enough damage early on if he snowballs that it makes you second guess even approaching the early objectives, the turtles, even the angles for trying to take a turret, right? Like that is always the threat. And whereas on an alpha, like your job, especially depending on what kind of build that we see this alpha go with, because that can also vary from player to player, team to team. That can also change the dynamic of when is Falcon Esports looking to hit that power spike? When are they looking to capitalize on it? Now, the good thing is, we talked about Claude extensively from game 1, where, you hit that power spike early on, especially when the way that Alita played it, like you get those early kills, you're snowballing yourself, even getting solo kills. So if Benny's able to do that this time around, then this kind of helps the fact that, all right, we got an alpha. He can set up with the Spear of Alpha. He can do some true damage as well, be tanky enough. But again, it just, the rest of the lineup is really dependent on those last 2 picks for Falcon Esports looking at this, because you look at those first 3 picks from AI Esports,
Wow.
and their bases are relatively covered. It doesn't even matter really what they put in the mid lane. Just these 3 picks really secure that. There it is. There's a Zax, though, and it's a 64% win rate here.
Yeah, I'm surprised in the prio to the Zask, honestly, because, the Jusin's already left. It was already revealed very,
Locked
very
in.
early on. I would have thought for sure that it was going to be the Khalid pickup. But man, CC and the Minotaur. We were just talking about how the XP, even though, you're kind of forced on enablers most of the times, you can still pull off picks like this, like the CC. And honestly, up against this tanky lineup, well, with the Hylos at least and the Zask, and I guess they're trying to predict a Khalid pick here. The CC will get a lot of value, especially considering you have a utility jungle. So you want to try to utilize some more damage in the side lanes. But even then, I think it's a bit scary to pick up CC. It's very, very risky still as a pick itself, because again, Hayabusa, Moskov, even the Zas will have a lot of ways to bait out the Vengeance. If he does go Vengeance, it is still Vengeance, right? With the CC, I believe Lord JM plays it a lot in the NPL Philippines.
Yeah, I would assume so. Yeah, you still want to go. Okay, there's the Khalid. You mentioned this earlier too. So Khalid is going to get picked up. Going to the hands of Ying here. They're still going to switch things around. Black will have the Hylos again. So, nothing too crazy. I think when you look at Falcon Esports, they have the most interesting lineup because, CC is one of those heroes alongside the Alpha even, man. Like, you're not gonna see that often with teams picking up both of those in the same draft. So this could either work really well for them, or it could also just kind of not work out really well. And there it is. So Royal Milk still going to run that Vengeance that we're so used to seeing here, as we get a last glimpse at both lineups being brought to the table. Again, this is game number 2, lower bracket semis here, guys. So this is a best of 5, and Falcon Esports and all their fans out here are going to want them to get this W and take it to 1-1. You think this is going to happen, Mirko? You think they have the lineup that's going to get them that 1-1?
If I'm being honest with you, man, I personally like AI Esports' draft better in game number 2.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be 2-0.
Hey, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and go on the other side. I think Falcon Esports, with this lineup, if they make it work in the early game, then we get to a 1-1. But we're going to have to take a little break here, a little breather, while they get things situated. So we get to talk about the lineups a little bit more. And, I think if you did look at the lineup from AI Esports, even the index would probably give it a higher rating. The index there would go ahead and be like, this face value, what we have here is going to be more valuable, especially the fact that, they had those solid 3 picks in the beginning. I think it comes down to if Falcon Esports can stop it from snowballing or not. If they can really kind of keep that from happening against a Hayabusa, then they go for a more of like a slow burn approach, and they get to that mid-game power spike, which they should have with this lineup. They have so much CC available, man. Like, not only do you have the utility from the Jushin that we talked about quite a bit, but then you pair it up this time around with a Minotaur. And this is obviously going to be a different game, too, for Kid X on a Minotaur in comparison to when we saw him play in the Jawhead.
I gotta agree, man. I feel like, again, draft index, when it comes to the draft, it definitely seems more balanced, right? The side of AI Esports. They have ways to utilize the Hayabusa. They have a winning matchup in the gold lane as well. And also the Moskov, very underrated pick. I don't know if this is the same thing, if it's the same case in Myanmar as it is in Indo and the Philippines, but using the Spear of Destruction to go for, those fights early on, first neutral objectives even, to be just more active around the map than the Claude, to get more gold around the map, compared to the Claude, is really, really valuable. But if we take a look at the hero statistics from Myanmar, I said this earlier, I think it was a 39% win rate for the Moskov. All right, the pause is done. Seems like we're just going to get into the game. Welcome to the Land of Dawn for game number 2. AI Esports have a chance to make it 2-0, but Falcon Esports definitely want to change things up here. Already a new draft, maybe more towards their style or neutral objective contest.
Okay, let's find out exactly if Falcon Esports can go ahead and play around this lineup that they have. I think it is, going back to our points here, it's going to take them a little bit longer. and to build up on that. And PX7 saying utilize the utility that's brought to the table. And if they can against, this was the matchup we saw so much of before, man. It was the Jushin versus the Zask, right? Like for the longest time when Zask was especially like just, I think he was at a point he was like number one picked for a while. And that's obviously changed over time too. Like we've seen some changes in the mid lane, but obviously that's utility versus pretty much damage. That's Zask just provides a lot of that early on, and it's something that you have to deal with. So I don't think we see Falcon Esports be aggressive like really at all in the early game, and just kind of wait till at least, if Kid X has him in No One's Fury, then that might be one of the only times that we see them actually initiate a fight, unless PX7 gets lucky too and is able to go ahead and drag people towards them for a Spear of Alpha or something from Dax. But while we wait for this turtle to come up, you're going to see the positioning here crucial too. There's the pull. Whoa!
Yeah, and the Revitalize doesn't matter at all, not against the CC. That's why it's a lot of value to pick up the CC against a Khalid and also the Hylos extra HP damage. PS actually also going to be zoned away from his own orange buff. Dax not going to go for the Retribution, saving it to go for the steal on the orange buff. PS, I think he's going to be able to get this, and again, Black walks up again, good Spear of Alpha, displace him now as that's a vengeance, popped in by Royal Milk, able to displace himself for the shadow kill, and the Spear of Destruction walks around Kid X with a Minion's Fury onto the back, finding Elite, but he's still able to kite away as Benny rotates over as well. Pops in the Blazing Duet, now again, displaced again, brought back. But there's no more kills on the board, and it's an early lead for Falcon Esports.
What just happened in those first 2 minutes, man? Like, that was the biggest team fight I feel like we're going to see in this game so far. Even from game one, like we didn't see that much action in the first couple minutes. And I was saying that, hey, this lineup for Falcon Esports might take some time to build up. Oh, engage.
Again with a Glorious Pathway, this time on the Kid X, who doesn't have him in his Fury still, though. He's able to walk away thanks to PX7.
Okay, so going back to it, Falcon Esports, they start off with the momentum. They start off by bullying and building this lead, and even getting a ton of gold up here on the top side for Royal Milk. This is not what I expected, at least from the initial start of the game here. So really good way to kind of flip the script for Falcon Esports, get off to a good start with the lineup that they have. And now I think AI Esports really is just going to have to find themselves to try to slow things down. When you have this kind of utility under your pockets, you can make plays like this under the turret. That's what they're going for.
Yeah, they're going to have to back up, though. Alita is not as vulnerable as you think on the Moskov. Has the flicker, too, and Lino was already rotating over. Very difficult to dive a Dominator's Descent. Big Johnny Boy Zask into the mid lane. Falcon Esports will be able to go for the setup. Clearing mid, rotating over, and getting the position over for turtle number 2.
All right, turtle number 2. We'll see if AI Esports actually wants to do anything. I think it's better if they don't. This is going to get taken down really quickly, it looks like, too. So, Black doesn't have the best entry point. They attempted. PS will back off, though, after trying to get it for the drag. Oh.
Just getting ping-pong, man. Down and under, Spear of Alpha, Minion's Fury. And now it is the purple buff take 2. PS can't even contest this. He doesn't have the Retribution. Free for Dax. Benny rotating towards the bottom lane, and Ying. We're already seeing a lane swap, by the way. Knowing that, up top, Alita, even in the lane swap, can't really hold his own. Not against Royal Milk and on that CC.
The CC's doing better than I thought, man. Like, I've seen it a couple times, especially here in the Philippines, but it usually, it's a hit or miss. But right now, the way that Royal Milk is playing, oh, hold on, he's going to get engaged on.
As the Vengeance, the Shadow Kill's still there for PS2. They're just going to hold on. No Oh, he actually decides to pop in the Shadow Kill, but Alita gets the kill. Finally, they're able to utilize the Moskov, and they're able to get a trade around the map.
Hey, man, this is looking very similar, at least for Alita, from game one. Like, he's 2-0 right now.
Yep.
He's going to keep pushing. He's going to keep looking for, these moments where he's able to find these windows to farm up to get what he needs. And I feel like if that's not put in check, Falcon Esports could find themselves in trouble, especially when Alita gets the items that he needs. Right now, he's still just kind of farming up, trying to put pressure where he can. But even Ying will look to take this tier 1 bottom side. One shot there from the cannon minion. So they lock that in. First turret now. They can start to rotate, make some space around the map. That turtle's going to be up here, though, in 20 seconds or so. So they're going to try to make a play themselves for Falcon Esports as the attention is top side. Royal?
The quad shadow, raging sandstorm too. And it becomes SOD to back away. Black gonna be sacrificed though, but I think they'll take it. Alita surviving, getting a kill down below, just for the roamer.
A good trade right there. Turtle's gonna be taken though. Again for Falcon here. So 3 for 3 on the turtles. Yes, looks for something there. Won't be able to find it. Trading happened across the map. Alita, like you mentioned, now pushing down that bottom side. So Falcon Esports will hold on. You know, they'll hold on to the lead that they have a little bit for now. We saw that they were working against an 8,000 gold lead in the previous game. They had a little bit of hope previously to turn that game around. Now that they hold this small lead here, plus all those early objectives, all 3 of the turtles, Falcon Esports in a better position, obviously, to deal with AI Esports. Kid X also just picks up the Flask of the Oasis, so has a little bit of that additional healing and the shields, of course, to this. So this is that power spike that I was talking about that they should have hit. Like, if they didn't do what they did in the early, couple minutes of the game to give them that lead, this would be their moment for them to pop off. Uh-oh.
Aggressive Dominator's sent. HP already taken down. Lita forced back already. Ying gonna be caught all alone. But it is Fury. The shadow kill not enough to take anyone down. Black is going to be super low. He does have that revitalized to escape. Meanwhile, Alita always just farming on the other side of the map. They're literally just creating these team fights to give Alita space, Naisu.
Yeah. Trying to give as much space as possible. And that's what I was saying. Like, if they don't want to fight, that's okay. They don't actually... AI Esports doesn't have to join these fights just yet. They are attempting to kind of slow things down a little bit. But with the lineup that they have, and they know that they need to let Alita push these side lanes, push these side objectives. Oh, hold on. Are they gonna go for this?
I don't think so. It's a risky move, being 4,000 gold behind. Tier 2 just dropping as well. But again, all they're doing is really playing for Alita. Alita sent to the other side of the map again, just to farm up, mirroring the maneuvers from Falcon Esports. And yeah, technically, if Alita does scale up, he will be a scary force to be reckoned with for Falcon Esports, especially for Benny. If you dive in, unlike the Harith, threatens you with just damage. Here you can get stunned up. And I think that's a bit scarier considering how much lockdown CC do they have. There's so many ways to layer over that Purify from Benny. Lantern Flare already. Ying knocked up. Still, there is Pathway now used up by Black with the Conceal as well. Good cancel on that Conceal. The Lord should be taken for free. Lina! Oh, might be a mistake. Actually takes the dash. Dominator's Ascent now onto PX7. Just to dish out some damage, but I don't think AI Esports had any intention to contest there. They were just looking to screen at what Falcon Esports were doing to give Alita, again, space in the bottom lane.
That might be their only plan at this point, man. Just go ahead and let Alita do his thing, push in the lane. Royal Milk will try to keep that contained and everything else, but for the most part, AI Esports not really able to do much to do that against that Lord take. Right now they're gonna have to defend. I'm wondering if they should be able to defend relatively well against this first Lord push. They might lose, of course, the tier 2 turrets and everything else, but their defense should be all right, especially with Alita here. As long as Alita, but that's the problem, man. If you're playing solely for Alita and Alita gets taken out, your damage is gone. You know what I mean? If you're playing completely for that, then and he gets picked off, it's going to be troublesome for them. So they got to defend against this push. Lord should be worked on pretty quickly. Benny also gets that tier 2 now. So they hold on, but the shields are going to pop mid and bottom. And AI Esports finding themselves in an uncomfortable position for now. Right now, Glorious Pathway dropped down. I don't think they're going to be able to engage the fight, though.
No, they're scaling. But honestly, if they scale the way that they are right now, technically, for now, if Alita gets picked off, they're done. But if we get into the later stage of the game, Lina, one thing about the Zask that we need to talk about is the fact that, yes, it was a nerf in the patch,
he did get nerfed really hard, especially in the early game. But when it comes to the scaling, he actually has a better scaling into the late game now. Shadow Kill used up to clear up the wave. The quad shadow backwards. Oh, PS! A cheeky little attempt to get a kill. Benny already using a Purify. And you can see now that they're starting to get the rhythm of Falcon Esports. But back to my point, yeah, late game, it won't just be Alita. It'll be Alita and Lina together, dealing a whole lot of damage.
Yeah, it's, part of that is, again, we got a glimpse of the items there, and I know Lina was building up on that path here on the Zask, but even that little attempt from PS, like, it was enough of a threat to actually get the Wind of Nature even, I believe, that was popped, right? So,
yeah, so.
For Benny, even the Purify went down, so that is something. Like AI Esports, if they're trying to play around this transition from just being for Alita to, all right, you know what, let's go ahead, not keep our eggs in one basket, and now let's start to scale up, to stall this out a little bit. And I'm talking about, for AI Esports, they probably need to potentially let the next Lord go away unless they're able to actually poke down or even burst down, I would say, from PS or a combination of Lina, a member of Falcon Esports, before this next Lord take. We're seconds away from it. So if they can get the positioning right, they might actually try to fight and contest this. But it could either work out really well for them or it could be a huge blunder. And Ying might be that forward guy for them. He's looking to get the Sandstorm off here. Black as well.
Well, there's Pathway already. Oh, no, not a steal. Dax too clean with the Raging Sandstorm to the back. Now it's going to be Royal Milk. Getting helped by Dax. Spear of Alpha now also with a flicker. Alita with a Wind of Nature over towards Benny, but the chase down continues. And that's Black taking down PX7 with the Lancer Flare, but now it's caught as well. Good Spear of Alpha from Dax to save PX7. 3 members down, a big Lord marching their way. This might be the equalizer for Falcon Esports as they make their way slowly but surely into the base. Base turret number 1 in the mid lane, going to be taken down. Alita trying to go for the clear, but how do they do it? Connects with the flicker. Spear of Alpha not connecting. Alita still able to displace himself, but Dax is godlike, and so are Falcon Esports 1-1.
Now we said it. It's going to be a 1-1 here. They managed to do it. They got it together, man. And you know what? It was a great game. Like, it was a great game that Falcon Esports was able to play to bring together and everything else. And the lineup that they had too was something that, typically a CC with an alpha and trying to play around that, it's not something you always see. But for Falcon Esports, again, a team that has great synergy, obviously, they have great experience and everything else. They made this lineup work against the fact that what we wanted to see from AI Esports was, again, a kind of scaling lineup, a momentum-based lineup, a, snowball, if you will, with a Hayabusa, but it got stopped early on. And I really do think that both games were really decided in those first, 2 minutes. Like game 1, it was AI Esports punishing Kid X, for example, right? The lineup that was built off the Jawhead. This second game, it was that crazy team fight that, Falcon Esports went in and forced a fight in the jungle of AI Esports to the point where, they couldn't actually go for that snowball effect anymore.
Definitely, man. Man. Really well played by Falcon Esports. They just capitalized on, what their composition was meant to do, what their playstyle was in game 1 too. I like the fact that instead of trying to force out, game 1's draft again with clearly a very neutral, objective dependent playstyle, they went all in with it. They went with the Minotaur too, which is a hero that we don't usually see a lot of nowadays. But with the Alpha, with the Juicin, it makes a whole lot of sense. Usually, back in the day at least, right, with the Minotaur too, you just get super fast clearing mid laners to help the Minotaur, and then you play for the neutral objectives. Here, unfortunately for AI Esports, we expected them to play for Alita, but I think it's similar to Falcon Esports' problem in game number 1. It was too late to play for Alita, right? I think all the way from the early game, they should have just left the turtle, let that be Falcon's thing. Go on to the bottom lane. If Alita had been online faster, had Lina gotten online faster, maybe the game would have changed. But here, for Falcon Esports, Benny, a very different performance to Alita from game number 1. He was literally just a damage dealer in this game.
He didn't care for the kills, and I liked seeing that on him. He knows that the alpha, the Juicin, when they're ahead, they deal enough damage, or they are able to go for the executes anyways. So all he needs to do is use the Blazing Duet at the right time, bait these resources, and stay alive in these team fights.
Yeah, and looking at this time, the stats here and everything else, this was a very decisive game, I would say, for Falcon Esports. And they, like I said, those first couple minutes really decided the pacing and how this was going to end. You're talking about a 13-minute game, very strong set potential this time around. Like I said, I feel like Kid X, even after what he went through in game one, like this was a game where he was like, yeah, finally, I can do what I need to do on this Minotaur. And it's not just one member. Like he had multiple, setups with the Minoan Fury a lot of the times, and also just even a good response. I know you highlighted Dax before we got to game one, and to bring this alpha to game number two, and even at times like be that guy to just kind of peel sometimes, or be there at the right moment to set up that Spear of Alpha, is what made this whole lineup work really well, to the point where even the CC ended up working, to the T that it needed to. The Vengeance alone, like you mentioned, and really it stopped Black from really utilizing this Hylos. Mind you, they did pick this up, first pick, like for them, over one of the first two picks that they had. So they really wanted to play into this Hylos, but I feel like really he was just kind of, you didn't see any value in game two from the Hylos. Like there was Glorious Pathways being dropped down, but then what? Like nothing else was happening after that. And sometimes it was just kind of used to even disengage, but because they were just set on so hard from having a Minotaur across from them, or, the Spear of Alpha, or even being dragged back by PX7. Like there was just too many things that AI Esports had to deal with in order to, make things work for them. And I really do feel like that this was a great adjustment from Falcon Esports from game one, because they came in with a lineup that, frankly, I didn't expect some of those picks, but they ended up executing it really well, and making a decisive choice in the first 2 minutes where, hey, they end up, pretty much winning the game off that. I'd say like that's how decisive those first 2 minutes were.
They really didn't respect the CC, early on in the game. I think in the mid game, late game, when you've already scaled up to actually tank up some of that damage, sure. But in the early game, you could clearly see that Black was also caught off guard by how much damage the CC was doing to him. All the way from even before the patch, Hylos was already countered by CC in lane. Like in the XP lane, you pick up the Hylos, you are going to be shredded down by the CC. That's just the matchup, right? CC gets a lot more value when you have a lot of HP. And clearly for the Hylos, that's what you play with. You're not playing with defenses, at least in the early game. You're literally just playing with your HP being so much more than the others, especially with the Revitalize. So him getting shredded so early on, having that happen to the team, means that the neutral objective will very easily go to the hands of Falcon Esports. But then what's unfortunate is the fact that the orange buff, the timing of the pathing that Mr. PS took was unfortunate for him, because the orange buff was up, led to another steal, and led to another engage where they tried to fight, where, again, I feel for PS, for AI Esports, they got to start respecting their opponents a bit more. That would have been an easy, just disengage. Sure, you get the orange buff, we'll look for something around the map. But we do have our MVP for game number one. It's Mr. Dax in the jungle, the experienced young boy.
7-0-3. The build he went to, this is why I like Alpha, because you see usually different builds for him. And so he went with, of course, the War Axe. He had the Winter Crown later on. He had the wings there, and then he had an Oracle. So he was pretty tanky himself, even the fact that he oftentimes, like, he just had to join the fight after Kid X had set things up. And so he didn't really have to put himself in too much danger, even though he was 100% there for all the team fights. He was usually the one kind of following through, being there when he needed to, sometimes even peeling. And it was just very good, even pathing wise, because of the way that, like we mentioned in the beginning of the game, they made that play, but then they continued off, like his pathing when you look at Dax as in the jungle, and then to secure those, those objectives all for himself and everything else. It was a really well played matchup where you're almost thinking like, man, how do we deal with Dax? He's on an alpha, and we know that alpha even falls off later on, but because they ended the game, before the 13-minute mark, that's exactly what they had to do. And I think it was just, whether the mistakes were there from AI Esports or like how they kind of approached some of the team fights and everything else, it was just well played from Falcon Esports. And that's the adjustment that I would say you're looking for them to make as a veteran team with quite a bit of experience across the board. You know what I mean? So a very good game too there. We will be taking a break again, guys, just to let you guys know, we take these breaks while the mainstream does their thing. And then when we come back, we are usually in the draft. So this gives us time to go ahead and get water for you guys as well. Make sure you stay hydrated, but we'll be back after this break, about 15 minutes. We'll be back after this.
Unstoppable! Shut down!
Welcome to the land of God.
Hi, Teggy.
Now is the time, there's no more waiting. Who will you be when the light dawns? Sweat on your palms and your pulse is racing. Who will you be when the moment comes? Will you rise?
Give me some fashion advice for the
Will
day.
you rise to be heroes? Blood on your knuckles, heroes. The world on your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything you've got.
Pass me a book I read yesterday.
Pain is the price for something greater. Everyone else turns back. It's safer, drown out the fear inside.
Want to hang out for a drink?
I'll be on my way.
Unstoppable! Shut down!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after the break here. Once again, I'm Naisu, joined here on desk, well, online desk, with Mirko. Mirko, we are knee-deep into the first series. We are at a 1-1 right now. AI Esports versus Falcon Esports. We'll see what adjustments are made, of course, but just if you didn't catch Game 1 and Game 2, AI Esports had a great Game 1, very snowball composition, able to win the game out with a Suyu pick. And then Game 2, Falcon Esports made a big adjustment and ended the game before 13 minutes. So I don't know. What are you feeling here, Mirko? I know you mentioned earlier that you actually liked the lineup from, of course, AI Esports' previous game. But what do you think stood out? Like, what was the biggest change that Falcon Esports did to get them such a fast win?
Doubling down on the early game, doubling down on the neutral objective game, right? Getting the Minotaur to Alpha as well. That was all it took. They went for a more of a pick-off kind of composition that does well in team fights too in game 1, but they completely disregarded the early game and the neutral objective control, I would say. But what's interesting to see is the fact that they went for a pick-off comp, went for a winning matchup in the gold lane, but didn't utilize it. They were just really tunnel vision onto the neutral objective. So that was the big adjustment by Falcon Esports. Now, I thought AI Esports with a draft similar to Game 1 Falcon, they would be able to look at the mistakes that Falcon made in Game 1 and try to play around that, which we kind of saw, but it was too late into the game. We mentioned this in game number 2 earlier, folks. Just right after the game, we were talking about how they could have traded earlier. They shouldn't have fought, especially considering the X factor that Falcon Esports got, which was the CC, Hylos, and the Khalid. After picking up the CC, we were already, I already mentioned that, this is predicting the Khalid pick. They were predicting some big picks coming out here, some big boys that will definitely be punished by the CC. Hylos, Khalid, especially in the early game with a ton of HP, will get countered by the CC guys. I think even before the patch hit, CC was already a pretty good counter to the Hylos itself. That's why we see a lot of teams, at least in the Philippines, try to counter it with the CC. In Indo, we see it banned, I think, early on, but after that, we've never seen the CC into the Hylos, mainly because I think the Hylos is such a good flex pick. So even if you go CC, the Hylos can be flex roam. That's why it was just very, very weird to see that they still doubled down on the beefy lineup against the CC.
Yeah, it's Hylos, and that's what I was talking about in the draft to an extent. Like the fact that the Hylos is flexible. You can actually park it in the roam, the XP lane. We've seen that quite a bit of times. Even the Khalid, man, like over here in the Philippines, like the Khalid as well, where it's like you could actually pick it and put it in the roam, or you could also obviously put it in the XP lane. So I feel like now that we get to this point, Mirko, where like we're at a 1-1, it's neither team is facing a match point in this best of 5 just yet. Maybe this game 3 is a different kind of draft plan. Because so far we've seen like really just like either a team go for, all right, let's try to snowball, or let's try to get to a later game composition type thing. Maybe this one where we do have 2 just snowball potential lineups, snowball assassins. The Ling has usually been banned out, but maybe we see the classic matchup of a Hayabusa and a Ling, or maybe a Fanny. Like that's what I'm also looking for too, because I know in other regions, like for their playoffs right now or their regular season still, like we see some of the Fannies pop up.
Always, yeah.
And I mentioned this earlier before we got to the match. Like AI Esports does have a Hanzo available. Like I'd love to. I know you and I had this moment back before in an online cast where we were like, man, let's see the Hanzo. And then we got to the offline version and we were like, let's see the Hanzo. And unfortunately, it didn't pop up as much as we hoped. But I think we saw it once, maybe. But some of those picks at this point, when you're facing this point in a best of 5, and this game 3 is almost where this could be a make or break, I would say, for either of these teams. But if Falcon Esports plays like they did in game 2, I'm worried for AI Esports, man, because that was a glimpse of what we were all talking about before we even got to game 1, when we just came onto the stream and we were talking about, these Myanmar teams, man, they all love to play aggressively. And I almost want to call it like a calculated aggression, because I feel like this is one of the regions that does it best. I know Indonesia, you guys like your team fights and everything and everything else. And, Philippines has adapted as well, I will say. But I will say the Myanmar teams, like they seem to be very aggressive in their play style, but they do it so well. And I think that's why even now we go back to the whole point of, a lot of teams globally like still just respect Myanmar teams, like especially when they come international,
Yeah.
whichever team it is. They still respect that play style and that decisiveness in the early game, and that's what we saw from Falcon Esports in Game 2. We also saw it in Game 1 from AI Esports.
I think it's kind of a Myanmar thing, right? It's a Burmese thing to have this really strong aura about them when a lot of
Aura.
other regions underestimate them. But when we estimate them, when we actually do expect them to be a threat, they don't become a threat. That's so I don't know what it is, right? In M2, nobody thought that the Burmese would perform, and then they've got all the way to the grand finals through upper brackets. They destroyed the competition to get to the grand finals. After that, M3, M4, we saw them. We were like, all right, we're looking at them as a possible threat now, especially MSC 2022. I remember MSC 2022, actually, we were saying, yeah, Falcon Esports, I'm not too sure they're going to perform. They performed. And then M4, when we thought, okay, they're going to be good, they underperform. It's always that way, man. And now we're getting back to a point where a lot of other regions are still respecting Myanmar in the international scene. And maybe because we are respecting Myanmar a lot, we look into their gameplay. And like you said, they're very, very aggressive, which can be good, but it can also be pretty bad, especially considering, when we're talking about the veterancy, the experience, a lot of the veterans from the Myanmar actually aren't really that active anymore, right? The last one we saw was Ruby DD. He was still part of Mythic Seal, I believe. Before that, he was part of Falcon, but that's the only veteran that we actually see. Now the veterans are all the new guys on the block. Ken, Justin, even Yellow Flash, the old Falcon Esports. And just recently with Dax and Benny and all these members making it to MSC, making it to M5 too. Now they're the new dogs. Now they're the new veterans on the block. So they're going to have to rebuild is what I'm trying to say. The point is they're going to have to rebuild again. They don't have those veterans to try to like tell them how it is going to be in the world stage. And that's why it's the hashtag new legacy for Myanmar. It's all about rebuilding to possibly try to claim what was once theirs, being at the top of the MLBB world. And yeah, for Falcon Esports, I think a lot of things have to change if they want to keep this momentum going. Because AI Esports, like you said too, in Game 1, they did exactly what Falcon Esports did. Right now, it's a battle of draft. Whoever gets the draft that is more suitable for the neutral objectives, more suitable for the early game, gets the dub. And one of these teams will have to try to improvise and adapt on the go here as we get into game number 3. Because in a best of 5, if you only have one technique, if you only have one strategy, it's going to be very easily read out.
Yeah, and based off Game 1 and Game 2, like both teams have showed, that strategy of getting that snowball going, and maybe this is the time where it's weird because for the longest time we had these very two different play styles, like just globally, where it was like team fight based, you go, you battle it out and everything, and then you had like the very like slow objective based kind of play style. And I feel like now it's just kind of really adapted into something different. Like we don't even really call the Lord Dance anymore. Like it's more like a Lord Tango or Lord Shuffle, for the most part, because like even for a lot of these games, I think whatever teams really like, they really master the fact that, okay, they can control an early game or not, or they just go with the, let's get to the mid game type play style. Like the dynamic there that they're able to build on is really what shows from the teams that are finding success right now. And there's always those rooms for like the cheese strats or, the niche picks and stuff like that. But if you look at the consistency, and that's, really when you're at a qualifier for the M6, or let's say it's any big tournament, like, of course you want to root for your team, right? You want to root for your team, but you don't want them to only just get there and qualify. Like you want them to go there and hopefully win the international tournament. At least let's get like a top 3, top 3 finish or something, big like that. But, that's where things kind of have to fall into place here, because for Myanmar, we talk about their play style. We talk about their veterancy for some of their players, where they are now. And, they have to kind of hold that mantle up and get to that point where they are not just qualifying for these major tournaments. They are also performing in the major tournaments. And I think that's where you have to see, like, how does that play style developed over time? So, we did just get word, guys. So I know you guys are joining us here on the streams. We did get word that the players are going to go ahead and get settled, get some things fixed, of course, before they jump into game 3. So what that means for you guys and for us here is we are going to take a 5-minute break. A 5-minute break, not a 15-minute, hopefully a 5-minute break, short one, while they get things situated. And then we will be back to start game 3. So sit tight. We'll be back after the break.
Fighting for, no one would ever know your name. Who are you waiting for? No one would be there to save you. You would be alone when hope was gathering together with the sun. Even though your back's to the wall. One strike, go cut the monkey mind. Your blade swing one time. When clouds have cleared, sunlight can shine. One strike, the fight is yours. Stop it with your sword. There's endless power once you start. Never lose your heart. Tonight is dark and the shadows are deep. Who can protect the world? A light of hope shines in the dark. One strike, I swear by people's side. Keep faith just one time. I'm gonna light up all the fires. One strike for my desire, a light up so bright. Inside the power in my heart, I'll defend the world.
Hi, Taggy.
Now is the time, there's no more waiting. Who will you be when the light dawns? Sweat on your palms and your pulse is racing. Who will you be when the moment comes? Will you rise?
Give me some fashion advice for the
Will
day.
you rise to be heroes? Blood on your knuckles, heroes. On your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything you've got.
Pass me the book I read yesterday.
Pain is the price for something greater. Everyone else turns back. It's safer, drown out the fear inside.
Want to hang out for a drink?
I'll be on my way.
down.
Hi, Teggy.
Now is the time, there's no more waiting. Who will you be when the light dawns? Sweat on your palms and your pulse is racing. Who will you be when the moment comes? Will you rise?
Give me some fashion advice for the
Will
day.
you rise to be heroes? Blood on your knuckles, heroes. On your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything you've got.
Pass me the book I read yesterday.
Pain is the price for something greater. You realize turns back. It's safer. Drown out the fear inside.
Want to hang out for a drink?
I'll be on my way.
Unstoppable! Shut down!
Hi, Teggy.
Now is the time, there's no more waiting. Who will you be when the light dawns? Sweat on your palms and your pulse is racing. Who will you be when the moment comes? Will you rise?
Give me some fashion advice for the
Will
day.
you rise to be heroes? Blood on your knuckles, heroes. The world on your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything you've got.
Pass me the book I read yesterday.
Pain is the price for something greater. You realize turns back. It's safer. Drown out the fear inside.
Want to hang out for a drink?
I'll be on my way.
Welcome to the land of God.
Fighting for no one would ever know your name. Who are you waiting for? No one would be there to save you. You would be alone when hope was gathering together with the sword. Even though your back's to the wall. One strike, go cut the monkey mind. Your blade swing one time. When clouds have cleared, sunlight can shine. One time, the fight is yours. Stop it with your sword. There's endless power once you start. Never lose your heart. Tonight is dark and the shadows are deep. Who can protect the world? A light of hope shines in the dark. One strike, I swear by people's side. Keep faith just one time. I'm gonna light up all the fires. One strike for my desire, a light up so bright. Inside the power in my heart, I'll defend the world.
Hi, Teggy.
Now is the time, there's no more waiting. Where will you be when the light dawns? Sweat on
me some fashion advice for the day.
Will you rise to be heroes? Blood on your knuckles, heroes. The one on your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything you've got.
Pass me a book I read yesterday.
Pain is the price for something greater. You pay and else turns back. It's safer, drown out the fear inside.
Want to hang out for a drink?
I'll be on my way.
Unstoppable! Shut down!
to the land of Gun.
Hi, Teggy.
Now is the time, there's no more waiting. Who will you be when the light dawns? Sweat on your brow.
me some fashion advice for the day.
Will you rise to be heroes? Blood on your knuckles, heroes. No one on your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything you've got.
Pass me the book I read yesterday.
Pain is the price for something greater. You pay less, turns back. It's safer, drown out the fear inside.
Want to hang out for a drink?
I'll be on my way.
Unstoppable! Shut down!
Hi, Teggy.
Now is the time, there's no more waiting. Who will you be when the light dawns? Sweat on your palms and your pulse is racing. Who will you be when the moment comes? Will you rise?
Give me some fashion advice for the
Will
day.
you rise to be heroes? Blood on your knuckles, heroes. The one on your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything you've got.
Pass me the book I read yesterday.
Pain is the price for something greater. Everyone else turns back. It's safer, drown out the fear inside.
Want to hang out for a drink?
I'll be on my way.
Unstoppable! Shut down!
Hi, Teggy.
Now is the time, there's no more waiting. Who will you be when the light dawns? Sweat on your palms and your pulse is racing. Who will you be when the morning comes? Will you rise?
Give me some fashion advice for the
Will
day.
you rise to be heroes? Blood on your knuckles, heroes. The one on your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything you've got.
Pass me the book I read yesterday.
Pain is the price for something greater. Every turns back. It's safer. Drown out the fear inside.
Want to hang out for a drink?
I'll be on my way.
Unstoppable! Shut down!
Welcome to the land of God.
Fighting for, no one would ever know your name. Who are you waiting for? No one would be there to save you. You would be alone when hope was gathering together with the sun. Even though your back's to the wall. One strike, go cut the monkey mind. Your blade swing one time. When clouds have cleared, sunlight can shine. One time, the fight is yours. I'll feel with your sword. There's endless power once you start. Never lose your heart. Tonight is dark and the shadows are deep. Who can protect the world? A light of hope shines in the dark. One strike, I swear by people's side. Keep faith just one time. I'm gonna light up all the fires. One time, for my desire, a light up so bright. Each of the power in my heart, I'll defend the world.
Hi, Teggy.
Now is the time, there's no more waiting. Who will you be when the light dawns? Sweat
Here's some fashion advice for the day.
Will you rise to be heroes? Blood on your knuckles, heroes. The ones on your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything you've got.
Has been book I read yesterday.
Something greater, everyone else turns back. It's safer, drown out the fear inside.
Want to hang out for a drink?
I'll be on my way.
Unstoppable! Shut down!
to the land of gone.
Fighting for, no one would ever know your name. Who are you waiting for? No one would be there to save you. You would be alone when hope was gathering together with the sun. Even though your back's to the wall. One strike, go cut the murky mind. Your blade swing one time. When clouds have cleared, sunlight can shine. One strike, the fight is yours. I feel with your sword. There's endless power once you start. Never lose your heart. Tonight is dark and the shadows are deep. Who can protect the world? A light of hope shines in the dark. One strike, I swear by people's side. Keep faith just one time. I'm gonna light up all the fires. One strike for my desire, a light up so bright. Each of the power in my heart, I'll defend the world.
Hi, Taggy.
Now is the time, there's no more waiting. Who will you be when the light dawns? Sweat on your brow.
Give me some fashion advice for the day.
Will you rise to be heroes? Blood on your knuckles, heroes. The one on your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything you've got.
Has been book I read yesterday.
Pain is the price for something greater. You realize turns back. It's safer, drown out the fear inside.
Want to hang out for a drink?
I'll be on my way.
Unstoppable! Shut down!
Who are you waiting for? No one would be there to save you. You would be alone when hope was gathering together with the sun. Even though your back's to the wall. One strike, go cut the murky mind. Your blade swing one time. When clouds have cleared, sunlight can shine. One time, the fight is yours. I'll feel with your sword. There's endless power once you start. Never lose your heart. Tonight is dark and the shadows are deep. Who can protect the world? A light of hope shines in the dark. One strike, I swear by people's side. Keep faith just one time. I'm gonna light up all the fire. One strike for my desire. A light up so bright. Inside the power in my heart. I'll defend the world.
Hi, Teggy.
Now is the time, there's no more waiting. Who will you be when the light dawns? Sweat on your palms and your pulse is racing. Who will you be when the moment comes? Will you rise?
Give me some fashion advice for the
Will
day.
you rise to be heroes? Blood on your knuckles, heroes. The one on your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything you've got.
Ask me book I read yesterday.
Pain is the price for something greater. Every illness turns back. It's safer. Drown out the fear inside.
Want to hang out for a drink?
I'll be on my way.
down.
Welcome to the land of God.
high-techy.
Now is the time, there's no more waiting. Who will you be when the light dawns? Sweat on your palms and your pulse is racing. Who will you be when the moment comes? Will you rise?
Give me some fashion advice for the
Will
day.
you rise to be heroes? Blood on your knuckles, heroes. The one on your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything you've got.
Pass me the book I read yesterday.
Pain is the price for something greater. Everyone else turns back. It's safer, drown out the fear inside.
Want to hang out for a drink?
I'll be on my way.
Unstoppable! Shut down!
to the land of God.
Hi, Teggy.
Now is the time, there's no more waiting. Where will you be when the light dawns? Sweat on your
me some fashion advice for the
Will
day.
you rise to be heroes? Blood on your knuckles, heroes. The one on your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything you've got.
Pass me the book I read yesterday.
Pain is the price for something greater. Everyone else turns back. It's safer, drown out the fear inside.
Want to hang out for a drink?
I'll be on my way.
Unstoppable! Shut down!
high-techy.
Now is the time, there's no more waiting. Who will you be when the light dawns? Sweat on your palms and your pulse is racing. Who will you be when the moment comes? Will you rise?
Give me some fashion advice for the
Will
day.
you rise to be heroes? Blood on your knuckles, heroes. The one on your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything you've got.
Pass me
Fighting
book
till
I read
the
yesterday.
trees won. Heroes. Pain is the price for something greater. Everyone else turns back. It's safer. Drown out the fear inside.
Want to hang out for a drink?
I'll be on my way. Hi, Techie.
Now is the time, there's no more waiting. Who will you be when the light dawns? Sweat on your palms and your pulse is racing. Who will you be when the moment comes? Will you rise?
Give me some fashion advice for the
Will
day.
you rise to be heroes? Blood on your knuckles, heroes. On your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything you've got.
Pass me a book I read yesterday.
Welcome back. I know it's been a bit of a break for you guys, for us as well. But again, I'm Naisu. This is Mirko here. We are still in the first series of the day. I think they had to go ahead and, they had to do quite a bit. Also on ground, I believe they had a performance for the audience out there. So, I'm sure everybody at this point, thank you guys for your patience. And, we are pretty much waiting for Game 3 to get underway here.
Yep. Sorry for the wait, folks. Back at home, thank you so much for your patience, like Naisu said earlier. But I think for a lot of you guys, who have been waiting, you guys cannot wait to see the conclusion of the best of 5. The first best of 5, that is still Falcon Esports versus AI Esports. And just as a recap, if you guys forgot what happened in game number 1 and number 2, it was a battle of neutral objectives for both game 1, game 2. Whoever got the early game essentially got the game. So that's the pattern that we saw in game 1, game 2. Hopefully, we can see some of these teams start to adapt in game number 3, going for some trades, maybe even scaling up to the later game a bit better than in game 1 and 2.
Yeah, so we'll have to actually see when we get to the draft here what the game plan is going to be for both the teams, because we already talked about this, from game 1 to game 2, kind of the adjustments that were made, especially for Falcon Esports. And we have to go ahead and say this too, like the fact that I would almost say that it is 1-to-1. It's almost like starting over, man. Like when you have this kind of time off from the game, from game to game to game, both these teams are pretty much going to be in a position where it's like, all right, we're resetting essentially. Like we both have these wins under our belt. And now maybe you can look at it as, we got to get these 2 wins, like either of these teams, whether that's AI Esports, whether that's Falcon Esports, but they essentially they don't have the momentum that you would think that they have, from game 2, I would say. Now, one thing's for sure, though, is both teams obviously showed a very definite strategy from game 1 to game 2, game 1 for AI, game 2 for Falcon Esports. And I'm wondering how that alters here now that we are in the draft here for game number 3, much awaited, and bans going out, probably more so of the same what we've seen throughout the games. It is going to be a lot of roaming options being banned out here. There's the Matilda. Good to see too the players, still in high spirits and everything else because of, what I mentioned. I'm sure, that this is the whole mental fortitude and endurance that these professional players also have to have, even the coaching staff behind them. So, with that in mind, I'm sure they've had plenty of time here, Mirko, to come up with a plan for game number 3, right? Because you can see too, the Jushin's actually going to be banned out this time around.
Yeah. So 3 games in a row, by the way. We're going to see AI Esports on the red side, 3 games in a row, Falcon Esports on blue. Last time they got the opportunity, they went for the Hayabusa pick, for Jusin pick. Now Jusin banned out. They're going to go for the Phoveus first pick. Now, this actually has been banned out all 2 games so far. So this is the first time that it's been left open. And we all know, after the revamp, this man is an absolute beast of a setup enabler / carry. I think he's a pretty good mix of all those styles, man, in the XP lane. You can set up really well for your teammates. But we have seen that teams, at least in Indonesia, have been able to counter this with a lot of CC or just really fast clearers. I think one of the ways that you can actually counter this would be an Edith Alpha combination, the Alpha in the jungle, so that you can just rush and take the turtle before the Phoveus hits level 4.
Phoveus is interesting as a first pick. It's not, I know teams like to play the Phoveus and everything else, but as a first pick, Blue side, this is just a confidence play, I would say. Now, like we've talked about even before, like there's still the dynamic of flexibility when it comes to like certain heroes and whatnot. Fulvius can be that, and that might be part of the play here, obviously for Falcon as well. So response here, the Hylos has been a go-to for Black. It kind of got shut down in game 2 though. Like he really did not get to do much at all really with a high-low. So I'm wondering if that's also going to be a little bit of a hesitation here, because they've picked it up, every time they were on the swing right away. The first phase of their picks here is usually the Hylos, and then we even saw the Mozkov locked in previously. They usually go that gold lane option right off the bat. So the fact that it's still open, they could, if they wanted to take that risk of picking up a Hylos, maybe it works. But I would love to see Black have a different hero this time around for game 3, even though it's still open. There's still other great options too. I'm not sure if they would want to, but maybe prioritize. Okay, they don't pick it up. They actually go with the Khalid and they go with an alpha here. So interesting too, because of the fact that technically this Khalid could still potentially roam. I'm not sure if it is going to go in there, but they're playing flexibility versus flexibility at this point.
Yeah, definitely. I think for AI Esports, they have been able to utilize a bit more of the flex picks compared to Falcon Esports. The Phoveus obviously just going to go to the XP. I expected maybe something like an Edith, but the Khalid does the same thing, right? I mean, even in the roam position or XP. Harith pick for Falcon. This usually is going to be comboed together with an assassin jungle, usually a physical damage assassin jungle, but they decide to go for the Vixana, which, could be a way to actually stop the Phoveus. Vixana is usually one of the best picks to go for when you are up against the Phoveus. But the thing is for Falcon, a big concern, I would say, is the fact that AI Esports can start narrowing down some of these physical damage assassins, which they've actually opted not to do. They've banned out the Tigreal instead, maybe after picking up the Lo Yi, after seeing the Vixana. Yeah, they're quite vulnerable to these full initiators that we have seen from the side of Falcon Esports. So Tigreal banned out, but these physical damage assassins are still up for grabs for Falcon Esports. They can still combo it together for this Harith.
I'd love to see if I don't know if AI Esports wants to do this, but because of Lu Yi here, that is locked in. I just wanted to make sure that it was locked in before going to the point. It looks like we went through some more of the draft, the bans too, but because they don't have a gold laner, I'm wondering if AI Esports wants to go with, like, for example, a Claude. I know this is the Harith is going to be in the gold lane. Mozkov's being banned out here, but we've seen some pretty cool things, I would say. Some pretty big plays, big brain, high IQ plays with a Claude and a Lu Yi. The ability to actually play on a macro level where, you send the Claude to the lane, he BMIs back through the diversion, and you can actually do a lot on that level. It's just, maybe certain teams only like to do that, maybe because it is still at risk. It's still something that you really have to approach the game in a certain way if you're going to be pushing through that combination. But because the Mozkov is out, it kind of leads to the table of like, what do we want to put in the gold lane against a Harith to face off against that? Because right now, man, there is so much magic damage as well from Falcon Esports that, with the lineup that AI Esports have, once they get some magic resistance, whether that's the Radiant Armors or the Athena Shields, whichever they decide to go with, like that's going to cover the base. There it is too. There's the Claude, as I was talking about. So, going back to the point, as long as that defensiveness is there from AI Esports, I'm wondering how Falcon Esports is going to, attribute to more of that physical side while also being tanky enough, because right now they got Phoveus, and I guess you could say they got an Eternal Guard.
Yeah, they have that Eternal Guard. They have a lot of actually ways to displace their enemies here. It really just comes down now to how they wrap up their drafts to go up against a very, very aggressive draft that can actually just full dive them. The Claude is also a pick that can actually, go in all the way towards the backline. And Fanny,
there's some physical.
It's a good choice up against the Claude. It's a good choice when you have kill pressure in these side lanes, which they definitely do, don't get me wrong, but it's up against an Alpha and a Khalid. So top side of the map is already going to be very, very tough to try to control with the Fanny. Especially, I think, purple buff number 3 onwards, it'll be very difficult for him to actually even claim his own purple. The Cho does help Falcon Esports a bit more when it comes to mid-prio to find that, but at this point, I feel like they can actually still flex the Khalid into the mid lane, and they can still pick up something like an Edith, a great stopper for the Fanny. You can really just find these angles as well with the help of the Lo Yi. If they don't want to go Edith, though, I wonder what they want to go for. The Kajo is already banned out. Usually, if we see Fanny, maybe we think of a Franco, perhaps. There's a lot of different ways, actually. Oh, Kufra comes up as well. But, yeah. Actually, looking at it, the Kufra is great. The Kufra is really, really good. The only thing that can stop the Kufra is the Cho, right? The Cho can open up the map really easily. As long as the Kufra plays not to initiate, but to actually follow up, this is a really good composition for AI Esports.
I like the Kufra that it did come up because I was also kind of wondering what we would see for that roam option from AI Esports. And to me, when I look at both these compositions here, this time around, I'm going to go for AI Esports on this one. I think for Falcon Esports, though, like this is more of a gamble lineup. Like it's a little risky, right? Anytime you have a Fanny on the table, a little bit risky there. You are alleviating some of that risk though with having a Cho, for example. Pick-off potential is great. You've got a pretty good lineup with a Phoveus too, front line I should say, and then you have the extra body through the Eternal Guard. So we'll see if this lineup, this more of a risky lineup from Falcon Esports, is going to work out against AI Esports as we get ready to jump into the game. You're seeing us right now, but we're going to game 3. Ladies and gentlemen, AI Esports and Falcon Esports. Once again, as a reminder, this is a best of 5, and it's a lower bracket semi. So one of these teams, unfortunately, will not be moving on forward. So we'll see exactly how this goes for game 3. Getting a good glimpse, too, this time around. Emblems here, taking a look at things. More or less, I always like to look at what the XP laners are running, especially because Khalid has popped up quite a bit. So is going to be that tanky version, right? Concussive Blast is there. Kid X, also, same thing. Tankiness, Concussive Blast. That's typical what we see here for the Cho pick. And I think that's the thing. Kid X, just to remind people, because I know it's been a minute, when he had that pick-off potential Jawhead, it didn't work out for him. It was shut down.
No.
So if Esports does the same thing against Kid X's Cho here, I think it could be a similar fashion game, at least for the early game, unless there's some response from Falcon Esports.
Oh, I mean, now we're seeing a completely different set of emblems for Ying. And this is actually the emblem set that I expected for the Khalid, not the Vitality plus the Tenacity. Actually opted for Agility and Wilderness Blessing. So, not too sure which one was right. Royal Milk, though, in the bottom lane, already getting punished. Meanwhile, PX7, with the help of Dax, that killing pressure in the mid lane already utilized, despite Black being there.
Wow. Okay, early pickup. The best thing that can happen for a Fanny, I know the kill didn't go over to Dax, but the fact that you have that much pressure early on, get a kill early on, and it's in the hands of PX7, that's great for Falcon Esports with the risky lineup. But right now, it's going to be AI Esports that starts this up. Kid X
trying to open up the map, gets caught by the Ying reaction. Dax walking up, Spear of Alpha to stop him down, but Dax is still going to be able to find the cables here. Retry on point from PS. Eternal Guard to try to disengage, but it's Kid X plus the Turtle for AI Esports.
So AI will get at least, something out of the exchange. PS also getting a kill, like you mentioned. And, at some point, like we talked about in the draft, you're going to see the pressure being put on Dex. So when he goes for these purple buffs, when he starts to kind of try to scale into this with always getting his buffs, the early kills if he can, the pressure is going to be there, and that's going to happen time and time. Oh, whoa. Forget the purple buff. They're going to do it on his orange.
Yeah, that's the thing about the Fanny, right? Especially when you're up against the Alpha. The big concern for me was, how are you going to deal with the Alpha? Especially with the Lo Yi. So many angles. PS locked down. By the way, the Dragon should be a kill. Dax finds it again, but at this point of the game,
revenge.
I think as a Fanny, you need purple buff more than you need kills, actually, right? So it will limit a lot of the movements that he can do around the map. Now, AI Esports, at least for the next few seconds up until that purple buff spawns again, they're going to be quite safe. Dax won't really be able to put that kill pressure down in the lanes.
Okay, so still in a way, AI Esports, if they're able to kind of get that purple buff off of Dax, they're happy with that, I would say, for the most part. Because again, PS isn't going to be looking to get this hyper scaling the same way a Fanny would. For the most part, Alpha, he knows that yeah, at some point he's going to fall off a little bit. His main front of damage, obviously, he's got the true damage available, but even just the Spear of Alpha is enough to have value throughout the game. And especially if you can pair it up with their combination, right? The whole thing here for AI Esports is the combination between the Khalid, the Kufra, the Alpha, and then fighting even in, the fact that we have a diversion to help all of this from Lena is something that works great with the lineup that AI Esports has. And that's why Falcon, they have to be a little more kind of cautious when they approach these, even the objectives. You can see this right now. Turtle started up. Dax has got to get his purple before he even joins us, but he might just be too late for this.
Oh, good take by PS with the Retribution. Actually doesn't get to use it. Spear of Alpha over to Dax, who's still able to cable out of the way. Ying zoning PX7. Gets terrified, and it is just going to be that one neutral objective. Ying putting some damage back again. AI Esports deciding to use a diversion up top.
They decided, so they diversion up top. They're on this side of the jungle. I'm not sure if they're going to really do much here. Again, purple buff was already taken earlier on. The orange is up right now for Dax. So, nothing too crazy. Like, this is, if you think about where we've been the previous two games, Mirko, like, this is relatively probably the most even or balanced that these two teams have been so far in the series. And even taking a look at the items, you can see some of the first items already being locked in. The Blade of Hephaestus is there for Dax. There's a charge in.
Kid X, bad timing on the Shunpu, gets caught by, damage cables, Dax, fast hands to assassinate PS. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Royal Milk, again, just pressuring this Khalid.
Good pressure here, Black again.
The Monforce used up already with the dashes coming in. Ali's already coming with the damage as well. BMI defensively, Dax unable to find a cut through. PX7 with the flicker. Good reaction from Black to escape. And again, for both these teams, it's just a trade.
A lot of close moments here, Mirko, between both the teams. And Dax means business, man. He has been looking for those kills when he can. Of course, he's got to rely on the rest of the team, like we mentioned, to go ahead and lock in that purple buff. But just with a Blade of Hephaestus, it's all he has, by the way, earlier on. I'm not sure if he picked up something now, but that's all he had. And you saw the burst damage that this Fanny from Dax is able to pump out. And Black will go ahead and charge up again, keeping Benny at bay. Mid lane, though.
Spear of Alpha uses defensively. Turtle Guard catching him, and again, Dax comes in from downtown. Good way of the Dragon to disengage from Ying there. Over from Kid X as they now set up for the Turtle. Black in the bush. A little pixel brush. Still able to escape for a bit. Kinnick opening up the map, Raging Sandstorm, and the Flicker together wants a Royal Milk with vengeance as well, but Dax surely will be able to get the Retribution. Royal Milk surviving Benny. They're dealing damage for Dax to clean up the members of AI Esports.
All right, Dax. Man, he might be losing an objective here or there, but he is scaling at this point. He's at this point where he is 4-1-1. They're looking to now close in on some of these turrets. And they'll probably cap this out too. Yeah, they're going to push Ying off. So, and with this, you're in the snowball territory now. Dax is going to be fully confident, and it's going to be much harder. As we were saying, like you got to get his purple buff. You got to put some pressure on him. We saw this earlier on the orange buff, but now that Dax has these kills and he's scaling up really quickly, as I say that, he picks up a Malefic Roar. So he's not even worried about Black.
Oh, good disengage. With a Terrify now away the Dragon to the back as well. Eternal Guard. The combo with the Spear of Alpha connects onto the back as well. Lita with the Blazing Duet, helping them deal enough damage to take these two beefy frontliners down.
Oh, okay. Well, good pickoffs there happening here. And I'm still going to say it, man. Like, Mirko, this is still probably the closest game that we're going to see so far between the two teams. Dax, though, just checking out the bottom lane. He's still got Benny here. AI Esports.
Ooh.
They hit the response. Okay, they keep it together. Spear of Alpha going to be used, though.
Yeah, that was really, really close, man. Trying to read the cables to try to displace him. And in the patch, I forgot which patch it was exactly, but now the cables aren't really unstoppable. You can actually stop it with CC. So if that timing was a bit better, he would have actually been able to stun Dax, and he probably would have been able to get the kill onto him together with the Claude in the bottom lane. But yeah, like you said, man, Black just hovering over towards the bottom lane, now helping Alita in this weak side matchup, and it looks like he's already comfortable. I think that's his third item. I don't know if it's his third or second. I guess we'll have to wait for the item build, but 8 minutes in, if that's his third item,
That's a power spike
Yeah.
very early on in the game. Good timers.
Good timers for right now, especially before this big objective is taken. And so far, like, 1 for 2 in the Turtles, 2 for AI Esports. They're probably going to try to take control of this. And part of that, again, is just the lineup that Falcon Esports has. They have to kind of approach this in a different way while also keeping their, like I like to say, their head on a swivel. They've already got to keep an eye on where is Black going to come from. Where is he going to jump from, set things up for them. And that's why Royal Milk, he's the guy to give the vision. They might contest this one.
Eternal Guard used up already. Ying trying to zone up the members in the back as well. Now's got a good way to Dragon to lock Black down, but it's only just Dax with a steal with the cables. Raging Sandstorm Flicker defensively. Now a chase onto PX7. BMI backwards, Black finding 2, but Benny does a bit too much damage. Has the Purify to get out as well. Royal Milk now compromised. The Vengeance used, but still he'll be bursted down. What a steal from Dax.
Earlier I was like, Dax, he's getting these kills, he might not be getting these objectives, but hell, he got that one. He got the Lord this time around. This is going to be a good swing in their favor. They've been building up on this lead now for the past few minutes of the game, and for AI Esports, they're going to have an answer for this. And you can see this a little more on the getting a little more durability for Dax here as he continues to push in. He's pushing in this tier 2 now, forcing a response from Ying and PS. Meanwhile, Lord making its way topside. Kid X still playing the vision role here, looking for a potential pickoff if they want to force a fight. They need to get down that tier 1 in the mid lane, so they're going to work on that. Holy Crystal also being picked up by Benny, so this is all power spike city, basically, for Falcon Esports, as they are now unlocking these items and getting these into place. So for AI Esports, as they try to gather themselves together, we have to think about what's the defensive like for them. Well, they've got 2 Purifies. That's great. Alita and Lena have that. They've got to be able to play into this lineup that they have. Diversion's going to be used. Oh, where are they going?
PX7. I beat a tough spot. Good Spear of Alpha to catch Benny up. Zaman Force used up Benny. Trying to run away, but PS finds it. Good times revenge and the Rage. Onto PX7. He doesn't have the flicker. Trying to run away. The Raging Sandstorm will catch him. And that's the killing spree for Ying. 2 for 0 trade on the board. Dax, no purple buff. Still able to cable out of there as he goes to the purple buff, but it does seem like AI Esports have a read on where Dax is going. They know what's up. No, Retry used up. Wade the Dragon to displace him. Royal Milk in the back, zoning them away as well. Just a clean take for the purple buff for Dax.
Hey, that's a good just past couple defense minutes for AI Esports. They're going to turn that into turrets now too. So great way to play against that first Lord taken by Dax earlier on. They might want to fight further. They're just trying to get this tier 2. A couple shots from Alita, though. You can see the damage, and they're going to diversion on out of there into a different part of the map. This is where, here's the conceal.
Still has the Purify, will be able to just hold on to it now. Cutthroat coming down, BMI defensively. Kid X low, has the Immortality. Royal Milk jumping to the back, finding Lena. And now the cleanup crew is here with Dax and Benny. 9-8 on the scoreboard, but that's 3-0 for the trade for Falcon Esports.
Man, it's just happening back and forth. This is the pendulum. Dax!
What a kill! And the Zaman Force too! Dax is popping off, man!
I feel like Dax has a vendetta against the entire team. There's something about him, man. He's just like, you know what? That orange buff pickoff you got earlier, it's not happening anymore. This entire time he has been where he needs to be, on point. They're going to get the Lord off of that. And after a very decisive team fight earlier on, AI Esports has to figure it out once again. And I will say they're capable of doing it, man. Like, they can defend even against this next Lord pushing in. They hold on to their base turrets, of course, but it's almost the kind of scary thing here for AI Esports is, someone's got to catch Dax. Someone's got to be able to prepare themselves because of the fact that he just swoops on in, does a ton of damage, and cables on out. And that's all he has to do. He doesn't actually have to get a kill. But if he's able to, obviously that's value for them because they have to still worry about even pickoffs from Kid X and everything else. Oh, Dax. Oh, no.
Dax, Tyler's Revenge, and the Rage. Now the gun down from Alita and the bouncing ball. Good shutdown in the bottom lane. Now Falcon Esports still trying to utilize the Lord, though. They know 2 members are down below. They might need to go for the fast siege on this one. Enhanced Lord with a charge in the mid lane. Bit more damage to take it down. Benny still able to dash out to safety. Just one base turret with this Lord with the loss of Dax. And a diversion. They're going to catch it over. Benny walked into the wrong bush. That's the diversion from AI Esports. Kid X can't peel for the rest of the team. And now he's going to be forced back with the flicker. Another amazing diversion from Lina.
Hey man, we said it. I said it earlier. AI Esports, they defended that first Lord push. They do it again on a couple, on a couple spots. First, they got Dax earlier on. They clear out the waves. They clear things together, and then the diversion from Lina. That's always something you have to worry about when you have this Luyi across from you. Is where's that diversion going to come from? So it's not only here's Black once again. He's going to find Kid X, but not only Black, but also Lina. Like, those two heroes alone from AI Esports is the problem, like, for Falcon Esports, right? You don't know where they're going to show up. You don't know what angle they're going to come from. And that's the play. That's how they have to move around the map at this point. So AI Esports, they'll finally get this tier 1 on the bottom side. They're slowly but surely getting themselves back in a position where, okay, next Lord, we can probably contest this. Looking at the items, even for Alita, he's fine, right? He's got some defensive-ness. He even picked up the Sea Halberd himself. You have that Athena shield now locked in. Of course, a couple Dominance Ice. You see the Radiant armors that I was talking about earlier during the draft that they needed to build up. So some of that tankiness is also playing a part here too. And even for Lina, he's got a Warcry emblem on the Luyi, man. So like that extra percentage of damage procced in with the items he has already locked in is pretty threatening. So Falcon Esports has gotten in a position where they had control of a lot of this game, and now they got to kind of be more cautious. They kind of have to approach these fights a little bit smarter. Look at this diversion again, right to the Lord. So no surprise factor here, but they're just going to go for it.
I'm going to try to blitz it. You're going to have to be careful, though. Dax still has the dashes. Good bouncing ball to stop them, and just like that, because of the bouncing ball, Dax unable to get in there. Spear of Alpha to take Royal Milk out. Good defensive Spear of Alpha there to escape. And now AI Esports, they are a Lord up, and this is a big boy Lord, man. 16 minutes in.
Yeah.
It is a big boy enhanced Lord that they can utilize to finally get some turrets going for themselves.
Hey, man. At this point, this is exactly what AI Esports needed. They have done this through consistency and the discipline that they've had, and now they're going to put the pressure again. Diversion.
Away the Dragon, though. Able to connect. Good cancel from Tyrus Revenge. Diversion to the back as well here. PS forced to use the Spear of Alpha defensively again, but I think they've done enough. Cutthroat. Win a crown. No immortality. PS going to be slain. Dax finds a pick despite not getting the purple buff. Now Ying is trying to stop him from recalling, trying to go for the turret as well. Turret tier 2 up top taken down. They're going to try to sink these waves, but the waves are a bit staggered. I don't think they can do it.
Yeah, I don't think they can push any further from that. At this point, AI Esports, it's more of a play of, like, we got the objective. We got a couple extra turrets maybe off of it. But ultimately, they have shifted, the lead back in their favor. They've got a 2K lead. Alita also picks up the Malefic Roar at this point, too. So this is where we start to see some of those items, even the juggling, right? We have already seen some immortalities pop up. This is where that time, especially when you approach the 20-minute mark, it could pay off. Kid X, who's he hunting for here? I don't think they pull the trigger just yet. Couple shots, just trying to get that Lethal Wander. So really, at this point, you're still a minute and a half or so away from the Lord here. Ying taking a burn of damage, has immortality. Diversion again. Oh, full send.
Benny has the Purify, goes in, but is going to be gunned down by Alita. They find a pick onto Lina, though. Alita's trying to run away now with the Blazing Duet and the BMI backwards. Good juke away from Falcon Esports. It's a mid lane traded in for the gold lane, but there are no objectives to take on the map.
Okay. Diversion again and again is going to happen here. And that's what we've been saying this whole game, especially when the Luyi was picked up. So the best thing that Falcon Esports can do is obviously just kind of recalibrate, recuperate themselves. I don't know if they want to fight. Whoa.
Not too sure about that. Spear of Alpha already as well. Royal Milk taken out. A bit too aggressive there. I understand you want to make space for Dax, but this might be a bit too ambitious with how much CC AI Esports have. Purple buff going to be taken away by PS. No retry used even. And Dax, this is a late game, buddy. This is where the Fanny will really start to struggle without the purple buff.
So this is where we ask the question, who falls off who falls off more, the Fanny or the Alpha at this point of the game, you know? And really, like, both the teams have their answers to go ahead and counter, like, even the enemy junglers at this point. It's just a little bit more difficult, I would say, for Dax, obviously, to get into the Lord Pit, to get a chance, an opportunity to even take it or steal it. So this is why he's going to rely so much more on, you know, Kid X giving him that space. Royal Milk, who's just coming up, might be too late for this contest.
Kid X with the G Kundo now pulled back by the Yin Yang reaction, will lose his immortality. Dax try to take that, try to utilize that as an opening. Dax still free. PS not going to try to burst it down with Dax still being visible. Good discipline from AI Esports.
That's what I was saying, man. You know, Dax is going to have a difficult time without Royal Milk being there from the beginning of that Lord take. Like, what is Kid X going to do? You know, like, he's eventually going to get whittled down, taken down. He had the immortality, but then, you know, Dax doesn't really have the opportunity, the window to get into the zone there for that Lord steal or potential take. So now they find themselves, Falcon Esports, once again on the defense here. That's 2 for 2 for both teams on the Lord, but obviously AI Esports converting the more, you know, valuable ones at this point in the game, the 20-minute mark now, as they approach this in. And we'll see if Falcon Esports, this lineup, if this composition can actually defend against this. They are most likely, they have to face a diversion again.
They got pretty bad clear, not gonna lie, with the Herod. He has to use his Command Force maybe to actually even deal with some of these minions. Good Jiku, no, but now gets placed into a tough spot. Spear of Alpha from PS inside of the base. Now the Cutthroat, good winner crown to bait it out. No Cutthroat available. Alita going in a bit too aggressively earlier, almost losing his life, but Benny still using it. Command Force Black. Trying to go for the Tyrant's Revenge, unable to find anyone, but that's good enough zoning with the bouncing ball to get them a second base turret. And this base turret is going to be in the far lane across from the next Lord. That'll be spawning in 90 seconds. So big advantage for AI Esports as they look to maybe still go for one final siege. Raging Sestro Orb and the flicker by Ying finding 3, but there's no one to follow it up. Royal Milk in the midst of it all, popping a vengeance as well, but Betty cannot survive. That's Royal Milk falling down as well, but no, he gets a few more Infernal Pursuits before he does. AI Esports now up against PX7, and Dax, that's a good burst, but still not enough to take him down. Good Blazing Duet gets some sustain. Cables over, Alita with the BMI, still Dax with the cables, saving the game. PX7 clearing it up, and Dax getting another 2 immortalities down. Alita buys the winner crown, that's away the Dragon from Kid X, and a shutdown from PX7 to save the game for Falcon Esports.
Who needs a purple buff when you have your fountain? You know, you can just go grab it, swing on in, and defend. We've seen this time and time again, man, with a Fanny on a base defense. Yes, their turrets were taken out, but you still have to give it up for Falcon Esports, especially Dax keeping things together there. They got multiple kills. They kept it together. They have an exposed base, but they're still in this game here. And that's what he's, man, he's 11-2-3. You're seeing the damage that he's pumping out. They got rid of some of the immortalities, obviously, that were over there for AI Esports too. So now, how do they play into this? They still have 2 base turrets they want to take down from AI Esports, but they might just try to force a fight.
Oh, Ying, Raging Sandstorm to the back, PX7 getting a good Terrify, and the Eternal Guard to Cutthroat too! Doesn't seem like this Fanny has fallen off at all, Naisu. Diversion, though, into the bush. Falcon Esports react to it. They call that bluff out, and finally, Naisu, you were saying this guy didn't need purple buff in the fountain, but now, what can he do with a purple buff? He's going to be able to secure that one.
Yeah, he'll be able to get that one. This Lord is up now, and honestly, man, Mirko, at this point, I would say that whoever gets this Lord most likely could win the game. Obviously, there's still a little work that Falcon Esports has to do. I would even love to see AI Esports play around that combination. Whoa, hold on.
That was close, man. That was real close.
That was close. That was close. The tension. They're keeping it together. They're going to fight for this, though. It's half health. Kid X going forward. Goes, kick in the wrong way.
Big resource burnt out now. Infernal Pursuit over to PS, who doesn't have the Spear of Alpha. They're going to be locking down. Win a crown pot early here. Ying able to go and displace himself in the back. Dax again finding the assassination. This time onto Alita. No retry for the side of AI Esports. It's free for Falcon. Ooh. And now Dax with the help of the purple buff is trying to find Ying. Unable to do so, but I think they've done enough. 3 members down for AI Esports. A big Lord coming their way. and still a wave to play with in the mid lane. They're going to have to stay disciplined on this one. They're going to have to stay patient.
Man, they have a long death timer to work through here. AI Esports, it's only Lina and Ying to keep things together. Lord making its way. Dax as well leading the charge here. I don't know if this is going to be enough, man. They're going to have to make a miracle happen.
Oh, and the cutthroat tomb not available, but it doesn't even matter. Goes in for the cables, finds Lina, and that's a shutdown for Benny. The ultimate comeback from Falcon Esports, aiming high, flying high. Dax on the Fanny.
Whoo! Falcon Esports able to turn things around. They had control in the beginning of the game, and they lost it from AI Esports, but then they bring it back, and what a game. You can see the hugs here for Dax too, of course. Phenomenal performance in game here on the Fanny. Definitely and you know, he dealt with some pressure early on, man. You know, he got killed early on around his orange buff. And so relying on the team to help him come together, to keep it together, and then to continue to, like, you know, scale up the way that he did, purple buff or not, that's MVP right there. Game 3, dude.
I don't think we need to ask the question. I don't think the chat needs to even debate. We know who the MVP was of game number 3, right? What a performance from Dax, man. We were talking about how, you know, maybe the fall-off might be harder than the alpha without the purple buff, but Dax doesn't even need the purple buff. In the base is where the Fanny is the scariest, right? We've seen these kind of plays many times before, but we always just never expect it to be this good because it takes a certain level of skill to pull it off. Despite it being already a good spot for the Fanny, you know, you can get the energy fully. You need to be precise with those cables, man. You need to be very efficient with the cables. And we'll get to see the item builds. And man, honestly, there's nothing special about his build. It's just his play style that makes it special. The way that he can actually just shine with his mechanics. Phenomenal stuff. He bought the anti-Curse later on in the game as well, just to respect some of the ability damage coming his way from AI Esports. But seriously, this was a very impressive game for Dax.
Very impressive, you know, and the way that he even built the Fanny, like with a, you know, with a little defense as well to pop off. And after he popped off, he had some defense. He had the anti-Cuirass. That was great to basically have that and play around the fact that he did have to worry about a Kufra. He did have to worry about even the Spear of Alpha sometimes catching him, and then the Louis Yi, you know. So for the most part here, it was just a great response, basically as a team. I would say, because the way that they played this, you know, we didn't even notice Benny too much because of the fact that, you know, he was just doing his thing. He was farming up, but the Zaman Force actually played like a pretty good role in a lot of the team fights that they were able to fight or respond to. Again, most of the pickoffs or the kills that happened from AI Esports was also playing around that combination we talked about earlier on, you know, the diversion especially. And so you really do have to give it up for Falcon Esports in staying aware enough from where those you know, where those setups are going to be coming from, and then being able to play into that, being able to follow through that, being able to respond to it, and even counterpunch. Like, you got to remember, like, if you guys have played the Fanny too, like, especially against, for example, an alpha, it's pretty difficult to go and get those retributions off. You know, it's pretty difficult to go and turn those things in your favor or the objectives. But because of the way they fought, because of the space even Kid X was able to buy them on the Cho, really helped have this all kind of fall into place and come together for them.
It was incredibly well played by everyone, right? The reads as well, like you said, yeah, Kid X opening up the map many times, even though he got the way the dragon to the Kufra wrong way as well. It was actually all to create space for the rest of the team. As long as Dax was able to freely go for the cables, as long as the Kufra wasn't in the middle of the fight using the bouncing ball, it kind of stops that from being a counter. And yeah, as expected, really, I don't think anybody expected anyone else to take this title away from the man. Dax, MVP of the game. What a performance here on the Assassins. And I already got a bit of a tease, technically. Shoutouts to Edward. He was with us at MSC, at EWC.
Yep.
And he was already telling me, you know, you wait for the assassin meta. Once the assassin meta comes back, Dax is going to pop off. And that he did, man. I am just really, really impressed with this performance. And we're getting news, by the way, that we're just going to jump in straight from game 3 to game 4 to the drafts we go. So, Naisu, after a game, a comeback like that mentally, how do you come back for AI Esports, especially if you need to just play instantly? And for Dax, for Falcon Esports, the momentum is just running wild right now for them.
You know, it's funny, man, because I did say when we got back from, you know, our break here, I was like, hey, they don't have the momentum anymore. You know, they're going to be, everybody's kind of
Nope.
resetting. Throw that out the window. You know, the way that they played this, it
Throw it
pretty
out.
much shows that Falcon Esports obviously still stayed really locked in. They stayed composed. They went into game 3 with a definite plan. Again, this was their first 3 picks were really interesting. It was a very heavy based Magic lineup. And then I asked the question, what are they going to bring for the physical damage profile? Fanny was a definite answer, and the way that they trusted like, you guys have watched enough competitive MLBB. You know that if a team is giving the go signal, if a coach is giving the go signal, you know what? Pick that Fanny. There has to be a certain level of obviously trust for that jungler and that team to be able to be like, yeah, so you know what? We gotta lock this in like the whole game. Not just hope that he gets kills, but also, you know, take care of the buffs, take care of the rotations, take care of even getting inside of the objectives, trying to get those retributions off, you know, and being okay with the fact that sometimes Dax is just going to be in a bush. Like, he's just going to be there waiting. Like, he'll join the fight when he's ready, and he's going to go and get that kill, you know? So that's the difference there. And I think so when this happens, it really shows that Falcon Esports, again, the amount of trust and the experience that they have together as a team, what they've done and what they've accomplished. And going back to what our good friend Edward even said, like, yeah, this is the assassin meta. So if you have players like this, like Dax that gets his MVP, yo, man, like, good on you, you know, and bring that momentum, bring that into the game 4, which we are waiting for. Of course, we did mention that, you know, we shouldn't be we shouldn't be going on a break or anything like that. We should be jumping right into game 4 here in just a bit. But that's the thing. I think Falcon Esports, great momentum, great showing here. It took a little bit longer, though. This was a longer, obviously, game than what we had in our first 2 games. I think game 1 was 17-ish. Game 2 was like 13. This was, you know, past that 20-minute mark. So good response. And even for AI Esports, I know we've been talking about Falcon here since they won, but I was also impressed with what AI Esports did for the majority of the game when they had to respond to the lead, even that was being set originally, you know, from Falcon Esports. So I don't know, man, this could be a 5-game series. Like, it's crazy to think that this is the first series of the day. We still have another series after this, but to see how this has been going, I am almost expecting 5 games. Hey, speaking of, we're going to jump into the draft here for game number 4. What do you think? It's still the same sides here, Mirko.
Exactly. Going for the same exact sides. I don't know about this, man. AI just really like their red side, I guess. But, I mean, so far it has been working in a way. You know, it's been back-to-back. Win for Falcon, win for AI, now win for Falcon. So if we're looking at the trend and the pattern, this should be a game for AI Esports. But looking at the momentum that they got, Falcon Esports, from the previous game on the Fanny, I honestly feel like they have a very, very good position here to actually end the game, end the series. But it is going to be the Phobia's first pick, starting off with a very, very solid choice to go for. And I really think that they kind of lack that initiating power, funnily enough, right, for AI Esports. They have a lot of CC, but who can really initiate? I honestly feel like it was just Khalid, and for the Kufra, it's more of the follow-up. So whenever the Kufra can't get that follow-up, it just becomes a really tough spot for the Kufra to play in. That's why maybe the Edith could be a better answer here, but for Falcon, the Khalid won't really be a choice that they should think about, right? I don't know. It really depends on whether you want to flex it over. They go for the Lunox instantly this time around. They know how to counter that Harith, man. AI Esports, game number 1, after seeing the Harith, they went straight for the Claude. Game 3, it didn't work out for them. And now it's another losing matchup for Alita. He's been doing really good on the losing matchups, on the weak side matchups, making the most out of that matchup. But Lunox versus Harith is a bit different. You have so much more kill pressure around the board, and I think Falcon Esports identified that too. That's why they pick up the Hayabusa again. Even though they lost in game 1 with the Haya, this should be just a solid choice as long as they can play towards that strong side. Don't tunnel vision onto the neutral objectives, especially considering that's what AI Esports is going to do. I feel like now it should be the Khalid pick for them.
Khalid, we'll see if they actually go that route. I don't know. Hylos is still open too. it's either one. Oh wow, Arlott. So we saw this banned out. Was it game one?
Yeah, game 1 and 2.
Arlott's the choice. Yeah, game 1 and 2. So yeah, Esports goes with the Arlott here. I think even with this, like you mentioned, the Lunox is a great answer. It can really deal like a lot of bursts, especially paired up with the fact that you have a Hayabusa already locked in. So if anything is replicated here from the previous games, game 2 and 3, and Falcon Esports gets that early kill, the early team fight going, I'm worried for AI Esports here as they face that match point, because that's something they have to keep in mind. And the fact that they have an Arlott, the fact that they have an Alpha again, it's still, depending on the last 2 picks here, they really have to round this up on what they're going to go for. And, if you're going with a magic gold lane, you're not going that traditional, marksman setup. I think that's always something that has to be considered throughout the game. You don't have that pure ranged physical damage aspect that we're used to seeing, for example. And, part of that is sometimes they just want to fight. And that's why the Arlott being able to sweep people in, and this could be in a weird interaction too, either Final Slash and the Spear of Alpha. It can work really well together, but it can also cause a lot of like chaos within a fight, especially if you're fighting into the Zaman Force. So what I want to know is how do they bring this together, right? A Tigreal, I think, would be great. One of these roam options too. Again, the Arlott, remember, there was a time, it doesn't happen much often anymore, but there was a time when Arlott fit like 3 roles, right? Like he did go to like 3 different lanes. I don't think we're going to see anything crazy with that this time around, but would really like to see what are those options here for AI Esports. The Hylos being banned out, they banned out the Tigreal. So I wonder where they're going with this.
I wonder too, usually, because if you ban out the Zask, especially after seeing the Lo Yi, you would definitely expect something like a Valentina for AI Esports. And if they do want to go Valentina, that Tigreal ban is a bit odd. So that leaves me to believe that they don't want to go for the Valentina. Instead, what can they go for, right? Let's talk about mid lane here. There's no Faramis, there's no Zas, there's no Lo Yi available to take. Vexana could still be a great option. It's amazing up against the Phobias as well. And we saw just how amazing the Vexana was for the side of PX7. Well, they decided to go for the Valentina anyway. So, yeah, Tigreal ban, a bit off-putting there. Maybe trying to stop Falcon Esports from actually banning it out after leaving the Tigreal open, perhaps. But there you go. Valentina pickup. This is the Valen Arlott combination. So far, every single member, except for the Harith, can actually get that Vengeance proc, right? You can get the resets of the Vengeance. Everybody can CC. So it does seem like that's what they're going for right now. I think their last pick for AI could very well be a Ruby to try to stop some of these stoppers. Never mind, after I see the Minotaur, I got to scratch that away, man. You don't want to be going for a short-range, very reliant on sustain type of hero when you get CC'd like that.
Oh man, this is also still has me kind of wondering what do they want to bring to the table for this, knowing that you've got like this is the airtime lineup that Falcon Esports has, man. Like think about it. This is where you spend half your time if you're AI Esports in the air. Like you're going to be either knocked in the air by the Minotaur, you're either going to be thrown in the air by an Eternal Guard, and then you've got Airman across from you, Phovius. So it's like it's just not a good time. I think. And so you've got to be able to answer this with your last pick here for AI Esports to kind of help deal with that, deal with the fact that you are just going to get set on and you have to be able to answer and fight back. Ooh. CC, interesting. So CC's picked up. This means this is a Roam Arlott.
Yeah. Man, Arlott Roam. I mean, I personally have been playing a lot of Arlott Roam. But that's in ranked, right? I mean, in the competitive scene, we haven't really seen a lot of Arlott Roams, especially now the CC, I think, is a bit out of it's a bit like weird in this composition. In game number 2, we saw the CC work amazingly for Royal Milk, but that was up against the Hylos and the Khalid. There's not a lot of HP bars to deal with here. There's actually more damage dealers than there are full tanks, and it's going to be a Vengeance Phovius too, so he should be able to take some of that punishment. It's not a Revitalize for the Phovius. Man, based on the draft, man, I'm going to have to say, Naisu, I like Falcons draft.
Yeah, okay, I'm going to, I know we like to switch it up and call other sides, but I'm going to go with you on this one, man. It's game number 4, match point right now for Falcon Esports versus AI Esports. again, the team that wins this will move on, as this is a lower bracket semi-finals. As there's only 2 days for these playoffs here, we'll see if AI Esports can bring it to a Game 5. But right now, we've already shared our thoughts, man. The lineup brought to the table for this potentially last game, I should say, is, I don't know, something is just not really clicking here. I think when I really look at this from AI Esports. Now, Ying could prove us wrong, right? The way that he's going to, depending on how he plays this. I think even when we look at this, like, Lina could play a part in this because it is a Valentina, because you have some options here, and you could, you know, potentially take a couple good ultimates from the side of Falcon Esports and then play into that. But really, when we look at this, also the emblems, the Roam Arlot, man, like, that is not what I, you know, not what I was expecting. It's very different from what Black has played throughout the series. What do you think about that?
Yeah, with the Arlot, it's going to be a bit different, definitely. Now, Quad Shadow and the Shadow Kill, terrified from PX7, finding its mark and PS already. Man, rotating up top might not be the best decision here for PS. That is a weak side matchup, like we've been mentioning. And
yeah,
with the Minotaur and Vexana, this is why I also don't like the Arlot. You clear super slow, man. It's a slow clear for the Arlot Valentina. Minotaur Vexana clears it so much faster. That's why I thought maybe they would go for something like a Grok to try to match the clear speed. Even Kid X alone is able to actually stop them from rotating. Look at that.
Yeah, Kid X will do it. You know, this is the same thing that happened in the previous game, by the way. Like, Dax was there, PX7 gets the kill, but they both, like, just put so much pressure that early on that same rotation from the previous game. So we're going to have level 4 there. Kid X, Lina takes the Minoan's Fury as well. Oh, this is a little iffy. This is a little dicey if they want to contest this. They're going to take it at half health.
Good Minions Fury, though. PS going to be locked down by the Minions Fury as well. Royal Milk buying enough time. Eternal Guard and the Curse Blast. They're not letting PS play the game. Oh, man. 2 deaths in the last 2 minutes. He can't even contest.
Hey, did I not say it, man? Like, this is the lineup where you're just going to spend time in the air. Like, it's basically a fun house, you know those inflatable homes, the houses that you just jump in. That's what it is, man. And it's going to be difficult because look at this, even Black.
Shadow kill
not enough
up,
to kill
Black
him,
now forced to recall. Yeah,
you know, it's already this early on. Falcon Esports playing this lineup to the advantages, to the fact that they have that capability of making PS's life pretty much hell at this point. It's very difficult for him to even find the space to work around. Even if you are kind of more of a tanky alpha or whatever build he decides to go with, you almost have to rely on even Lina to help you kind of face up those fights. And we already talked about the Arlot Roam. Like, you're not, you know, you've got a final slash, but if your flicker is down too as an Arlot Roam, you're the guy that's, you know, being in the front trying to face things off. It's not like, for example, when we used to see him so much in the XP lane where you come and you rotate, you have that surprise factor.
Eternal Guard catching on to him. PS locked up, and his Fury again. That is his 3rd death this game. And it's a trade at least. They're finally on the board, but it's a roamer traded in for the jungle. And in the bottom lane, Benny really abusing the fact that this Lunox is a winning matchup. Black goes for the Vengeance again, goes for the resets now. Good Brilliance over. Dax should be able to pick up the kill, and it is Benny who ends up getting the kill. Alita can only just watch under the turret as he tries to go for farm, and Turtle's going to spawn in 10 seconds, Naisu.
Yeah, this is very difficult. Nothing is going right for AI Esports right now. They're you know, multiple kills here on PS now. He's essentially like shut down at this portion of the game. You know, he's not really going to be able to actually face front a lot of these fights. He's got to kind of just catch up at this point. This is going to be another Turtle 2 going in the hands of Falcon Esports very easily. Obviously playing around with the fact they're still putting pressure here bottom too. Possibly just trying to get this turret at the extra gold. I'm not sure if they'll fully push it, as Lina's going to go ahead and rotate as well. I don't think they want to fight this either. So, you know, they're happy to get it some extra gold. Again, another objective, furthering that lead here for Falcon Esports right now. So, you know, you look at this and again, it's you're gonna question yourself, right? Like, where do AI Esports line up? Where does the Arlot? Where does the CC come into play when you're already down like this, you know, 5 minutes in?
I don't know, man. The CC is going to have to scale up a bit more. And even then, I don't think Falcon Esports will really be forced to fight the CC anyways. They have so many ways to disengage, right? Eternal Guard, to Terrify over. Even if Ying does get close, Kid X is right there. Then there's Royal Milk displacing the entire backline of AI Esports. So I find it weird. That's why we felt it was odd, right? That pickup, the CC pickup. And now Black again, this time the Shadow Kill is going to be enough to take him down. Just some healing there from Kid X. That's how he got the assassination. Benny with a combo under the turret. Alita forced back already. Curse Blast from PX7 to take him down. Minions Fury. Kid X finding 2, and now Benny jumps into the back, finding the Brilliance, forcing the Flicker. And Ying, he can only just use the Vengeance defensively. He can't even gap close.
Oh, again, I'm just going to say it like I did just minutes ago. You know, AI Esports, everything is going wrong for them at this point in the game. They're just getting collapsed on time and time again. And as soon as we saw this lineup at the draft, we knew exactly that's what Falcon Esports was going to do. And even if it means going behind a tier 1 or in between the tier 1 and tier 2 turrets, they will do that. Looking at this, how the economy is playing into a part, you can see every lane pretty much just falling behind, you know, maybe aside from the jungle by a few hundred gold, but really this is getting pretty dicey because even for Black, he doesn't have anything. You know, he's not able to do much at all, but they want to fight for this turtle.
And again, that's going to be the Terrify locking PS down. PX7 finding the kill onto the turtle. PS can just sustain up. Ying is isolated, and Falcon Esports are just picking up all the scraps from the ground. Ying down now. That was the only member that maybe you can rely on as we get into the mid game. Now it's all up to Lina to try to defend. Eternal Guard stolen, zoning them away. Good damage onto Kid X, but that's just a roamer. Alita clearing up the wave. And for Falcon Esports, they're chill. They can just look for tier 2s on the other side of the map. They have that assassin power, so they're not the ones forced to stick. It's AI Esports that are forced to stick while also being 6,000 gold behind.
Yeah, I'm really trying to look at this of where AI Esports can get back into this game.
Oh,
because like I said, the pressure is being put. Holy Crystal gets picked up too. Look at this for the purple. Okay? Eternal Guard drop down. No initiate follow-up fight, but that's what Falcon Esports can do. When you have this kind of lead, this kind of momentum on your side within the game, you can make these plays. Sometimes you don't have to even fully engage on them. But that's the thing. They're going to continue to put pressure, take resources, because really they can't force much else until that Lord comes up. AI Esports, if they want to contest, I think they just get wiped out here at this point with the type of lineup that Falcon Esports is running, with the type of lead that they have. You know, I'm trying to look at some silver lining here for AI Esports, but when you see their lineup, there just isn't much for them that they can utilize here. Even with the fact that PS was their kind of like tanky guy, because he's a more of a hybrid instead of an assassin, pure assassin jungle and an alpha, and depending on the build he went, like he's been shut down. You know, and you could see Ying trying to do the same thing. He has a vengeance, but you saw how quickly he got taken care of just minutes ago, you know? So I think they just give up this Lord. They kind of buckle down, get ready for a defense. Because even when you look at this is why I was saying earlier in the draft too, man, Mirko, like if you don't have that traditional gold lane and you fall behind, it does get difficult. Because we already talked about this, the Hereth on the defense. Like you've got to pretty much drop down the Zaman Force to help clear things out. Now that's okay, the first Lord. Even if you're down, 8,000 gold, you're probably still going to stay in the game. But, how long and how many times can you actually do that for against this lineup for Falcon Esports that has its bases covered?
I don't know. I don't know how to answer your question there, man. I don't know if they can actually even hold this, because the thing is, we're not talking about the Lord. We're talking about the teamfight power that Falcon Esports have. And at this point of the game, with an 8,000 gold lead, with a Hayabusa, a Vexana, a Phobius, and a Lunox, they don't even need to get the turrets. They can just go and teamfight it out. They dive in. Probably Ying will stay alive, but the rest of them, they're all glass cannons at this point. Holy Defenses already popped 3. All 3 of the sides popped in already. Divine Glaive now for Benny. If he wants to make that Ruby DD play, he can certainly do it now with the Divine Glaive, and they can actually just play it as disciplined as they want to, as slow as they want to. They have another wave coming down in the mid lane here. Still going to be enhanced minion waves. Good Eternal Guard over to Black still. Quad Shadow as well to zone Alita away. Slowly but surely, just chunking at this turret. not forcing it. They have the potential to die, but they'd rather just take the safe route. And you can see that damage over to Ying already, even with the vengeance. It does not matter. That's what I'm saying. I thought Ying could survive, maybe. No, not even with the vengeance. Ying gets disintegrated, and now they're looking for more Royal Milk. Getting 2. Not gonna use the Infernal Pursuit. That is a free base turret in the mid lane with the First Lord. That's another in the bottom lane. They're all gonna focus it down.
Oh, I think they still get more of this. So 2 turrets down. Are they going to work for more? Ying's going to be back up, but man, I like we just witnessed, disintegrated. Understatement at this point. I mean, you're not able to withstand anything.
There you go. That's the time I was talking about. The Shadow Kill 2. Black still able to survive for a bit. Ying with a sustain. Now good Terrify over. With a Chronolita gets taken out as he tried to save the game. Tried to go for the Zaman Force. Black, can he do it? That's only Benny that he finds.
Oh.
Benny will be shut down by the Infernal Pursuit, and Dax with the Quad Shadow is enough to shut the dreams of AI Esports down. Falcon Esports make it to the next stage.
There you have it. Falcon Esports on a roll from game 2, game 3, and then game 4. And by the time they got to game 4, it just looked like they flipped a switch and they just soared, man. What a performance here from Falcon Esports. Once again, got to be happy about that series. I know, it was a journey, man. That was a marathon of a series to get through. Even for these players to keep their mental states at this level, to be able to get through this and get to this point and play to that point with the lineups that they had here. Very, very good victory, of course, for Falcon Esports here and all their fans supporting them once again, especially out there in the stadium. For AI Esports, I just got to say, it was really a draft diff for that one. I just, when you looked at the draft, it just there wasn't a connection with really, I feel like trying to fight against what Falcon Esports even showed in the beginning of the draft. And maybe they were just so narrowed down. Again, we always have to consider the fact that, there's certain heroes or hero pools that we have to consider and everything else. And I think that, for AI Esports, maybe it was just one of those situations where they just tried to, pick what they were comfortable with or what they knew best. But unfortunately, it was not enough because this was a quick game. One Lord and that push in to juggle things around. 11-21 for the victory here for Falcon Esports. And it was a team effort, man. Like, you look across the board and everybody did their thing. But the main thing was, like I said, we call this a funhouse lineup. Whether it's usually, paired with the Minotaur and then you have the Vexana there. That enough is alone to just keep people in the air for a good amount of time. And that's exactly what they did to AI Esports.
It's a very anticlimactic way to end a series that we were already building up so much for. But yeah, I mean, when you have a team like this, understanding exactly how to adapt on the fly to AI Esports. In game 1, they got the better of Falcon, right? Game 2, it looked a bit closer. Game 3, even, it was very, very close with the diversions. There were X factors to actually try to get them a comeback. But I got to agree with you. In game number 4, it's just a complete outdraft here for AI Esports. They weren't able to match Falcon's draft at all. Picking up the Harith a bit too early, leaving it vulnerable to the Lunox. And then the CC pick that, worked for Falcon Esports, but that was against a Khalid and a Hylos, right? The Phobius and the Vexana too. I thought for sure it would be a Vexana pick for the side of AI Esports, just to try to nullify a bit of that mid-prio that Falcon Esports have been able to find so much success with. But no, they got the Vexana, they got the Minotaur, they got everything they wanted. And this time, they even got the Phobius to set up for the Hayabusa. So it's literally game 1 if Falcon got better picks. And that's what we saw from the game as well. 11 minutes, 21 seconds. It's the same Falcon Esports neutral objective style of play. But if it ain't broke, don't fix it. AI Esports weren't able to conquer that. So unfortunately, they're going to have to say goodbye today. Won't be able to represent Myanmar and M6. I do believe this is the lower bracket match, right? So this is elimination for AI Esports. Very unfortunate stuff for them. But for Falcon Esports, they live to see another day going up against perhaps one of the losers, Mythic Seal or ZINO Esports.
Or ZINO Esports, so lower bracket semifinal for this one. got through it again. This was a mental test as well for the players. So, props to them, Falcon Esports, making it through, really staying locked in, because it didn't look like they were bothered at all. It looked like they were they were there to play. They got through everything, and they made it. They pretty much just made it all work together. And so I'm really interested to see how they play eventually tomorrow. Against whether it's going to be Mythic Seal or ZINO Esports. So, and again, hats off to AI Esports. I think, they really did their best. They had a good performance up through the group stages and everything else, but they just didn't have enough. And, part of it was going against this guy right here, MVP Dax, 3-0-6.
Hey.
Of course, you can see the celebrations going on there too. I'm sure they've got this whole thing over there for the players out there, Falcon Esports and everything else. They've got a hype circle going on there, man,
Wow.
But yeah, it was Falcon Esports, a great performance, and can't wait to see what they do tomorrow with whoever they end up facing off against.
Yeah, amazing performance by Falcon Esports again. They were able to top Group B 4-0 in the play-ins. It didn't really go towards their side. They ended up in the lower bracket. But again, Falcon Esports always known to overcome their hurdles, overcome their weaknesses. Aim high, fly high. That's the name that Falcon Esports. That's the tagline for Falcon Esports. I even got their varsity. Shout out to Falcon Esports for giving it over to me. I think it was MSC
pins,
2023. We got the pins too. I actually have it right here. I'll show it to you guys maybe next time. We'll see Falcon play. Yeah.
Well, for at least for us here on the international desk, I believe we are going to be taking a break here before the next matchup. We do still have one more matchup, guys. It's another best of 5. It's the upper bracket final between Mythic Seal and ZINO Esports. So, they're going to go ahead and get things situated. If you want to check out the interviews and stuff like that, I believe they're happening on the main stream, so go ahead and check that out. But for us here on the international desk, we are going to be taking a 15-minute break while we get set up for the next matchup. So sit tight. We'll be back after 15 minutes.
Hi, Taggy.
Now's the time, there's no more waiting. Who will you be when the light dawns? Sweat on your palms and your pulse is racing. Who will you be when the moment comes? Will you rise?
Give me some fashion advice for the
Will
day.
you rise to be heroes? Blood on your knuckles, heroes. On your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything you've got.
Has been book I read yesterday.
Pain is the price for something greater. Everyone else turns back. It's safer, drown out the fear inside.
Want to hang out for a drink?
I'll be on my way.
down.
Welcome to the land of God.
Hi, Taggy.
Now is the time, there's no more waiting. Who will you be when the light dawns? Sweat on your palms and your pulse is racing. Who will you be when the moment comes? Will you rise?
Give me some fashion advice for the
Will
day.
you rise to be heroes? Blood on your knuckles, heroes. The ones on your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything you've got.
Pass me the book I read yesterday.
Pain is the price for something greater. You realize turns back. It's safer. Drown out the fear inside.
Want to hang out for a drink?
I'll be on my way.
Unstoppable! Shut down!
land of Gun.
Fighting for no one would ever know your name. Who were you waiting for? No one would be there to save you. You would be alone when hope was gathering together with the sun. Even though your back's to the wall. One strike, go cut the murky mind. Your blade swing one time. When clouds have cleared, sunlight can shine. One time, the fight is yours. Stop it with your sword. There's endless power once you start. Never lose your heart. Tonight is dark and the shadows are deep. Who can protect the world? A light of hope shines in the dark. One strike, I swear by people's side. Keep faith just one time. I'm gonna light up all the fires. One strike for my desire, a light up so bright. Inside the power in my heart, I'll defend the world.
Hi, Taggy.
Now is the time, there's no more waiting. Who will you be when the light dawns? Sweat on your palms and your
give me some fashion advice for the
Will
day?
you rise to be heroes? Blood on your knuckles, heroes. No one on your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything you've got.
Ask me book I read yesterday.
Pain is the price for something greater. Everyone else turns back. It's safer, drown out the fear inside.
Want to hang out for a drink?
I'll be on my way.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back from, well, I did say a 15-minute break, right? So maybe it took us a little bit longer. But again, guys, this is an international stream. So, we also just kind of follow what the mainstream is doing. So sometimes they have, things happening off stream or for the venue. Because you got to remember, there is a live venue with everybody watching and joining, of course. Couple thousand people I heard, and it does look packed. So, wish we could be there, but we are here, of course, casting online again. I'm Naisu. Joined here with me once again is Mirko to bring you the last best of 5 for tonight. It's the upper bracket matchup between Mythic Seal and ZINO Esports. Mirko, how are we feeling about this matchup? I know we're pretty familiar with some of the players here, but
Yeah.
What do you think about this one?
I personally am very, very excited to see this matchup. Mythic Seal, I've been a long-time supporter of Mythic Seal, even before when the players weren't actually in Mythic Seal. Justin, Ruby DD, even their coach Zaya, was actually in Indonesia for quite a while as well. So we got a lot of history here with this team, with their rosters as well. And unfortunately, really, when it comes down to Mythic Seal, they've always been able to perform really well, especially in the upper brackets. But for some reason, they've always fallen short just by one match, one game even. In a lot of the qualifiers, I think at MSC and M5 as well, they were just a game away from actually taking it to represent Myanmar in M5, to represent Myanmar in MSC too. So hopefully now there's some changes, but obviously they're going to go up against ZINO Esports, a team that technically we're not too familiar with in the Myanmar scene, in the Burmese scene, huh? Naisu. We usually think of the Mekong region whenever we think of ZINO. It was ZINO Zenith. I believe it was also ZINO Zenith that had Zippy in their lineup, and now he's back to Mythic Seal, back with Ken, back with Justin, back with Yellow Flash. So I'm really interested to see whether, the synergy is still there with Zippy and the rest of the team, or perhaps it's not as it was before, as it used to be, right? Because back in the day, too, I remember before Zippy, they had another gold lane that they were playing with, and they also had another XP. They had Ruby DD over Yellow Flash for quite a while. We're going to just jump into the draft still, so I guess we'll see for ourselves.
Yeah, I guess that's how we kind of have to look at it. And I know, some of the international viewers that will join us for this too, they'll look at Mythic Seal. They would have, and I would say that even to an extent, like some people were looking forward to see Mythic Seal in previous international tournaments. They, like you mentioned, they didn't make it, right? And I feel like they're always one of those teams that even with all their experience, like they still go through the ringer. Like even if you look at their play-ins here, like their play-in performances throughout the M6 Myanmar qualifier, like most of their games, if not all, I think for the play-ins, they all went the distance. They were all 3 games. Even against previously, like we just saw AI Esports, they went 2-1 versus AI Esports. So, when you kind of put this all into play, Mythic Seal, obviously with the experience they have, is going to be there. Now, on the other side, for this, you can even see there's no coach over here for ZINO, and we'll see exactly how this ends up playing a part. They're going to go with the Jushin first pick. This is something that we used to see a lot of before. Not so much anymore, though. And there's a reason for that too. Like I love the Jushin pick. I think it still provides a lot of utility, but we already talked about this in the previous series. Like she lost a lot of value. Her overall value did go down, but she still provides great utility for whatever composition you're going to build up on this. So, obviously for Mythic Seal, we'll see how they respond to this. Of course, with Coach Zaya.
Yeah, Zaya's always been known as a very methodical drafter as well, and they're actually going to go for the Suyo quick in this game. Hey, we were just talking about the Suyo pick as well. We only saw it once, despite it being banned, actually being completely ignored in the banning phase of the entirety of match number 1. Even when it was picked up last pick. Suyo is definitely a hero that you can utilize here, guys, but based on me and Naisu's, a little bit of experimentation that we did before we got onto the live stream, Suyo was very dependent on the early game. If you get the early game, if you get the snowball, you're going to be really good. It's all good. But if the enemy team is able to scale up towards a later stage of the game, Suyo does fall off quite a bit. Now, it's not the typical fall off. It's not like a Martis or Alpha. It's not as bad, I would say. He still has ways to actually go for the one-shots, but even then, it's very conditional. That's a Yves pick into the Hayabusa, by the way. Very confident, Justin.
Okay. Yves still, like, it's one of those picks, man, that so much has to work like in order to make the Eve pick, valuable or to play its part in these lineups. Like, and part of that could just be, again, you're going utility for utility. You know, you're going to have to deal with this Jushin here. You know, you're going to have to deal with a Glorious Pathway. So why not just go ahead and, if they force you to fight, just fight them in the real world manipulation, and that might be playing the part of it. And then this is also an interaction between the Suyo. Like, we're going to see how this ends up working, because we only saw him, was it game 1 in the previous series? We only saw him once, right?
Yep.
It was game 1.
We
I
only
think.
saw him once. Just once. It was game number 1.
Game number 1. It, early damage is great. And I think if you actually compare the two, Hayabusa and Suyo, like, Suyo, for me, his threat in terms of like what he's able to do early game could outweigh a Hayabusa. But as soon as a Hayabusa gets an early kill, and depending on what they decide to rush, that's where like Hayabusa, especially with certain players, they can really outshine. And that's why I am so, like, I'll just say it, I'm so excited to see Suyo, because we've been wanting to see him competitively. Yep. But your region and my region both kind of like ended before he was actually eligible. So now that we're seeing like him played in these other regions, like their playoffs or their regular seasons, and even here for the Myanmar qualifier, like, you can't help but just to really like pay attention to see what these players and see what these teams do with it, and also the build paths for it too, because just from your own personal experience playing it, that it takes a certain kind of technical skill to it. And then when you put it in the hands of these professional players, you get to see them really push the limits. And I think still it's one of those things where he fills a couple different ideas when it comes to a composition. Like, you can actually still play with the fact that he can poke. He's more of, I feel like he has more of the options to go ahead and enter a skirmish or a team fight to pop off a damage and then get out of there, compared to a Hayabusa, where for Hayabusa, you really have to just rely on, is my quad shadow up? Like, can I actually just kind of peek in here? Whereas again, with the Suyo, you have more tools, I would say, to initiate some of those team fights, and you can really build around that. So that's why they have that Phobius, and that's why they also have the real world manipulation paired up here. So, we're still waiting. I'm not sure if, there's the last ban. Okay, Lolita was the last ban. I was wondering what that would be. Rome, still the focus here. Tigreal's not going to get any play as well. So where does this leave us for Mythic Seal? Probably gold lane. Like, what do they? Okay, no, they go Rome first. Rafaela, this is not what I was expecting, man.
Definitely not. No, not what I was expecting either. The Rafaela pick. This is also a debut pick for the entirety of the Myanmar qualifiers for M6.
Yeah.
We haven't seen it picked up at all. 0% pick rate. After the Lolita ban, I thought for sure, ZINO Zenith, or ZINO Esports rather, they want to go for the Natan. And it makes sense if Mythic Seal wants to take it away from them, knowing that they already have a physical damage dealer in the jungle. But like what you said, Naisu, the Suyo, he has more ways to actually stay in the fight longer, right? For the Hayabusa, it's you go in with the quad shadow and the shadow kill. Once you use those two abilities, you're out. Meanwhile, for the Suyo, as an assassin, he's kind of a hybrid. He does pretty good in the long team fights too, because of the wait. This could be a very easy Irithel pick, by the way, that Coach Zaya should be able to get to punish the 1-1 pick. I definitely didn't expect the 1-1 to come out like that, with the Irithel still being open, especially considering, Irithel does get a lot of value together with the Rafaela too. You're already really fast. If you have the Rafaela to give more speed, then it's going to be great. I think that should be the best choice to go for. But for the Suyo, you have that fighter hybrid type of ability. It's passive now. I don't know what to call it. Really, it's still very, very confusing. It's a new hero, but you will be able to survive in the team fights for longer. You have a lot more sustain when you get that fighter mode too. It's just in the late game, it'll be tougher. But there it is, as expected. The Irithel and the Rafaela, a good combination, but you need the mid game. Once the window opens to close the game, they got to take it. They can't risk to take it to the late game.
Okay, this is interesting. And this is what I was saying. I love the fact where we are in the meta right now. So Irithel, Rafaela combination coming through, the Wanwan as well on the other side. And now, I'm not sure about Indonesia, but at least in the Philippines, we have seen this Wanwan pop up, and it's really just mostly one player. It's Benny Cutie that, brings it up. And again, his daughter's nickname is Wanwan, right? So, but he is one of the players that brings it to the table, performs really well on it. And the interesting part of this lineup too is there's also a glue here. And so there's a lot of things that they can utilize throughout the compositions that they have here for ZINO and Mythic Seal. So I don't know, man. I'm excited for this one because we have waited to get to this matchup. Again, it's a best of 5. This time around, though, this is the upper bracket. So whatever team loses here will be facing off against Falcon Esports tomorrow to battle it out against them. So let's find out here. Game number 1, best of 5, ZINO Esports and Mythic Seal. Now, as we take a look at this, again, Rixum Leo starting things up. Purple going to go to the orange. Opposite things happening here, of course, for the Suyo here for Ken. Now, as we look at, hopefully get a glance at the emblems too, you have the war cry for Rixum Leo. He's got that. We know that this is the way you want to go with the Hayabusa, early damage as well, scaling up. But Ken, bringing that lethal ignition, I'm not sure if there's too many... Oh, hold on, they're going to get dragged again. Ken,
might be able to get the kill. No, yeah.
All right. I'm wondering how many variances there are of Suyo's emblems, man. Because I think for the most part it is lethal ignition is what most players are actually taking right now. Yeah. But for the most part too, you want to see if Ken's actually able to get the early momentum that he's looking for, and you're pairing it up with a Rafaela. Look at this attention here at the top side. Whoa.
Gonna go for the kill. One last shot should do it. Now the snipe, and he finds it. Ken, clean on the Suyo. Just maximizing that output that the creativity as well of this hero. You can take a lot of different ways to actually join in, assassinate, and snipe your targets.
Hey, you know what? That looks so much like another hero that we're familiar with here in the Land YSS, man. that shot right there, it gives you the available, and they're jumping in again. Whoa!
That's another kill over. The snowballing of the Suyo. Don't doubt it, man. In the early game, it's an absolute beast. And that's what we expected, honestly, from Mythic Seal. But the fact that they have a Rafaela and still they're able to utilize this, I think the mobility is actually helping Ken get more on the map.
Yeah, this is just the move fast, scale up fast lineup. Rafaela was a choice here for that reason, and they'll continue to go ahead and just kind of win the space that they can, win the advantage of being able to move that quick across the map. And, part of this, too, it makes me wonder how ZINO Esports will actually deal with the team fights. Like, later on, when Zippy is a part of this, mind you, you guys here on the international stream probably missed it, but Zippy is one of the top gold per minute players right now for the M6 Myanmar qualifiers. He's done pretty amazing things in the gold lane in general, and now that he's playing this Irithel here, we've seen him actually play this hero before in the past. Obviously, one of the picks that he likes to go with, but you pair it up here with Zide. Oh, whoa, no. Whoa.
Oh, good stun from Ken, utilizing the first skill there, and now also that shot down, first skill to go back to assassin mode. It seemed like Hafu was actually struggling to get that last weakness point. He's going to be caught in the real world manipulation. Ken just isolates him and takes him out. Now, fighter mode, tanking it up. Holy Baptism coming down. Ken going to be shut down. Another Lantern Flare to bring Zide under the turret. But Mythic Seal will only lose Ken. That's a big shutdown, though, by the way.
Yeah. And that was a perfect target that ZINO Esports could get. If they were going to get anyone in that exchange, they wanted to get Ken. They handle that, slow him down a little bit because he was building up, and that's exactly what they're looking for. Meanwhile, for Rixum Leo, he hasn't gone down. He hasn't gotten any kills, but he's relatively been pretty safe, farming up, doing what he needs to do. And so this should put them in a position where maybe they contest that turtle. Maybe they contest the second one coming up. They have positioning that they can go for. But the problem is, again, and it's so weird that I say this because it's almost like it's almost an oxymoron at this point. Eve, I don't generally like the hero, but real world manipulation is great. Here's a startup, though.
Okay, Justin pulled back into the immobility. Split, not used just yet. Finally decides to go for it. Real world manipulation in the back, but Ken just deletes Boy. The split, he's now on him. Shadow kill onto Zide. Not enough damage to take him down just yet, but the Shurikens might be able to do so. Good Lantern Flare, but Yellow Flash just gets through these frontliners. Ken with a shot. That's another Infernal Pursuit stack, and he's just going to get slammed down to the ground by Yellow Flash. Should be another free turtle to the hands of Mythic Seal. 2.4k gold ahead.
Man, I was saying, you know, they might want to contest it. They might be in a position to be able to, but then the fight breaks out.
Yep.
Mind you, that was also initiated. There was a glorious pathway laid down. So ZINO Esports felt comfortable fighting that fight. And then, like you mentioned, you called it out. Ken comes out of nowhere, pops off the damage, and then it was really hard to deal with here, even up top right now.
Good baptism there. Yeah.
even with the liquid emote, so pops that out. But you know, taking a quick look at the items too. Zippy has the Haas Claws. Oh, how Yellow Flash.
In a 1v4 situation, still able to find an Infernal Pursuit, but surely, yeah, we'll just get assassinated. No flicker to play with, and it will be a pickoff. But Ken's always active on the map, finding another stun over to Boy. He was able to steal the purple buff away, and that's quite big against a Hayabusa. A level lead against the Haya on a Suyo.
What do you like more, man? Do you like the Phoveus Flicker or the Phoveus Vengeance?
It really depends on the comp, but this comp, I personally would have expected the Vengeance, honestly, against an all-in kind of comp that ZINO Esports have.
Yeah, that's why, you know, that's what I was wondering, because you have an all-in comp, you have a Hayabusa, and you have a 1-1 over there. You know, Vengeance, I think it would have worked great. Obviously, Flicker is still a good choice too, especially when you're trying to be that, you know, you're pretty much the front line. Yellow Flash is the front line for this lineup from Mythic Seal, so he can actually use it to initiate. He can actually use it to disengage if he has to. Infernal Pursuit's already enough, but then the fact that you have, you know, Zide here on the Rafaela, that really helps things out. Now, with that being said, though, if he did go down earlier on, that's not too much of a big deal, because this whole time, I say it time and time again, man, you give this gold laner the gold lane experience, farm up. Zippy's been doing that. He's just been doing his thing, farming up. He hasn't really had to worry about too much. And, you know, over on the other side, Kafu has had a hell of a time mid lane.
Wow. Just with the Flicker Holy Baptism and then an instant delete button from Ken. That second skill of his, man. It's literally just a build and execute, and he already has a BOD at the 7th minute of the game. We were expecting the Suyo to snowball, but this is just more than this. This is a death ball that they have going for themselves. And they're going to go for the purple buff as well. Man, Rixum Leo can't even try to contest here. All he can do is look to trade on the other side of the map, and Ken still has the retry. Shoots it down, retries it down. 2-level lead on the Suyo against this Hayabusa. Another shot, half HP! Forcing the Shadow Kill out to clear out the wave, and he almost predicted where Rixum was going to pop out. That could have been deadly.
Man, I don't... For some reason, when Suyo just has this, like, lead and he's dominating this much, I just hear the song, dude. I just hear the theme song. So, I don't know if Ken's playing to it, but he's playing out of his mind at this point, and it's tough to deal with, because this is what we were talking about in the draft, and the reason even the last series why we were like, yo, it came out in game 1, and then we never saw it, right? But if you start a series out in a best of 5 like this with this type of momentum, that's exactly what they want. Here's another fight, though. Whoa! Just the damage.
Wow. That's onto the front line, by the way. The glue is the main front line of ZINO Esports, and they did that much damage from the poke of Justin and Zippy. That wasn't even with Ken.
Yeah. That's what I was surprised. I mean, like, that's without Ken. That's enough damage, and that's where Zippy is really showcasing the fact that he's just farmed up these past 8 minutes. You know, he's had nothing to really worry about. They're going to go ahead and play around the fact that they have this speed continuously rotating around the map. Just 1 second skill, by the way, from Ken. That's it.
1 second skill. And a shot from that arrow, man. From that Yi Sun-shin-esque arrow. With the Evil Queller. That's what it's called, by the way. Evil Queller shot into the purple buff. Should be able to go for the steal right here. Glorious Pathway gets used up. Super safe with the skill 1. That instant blink is insane. Blade Surge.
Yeah, great usage there again. You're really showcasing here. This is why I like this. This is why I was saying earlier. Like, I love to see these pro players play the Suyo here, make it work. Ken going again.
That's just ridiculous amounts of damage. What are you supposed to do? Boy is a Hylos. It's not like man's 1-1.
He's a tank.
Oh, he's a tank. He's a horse. He's a centaur. To Ken, he's just another minion on the map. The Lord gonna be bursted down. Yo-Yo completely zoned away. And look at that damage from the heavy crossbow already. Oof. Man, none of the backliners can handle. Heck, none of the frontliners can handle the damage of Mythic Seal right now.
That's scary. That's a little scary, man. You know, because he revitalized that too, didn't he?
He did.
Boya tried as best as he could to survive that, but that's just so much damage. And even going to the fact that, you know, Zippy really hasn't done anything. Does get the Dragon Spear at this point. Glorious Pathway put down. They get checked once again.
Yikes. Absolute yikers. Oh no. If Ken's able to find a stun, this might be over. Oh, he might just get one-shotted. Xumi still able to use the Retribution onto Ken. This might be a solo kill. No, he blinks out and Zippy is there. Plus the healing as well. Ken in the immortal form. Truly immortal. Getting out with the help of 3. That was impressive from Rixum Leo. But with a new hero and a Rafaela, man, I don't know about that. That sustain might be the sustain that we were talking about that he needed. Nice. We were talking about how, you know, Suyo, maybe in the immortal version of, you know, immortal form, he might need a bit more sustain. And you put in the Rafaela together with him. And by the way, on the assassin form or the fighter form too, I was saying that he needs a bit more mobility. Rafaela gets you both.
Yeah, that solves the issue. So maybe this Rafaela is going to be popping up more and more from teams around the globe to solve that issue when the Suyo's there. They're going to try to hold it together. Holy Shield's going to be popped. Glorious Pathway dropped down as well, but there's really nothing that ZINO Esports is going to be able to find here. Unless Mythic Seal actually continues to go ahead and try to assault the base, but it looks like for now, they're happy with that. They got one of the Holy Shields built off of that. They might still put pressure because the fact that they can force a fight here if they want to. Again, Zippy jumping in.
Real world manipulation, zoning them in the back line. Luckily, ZINO Esports were able to deal with the minion waves, but Rixum Leo, man, he's lifting some heavy weights right now. He's doing everything for the team, you know? Trying to go for the side lane, trying to go for the trades, but even then, I don't really think it's going to be enough, at least now. It is delaying the end for, you know, Mythic Seal, and that will get Kafu into a good spot. Yo-Yo too, but if we take a look at it again, I was talking about the Suyo, how it scales off pretty hard into the late game. It doesn't really matter, does it? If you already have 2 late game carries in the Irithel and the Eve that can fully just stomp on the 1-1. That's the real late game threat for ZINO Esports.
Yeah, it's a good transition, you know, with the composition that Mythic Seal brought to the table, and that's kind of the answer for ZINO Esports, or the question that they're looking to answer, because, you know, when they're trying to work this, you can see Ken just picked up a winner's crown too. So even if Ken gets a little overzealous with a winner's crown, we'll pair up the Rafaela with that, and it gets much more difficult for ZINO Esports to actually turn this game around. If they want to win a fight like this, I mean, you know, at this point, Rixum Leo is not even here. They're just going to watch this take. Whoa, hold on.
There's no red tree. Oh, it still finds it. Good split over to Zide, finding the heal. Crossbow attack ready with the Inspire as well. This might be bad for Mythic Seal. Winner crown used up by Ken right now. Zippy tries to go for the kite back, but Kafu's going to go for the chase as well. Rixum Leo finding them in the back line, getting a double kill. Ken all low now using Immortal form. Can he do it? Can he go up against 3? No, he cannot. Rixum Leo gets a triple kill, all on the back of a greedy fight from Mythic Seal.
What just happened? Mythic Seal got the Lord, but at what cost? ZINO Esports getting a decisive win, a wipeout. They'll just go ahead and clear out the Lord, get it tier 2 off of it. Mythic Seal, talk about a blunder for that one. Even the base turret in the mid.
Good Holy Baptism into the Shadow Kill. Win a crowd, Zine! Getting the outplay over towards Rixum Leo. It's a base turret taken, and Mythic Seal technically still have the Lord to play with. Do they not? No. The Lord spawned in earlier, I guess.
Yeah, they got taken care of so quickly.
Very, very quick.
Hey, man, like ZINO Esports, though, given the fact that they just negated pretty much what, a 4,000 or 5,000 gold lead. They got to hold it together though, because it looks like Mythic Seal out for some retribution themselves. Gonna take that purple buff before Rixum Leo's back up, and they're just putting pressure here. So, you know, this is what this is what we were talking about before. Glorious Pathway though.
Okay, some damage plays down as well. Good real world inflation to catch them there with the Infernal Pursuit as well, but that's gonna be Yellow Flash taken down with the crossbow tang. Translated over to the other side. He's still full HP. My goodness, the heavy crossbow. 2 shots of the heavy crossbow. And almost Zippy just wiped Kafu out there. Luckily, he's able to survive with a bit of that sustain from the Inspire. But Mythic Seal, you're right. That gold lead is gone. It is done. No more 5K gold lead. No more any gold lead.
Yeah, they got rid of it. ZINO Esports, got to give it up to them. You know, they really stuck it out and managed to turn that fight around completely in their favor. So what this does, even though, you know, it looks like there's still some really good fight, obviously, for Mythic Seal, even looking at the items that they have here. But what this ultimately does for ZINO Esports is put them into a position where, you know, next Lord comes up, it doesn't matter. We'll actually go ahead and fight and face off Mythic Seal. And knowing how we have to recall that last match, because I know we don't have a replay here, but, you know, the fact that Rixum Leo was on the opposite side of the map, handling the wave, they got the signal to then come in, and he came in at the right angle at the right moment, based off the fact that Uru was like on the glue. He was like, yeah, I'm going to hold this down with Boya, and they made it work. Despite being down 4,000 or 5,000 gold, man. Like, that is such a great team fight and good work from ZINO Esports. So now for Mythic Seal, like I'm saying, this is now to the point of the game. You're 16 minutes in. You got a couple winner crowns here. But even this, they've got to approach this cautiously. Look who's going to start it up.
Oh no, the Shadow Kill gets actually placed down towards the other side, not Justin. Big ult, already used up. Good zoning coming down with the Glorious Pathway as well, but Zippy, free to hit with a heavy crossbow. Doesn't pop in the sprint just yet, Rixum Leo. Getting the Lord for free. Zippy now, looking for some damage. Yo-Yo, able to get the Lancer Flare, but gets completely disintegrated. Yellow Flash with the Infernal Pursuit. Ken with the last hit. And just like that, ZINO, they have to trade. That's a Lord for 3 big members. Mythic Seal might be able to look for the end here. They might be able to go for the clear onto the Lord and go straight for the end game.
Oh, at this point, again, down 3 members. Mythic Seal is just going to focus down these base turrets. They still have to work through the Lord. They should be able to clear it out relatively well. Waves on their side still have to push in. Best case scenario, though, they get some of these base turrets down, and it looks like Boya and Kafu will try to keep this together. A couple more seconds, obviously, on the rest of the team to come up, but that mid turret's going to be worked on.
Good moves there. Kafu trying to go for the last few weakness points on Ken. That was some good healing to get them out of there. Now they finally equalize, at least when it comes to base turrets, but remember, as we get into the later stage of the game, Suyo is going to kind of struggle to find value in a lot of these skirmishes. It's mostly him just poking around with his ult, you know, with an arrow. Taking orange buff too with an arrow. But for the most part, I think the Hayabusa has already outscaled the Suyo at this point of the game.
Yeah, this is where we were talking about, you know, even with this, like, oh, they're going to try to cut them off just to get that tier 2. So ZINO Esports accomplishes that. They're playing this, you know, it's now down to that macro game where they want to go ahead and get these objectives as they can. Yep. Again, while they wait for the Lord, because they want to go ahead and contest it just like they have previously against Mythic Seal. Mythic Seal has to do the same thing. They're trying to manage the space at this point of the game, right? And how do you play around that? How do you actually find that advantage when you're talking about a relatively even economy? You know, you're going to see some of this switching back and forth between some of the defensive items, but relatively well, this is where now you've got to see. Ken had a phenomenal early to mid game, but it's starting to show, just like you mentioned, where, all right, it's falling off a little bit. And some of the tanky frontliners that ZINO Esports has now are enough to kind of keep Ken in check. Earlier on, he was relying on Zide. He had his, you know, healing and speed ability to go ahead and help him move around. But this is also where that switch needs to change for Mythic Seal, where Zippy is able to pop off once that real-world manipulation from Justin is set up. And that's why those fights are so important here. Yellow Flash.
Already using the flicker. Oh, Holy Baptism almost caught Rixum Leo. Good moves on the quad shadow. That could have been deadly, man. But yeah, for Yellow Flash, now having the flicker, big resource, man. 15 seconds for the Lord to spawn. And that's a big, big resource, especially as a Phoveus here with no Vengeance. It's not like the Vengeance. It doesn't come up in 60 seconds. That's a long cooldown on that flicker.
Yeah, he's going to have to wait a while here. Yellow Flash, once again, he's still going to be that front line for them. So with this Lord being up, and a pretty valuable one, you know, now that they've already got 3 Lords into this game, this is the 4th one here, so it's a pretty beefy Lord that both teams want to go ahead and take control of, especially with how even it is in terms of turrets within their bases, both having those mid turrets down. So they'll go ahead and keep it together. Kafu is actually going to go ahead and start this up. You have Yo-Yo's here on the backside. Ken's still kind of waiting. This is where he's even got to be more calculated, even with the fact that they have ZINO on the Rafaela. So it's going to go for a reset. They're forced off of this. And look at the positioning. Once again, Yo-Yo here on this. Whoa. There's a good damage check already. Going to keep Rixum Leo in check. But look at the placement. Once again, this Jushin, they're hunting. They're looking, though. They're going to spawn them out. But again, just trying to force them off. Get the advantage on this side of the Lord to start it up. And really both teams are respecting the fact that, hey, we're even. You know, we're at a point in the game where things can really kind of come into play. As Kafu takes a shot. Once again from that Ken. You know, he's still got respective damage. He's able to find like one of the backliners. But right now, if he gets collapsed down on, whether it's Boya here on the Hylos, whether it's even Eru on the glue, Ken's going to have some trouble here. So he's got to rely on that healing from the Rafaela. Half health on the Lord here. See if Mythic Seal actually gives this one a go. It's going to go for a soft reset. Both teams still kind of feeling each other out for this fight.
Yeah, pulling it back again. Shooting it down. Zippy gonna be caught by the shadow kill. Still good healing over. No one in nature traded over. Rixum Leo. It's a big resource, brother, man, to actually be utilizing without getting any value out of it. Now Mythic Seal, they should be more confident to go for the Lord. But even then, it's a 50-50 retry. I don't think Mythic Seal are confident enough to actually go for the 50-50. No, yeah, they reset the Lord once more.
I don't think they want, like, which is interesting because Justin does pick up Divine Glaive, so maybe this is their green signal to go. Real world manipulation looking set down. They're gonna force it.
Good stun over from Ken. Does seem like Mythic Seal wanted to go for a little bit more damage onto Boy, but they'll be happy with the Revitalize and the Glorious Pathway used up. Yellow Flash with the Immortality buy. Again, split not used up just yet. Oh, he's gonna get bursted before he can even use it. Meanwhile, Ken in the back as well. Yo-Yo gonna be caught in the real world manipulation as Kafu jumps into the back line as well. Looking for the crossbow attack. One last shot, but Zippy takes him out. Rixum Leo with the cleanup onto the Lord. But they've lost 3 members. Rixum Leo getting stunned by Ken. Can he do it with a shadow kill? Immortality buys across the board. Rixum Leo, Immortality pop, and he will be taken down. A Lord coming into the mid lane, but there are 50 seconds on those death timers. It's only Boy.
It's only a Boy, and right now the Lord's going to be worked on mid lane very quickly for Mythic Seal as they march in full health, full force down the mid.
Glorious Pathway to buy some time, but even then, you can't buy enough time for the rest of the team to spawn back in. Mythic Seal, a messy mid game, but a clean finish to game 1.
There you go. High fives all around for Mythic Seal. Justin and the boys, of course, all feeling pretty good about that one. Yes, a little bit, could have been smoother for them. Great response from ZINO, I got to say. The way that they approached that game, the way that they calculated, even when it was Ken just going kind of crazy. Ken was scaling up very quickly on the Suyo. It makes me almost wonder if we're going to see it banned out or picked up on the other side, because I think that really stopped ZINO from getting to where they wanted to earlier on. Like, if you look at that game, it was relatively long, man. It was like a 22-minute plus game. Like, from the games that they played in the play-ins, the group stages, and even the first series, like, their games are usually sub 18, sub 16 in some cases, So for the most part here, man, like, it was, I feel like ZINO did have a chance to go ahead and turn things around in their favor, get to where they needed to be. But again, Mythic Seal really kind of keeping their composure, making things work. And even down to that last team fight, again, we don't have that replay to look at, but, great usage of being aggressive when they needed to in those small windows, because that's really what it was. It was these small windows where they're able to go ahead and force out, for example, the Glorious Pathway or the Revitalize or something else, or cut off Boya, or, whatever Mythic Seal was able to accomplish. And then even to a point where, they were able to get out. Again, when Hayabusa uses the ult there, the shadow kill, but you have a Rafaela on the other side. Exactly. Oh man, is it going to be difficult to kind of, hope for a Hail Mary at that point, So just a great draft from both teams. I really like both drafts. And the fact that ZINO didn't have a coach, great draft. You know what I mean? Like, they made it work. Yeah. It's just again for Mythic Seal, like their draft and their game plan here for game one was just better, and it worked out better for them. As we look at this, it was 9-20 in favor of Mythic Seal. But the crazy thing about that being 9-20, like ZINO did a great job. Like there was a moment there where it was almost their game, because you can even see from the economy how well, almost evenly balanced it was here. And then you break it down even further and you look at this, and they nearly had the same even map presence. Yes, the early on turtles were all taken because of the fact that Ken did exactly what we said in the draft. When you have this Suyu and you just scale, like you get early kills, you scale out of your mind. You saw how much damage he was doing early on. And it was just unfortunate because Rixum Leo wasn't able to do that early with a Hayabusa, who ideally wants to do the same thing.
Yeah, it comes down to clutch moments, honestly, in the later stage of the game as well, right? Unfortunately, it was a very hard draft to execute, honestly, when we're taking a look at ZINO Esports' draft, especially the 1-1. The Juicin, whatever, right? I mean, the composition, everything else except for the 1-1 is great, I would say. But the 1-1 comes through without banning out the Irithel, without having that in mind. And you can clearly see, even though Kafu was doing great on the 1-1, especially in the later stage of the game, especially in the laning phase, where I expected him to die way more times. Still, the Irithel is a counter for a reason. The Irithel just does so many things better. And in these team fights, kiting back and forth, that's not something 1-1 can do against the Irithel. Against any other composition, that's what 1-1 is known for. But when the Irithel can outpace you, can outkite you, and can deal damage while walking, while you deal damage while dashing, especially with the Rafaela, the sprint, it was just too much for the 1-1 to handle. And in the later stage of the game, even though Kafu, made some big plays, it came down to that one team fight where he wasn't able to find that crossbow attack. That one missed opportunity of the crossbow attack just because Zippy was able to maneuver around him. That gave the opportunity for Mythic Seal to end the game, close things off, and close the window of a comeback from ZINO Esports.
Yeah, there was again, that's why when I look at this, the lineup that they had here for ZINO Esports, like, it's a good lineup. I've seen successful 1-1s, obviously, and I've seen them being able to use that hero alone. But like you mentioned, the hard part about the 1-1 is the fact that, you have to hit that window, man. Like, you have to hit that window with the crossbow of Tang. And now we're in this area where, like, obviously Winter Crowns, the active of that has been around, like, for a while now. But with the Winter Crowns being into play, the Immortalities, and some of the heroes that are now meta popping up, like, it's that much harder. And weren't you a 1-1 main at one point, dude? Like, weren't you? You were.
Yeah.
And do you play it
I
anymore?
still am. Yeah,
still
I actually
am?
have been getting a lot of wins with the 1-1 recently. But again, it's kind of like a Suyo scenario. If you get to the ultra late stage where a lot of people have exactly Winter Crown, Immortality, Wind of Nature, that's when your window kind of closes because there's so many ways to get out of your ult.
Yeah. I think, so, like, I don't know if maybe ZINO Esports, it would have had much of a different effect if they didn't have a 1-1. I think overall, like, they still did a great job in game one. And when you look at it being, a 5-game series, the way that they approach this, and the fact that the Suyo got the start, like, that was the dream start for Ken.
Really was.
So as soon as that happens, as soon as that dream start happens for any assassin jungler, the team against that has to do so much to stop it from happening, or stop it in tracks. And that's why when we pointed it out, you called it in the play-by-play, like they shut down Ken at one point. That was great that they did that when they did, because if they didn't, then I think it would have been a way harder game for ZINO, and probably a quicker game too, because that's all what's happening here. And speaking of, it's our MVP for game number one, Ken, on the Suyo pick. And you guys are going to see this more and more and more, especially with all the tournaments going on right now. Just earlier today, this guy was at 64% win rate globally. That's not just, in one region, that's globally in competitive play. And there's a reason for that. And I would say part of that reason, man, is the fact that I think on average, most of our game times really are shining for obviously assassins, as we've seen, in the months previously, but this pick alone, like Suyo, and the weak points that Mirko talked about earlier on, brother, they were solved with Rafaela. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, when you mentioned, I'm like, yeah, that's actually a pretty good answer to deal with some of the weak points of the Suyo pick, to get him to a little bit longer into the game, where even in the 20-minute mark, like you still saw how much relevance he had, 20 minutes plus, even if he's able to hit, the backline squishies, and, he's not just firing off his little arrow to a Hylos or something, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. So here's the question, right? My question to you guys back at home as well. Should the Suyo actually be banned out? In a draft where it's already very difficult to let go of some of these big heroes, the Mathilda is 100% banned completely out of the meta right now because it's just banned away. The Phoveus has been left open a couple of times, but even I believe the Khalid, I don't know, remind me if I'm wrong, right? But the Khalid was actually left open as well, and yet it was not picked up by both these teams. Meanwhile, match number 1, we saw the Khalid picked up a lot of times. So it really comes down to the teams actually understanding and wanting to utilize some of these big picks. And even then, we do get a replay of what he was able to do in the game. And man, this Suyo is so oppressive already, like alone in the early game. But then you give him someone like a Rafaela, so he can be constantly on the immortal form of his. And still, he'll have the maneuverability. He'll have that sustain to get away. He's not as slow as he was just normally without the Rafaela. And that actually really enhances the strength of this character. You can see also Ken really doing a good job utilizing the very unique kit of this hero. When you hold his abilities, it actually turns into something different. Every single time he uses skill 1, it is just very, very efficient. He goes in for the stun when it's necessary, goes in with the blink when he needs to. So it's always very calculative on the hands of Ken.
Yeah, and that's the thing. As we look at these highlights, you recall a lot of the times when ZINO Esports, like, even if it was Boya trying to get, any vision or be that upfront tank that he needs to be, and then he gets deleted from Ken, or, from a mix of basically Zippy when he was starting to come online on this Earthel pick, it's really difficult to actually do that because, again, you are this front line for your team. You've got a glorious pathway and you got to revitalize, but that's kind of it. But then when you're taking this kind of damage, and this was where they had a great turnaround because of just how chaotic things ended up being, and then the fact that Rixum Leo joined the fight later on to get a triple, like, this is why I was saying ZINO Esports did some amazing things in this game, given the fact that in the early game they were behind, they were struggling, and you see this and fighting into the real world manipulation based off the fact that, Mythic Seal not only has this death box, this real world manipulation that we're talking about, but then you have the fact that you maneuver around with a Rafaela's speed boost. You got the healing there. You got Zippy popping that, sprint around and everything else. Like, this is what worked for them. Even in this team fight right here, very chaotic, forced a fight. This wasn't the game-winning one, but it was definitely a good fight for both teams. And then now at this point, it's nearly the 22-minute mark, you're going to see this. The Kafu, he goes in. This is what we talked about earlier. Pops the Wind of Nature. Unfortunate for him, he couldn't get that crossbow of Tang off, right? And even with this, Rixum Leo has no choice. Goes in, Winter Crown there, of course, and then a Rafaela, man. Like a Rafaela there to heal them back up. And they just, even with an immortality and everything else, and this is why Mythic Seal's lineup covered the bases, covered the weak points of the lineup too, just based off a Rafaela pick. And so I think, that is a good question to ask the viewers out there that will be watching all these games eventually over the course. Like, what do you guys now think of Suyo? Is he ban worthy? Is he prio pick worthy? Is he a niche pick even? Because, guys, for the longest time, you've been seeing so far the Hayabusas and the Lynx. So like now you got a new assassin that can kind of change the course of the nature of the picks here a little bit. And I think that's great. Like, because Hayabusa, Lings, now you have the Suyo there. We've seen a lot of Fanny lately too. But this is a good shakeup. So I don't know if it's worth banning though, just yet. And this is why I was saying earlier on, I'm looking forward to see what the Filipino pro players do with this, in next week. But think about it too, man. Like, by the time we get to M6, like, this is the M6 qualifier for Myanmar. Like, how much more will change, by then, especially with the Suyo pick.
Yeah, I heard there's not going to be a patch before the playoffs of
shouldn't.
NPL and NPL Indo, but I think there's going to be a big
Yeah.
patch later before M6. So that's where we'll see some of the big adjustments. But yeah, even without a patch, we've seen many times that new strats come around all the time, even without a patch, right? People just finally understanding what to utilize in the draft, what to utilize in the game itself. And I think, again, the Rafaela is a good example of that. They were able to utilize the strong points of the Suyo, but also cover all the weaknesses of the Suyo, the sustain on the Immortal form, and also the movement speed. Now, the movement speed is more of a problem for me than the sustain. The sustain is all right, especially if you go for the War Axe, which he did go get, by the way, Ken. By the way, this is also a swap in sides. Mythic Seal on the blue side this time around. So they'll actually have a way to just first pick that Suyo. Yeah. And I guess we'll have our questions answered here if the Suyo is first pick prio.
That's you remember before when the Jushin was available, right? Yep. And then they like for a while it wasn't priority, and then all of a sudden it was like always priority. Same with Zask before, so maybe this is like the shift that we'll also see as more teams kind of get a chance and opportunity to play the Suyo, because I think Rafael is probably not the only option to kind of help with those weak points of him in his kit. But let's be honest too. Every single time a new hero does come out, usually there's some form of an adjustment, that might come out. But right now, the way that it looks in some of these fights too, and these games that we've seen him so far, at least for today, is I would say his damage maybe on the second skill is it's a little tuned. I don't know if it's over tuned, but I think it does a lot of damage. You know what I mean? Like, especially the fact that it's like a sweep. It's it can hit multiple people, but like you said, even when he's in the mortal form and everything else, like he's kind of slow, man. Like so you got damage, but you don't have speed. You do have that blink though, that you can kind of utilize. So these here we go. This guy's been banned out, by the way, constantly.
Yeah. This is not a pick that we're used to seeing. It's banned out so many times it just becomes like a normal occurrence now. And whenever it's left open in the bans, even me and the other Indo casters, we sometimes don't even expect it until it gets first picked, and then we're like, wait, yeah, of course, with the chip open, you're definitely going to pick up the chip. But man, ZINO Esports, this is a big risk to make while being a game down, letting go of a chip, especially considering Mythic Seal were able to make work. They were able to make a Rafaela work. So the chip, that should be way easier to pull off, at least, especially if they get a Suyo. Because, hey, remember, we were talking about how the mobility of the Suyo could be a problem. If you have a chip, that mobility is a teleport. So they got to take it away. That's the Suyo plus the Edith to take it away from Coach Zaya's Mythic Seal. And now the answer for Mythic Seal. They've been able to pick it up. So what's the answer to the Suyo? What's the real counter to the Suyo, right? I guess we'll find out here as they go for their picks. No Phovius, no Khalid, no Gatot Kacha. So in terms of lockdown, they're already very limited.
Okay. I think, with this too, correct me if I'm wrong too. Like, I think it's usually red side that does ban out chip, right? So the fact that it slipped through. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Here's our answer. Valentina Hayabusa. So the fact that the chip slipped through, and like you just mentioned, Mythic Seal just played a Rafaela. It's a little worrisome, because I think one of the answers that, how do you deal with a Suyo? Maybe you put just enough pressure on him with this chip, like, teleporting on his side of the jungle, getting in his area, because like Chip is relatively tanky enough, and he can actually do some respectable damage early on, and maybe that's the game plan. Like, just try to put some pressure on the Suyo too, but it could backfire on you. Like, that whole game plan could backfire on you. But I think even when you go in with the shortcut later on, depending on the last two picks for Mythic Seal, I'm just wondering if that's putting yourself in danger. The reason why I say that is because you shortcut for Mythic Seal, and Suyu is there. Even if Suyu is not there, let's just say mid lane pick. We haven't seen it yet today, man, but I'd love to see an Aurora picked up. If that's not banned out, I would love to see a ZINO Esports pick up Aurora, because that is usually one of the answers to deal with a chip. Because here comes the shortcut, boom, freeze everybody, right? And once you freeze everybody, you've already got the Edith to go ahead and go in with, the Earth Shatter and get them knocked into the air. But then Suyo can come in and shine. So I don't know if Mythic Seal doesn't ban the Aurora. I would hope that ZINO Esports has this up their sleeves that they can bring into the mid lane, because I think it would work really well against the whole game plan of like playing around shortcut with a chip here. And definitely ZINO Esports, you know, they've shown good things up to their point, you know, throughout the group stage play-ins and everything else. But now that they're in this matchup, they need this 1-to-1 here against Mythic Seals, because the way game one went definitely showed that they have what it takes to go ahead and fight toe-to-toe with these guys who, again, they have a coach. They have a lot of experience here. And ZINO Esports, no coach.
No coach. That's why they're willing to take the risk, man, of not banning the chip. Usually if you have a coach, there ain't no way that coach is going to let the chip go, man. Yeah, there ain't no way that the chip gets left open like that, you know, usually with a coach. But since it's just the players going with their comfort picks, I feel like it's cool. You know, this is just another day in ranked even, right? That should be the mindset that they bring into the game. No pressure at all. Going up against heavy favorites here. I like it from ZINO Esports. It also showed that in the previous game, they weren't afraid to brawl out against Mythic Seal, to go for like slugfests and even team fights that are very, very risky. It comes down to the clutch moments. And now no Tigreal. It's actually banned out again. Despite the Valentina pickup, they're respecting it a lot. I guess they're stopping the threat of a possible, you know, layer kind of situation with the Edith plus the Tigreal. So it overwhelms the Valentina in a way where you're going to be confused as to what pick gets taken out. I completely forgot about the Mathilda. I thought Mathilda was banned in the first phase. No, it's Angela and Harriet. The Mathilda was left open for so long, even in the second phase. Man, ZINO's draft is looking scary. Those are some big prio picks. I don't know. If you were to choose, right? You want to get one chip, or do you want to get a Mathilda, Edith, and Suyo? That's a big question to raise right now.
I guess if you looked at it for ZINO, I think most people will. Again, this depends on what these next two picks are for Mythic Seals, but I think people would be like, yeah, you get a Matilda that's pretty much been 100% ban rate, but still has a chip, right? But then you get the Suyo too, who has been performing relatively well across the globe, not just here. That could be enough to go ahead and give them that advantage they're looking for in the early game, and then kind of you know, collapse down on whatever Mythic Seal has played into this chip. But that's where I think this is really important, especially for the gold lane for Mythic Seal. Claude's open. That's more of a classic matchup that we could actually see between that Moskov and Claude. Not sure what Zippy would bring to the table instead. Like, you know, most people wouldn't say, yeah, we would think of a Nearthel, right? But he does have that in his, okay, it's going to be a Bruno. So another hero that might not have the best win rate, but Bruno is still pretty standard in form of, like, he's a turret destroyer. His autos do hurt later on. But I think this is part of it too. There's the last pick. Okay. Last pick here, Louis Yi. Man, this is, yeah, when I'm looking at that value here, if I had my own personal index, ZINO Esports' draft here, I really do like it for game number 2.
Yeah, I think when it comes to the overall status of the draft, when it comes to the balancing as well of the draft, it is a very balanced composition that ZINO Esports have. It's a good Lo Yi pick as well. Yeah. But I really feel like this composition lacks the initiation, especially as we get into the mid game. Early on, you can rely on the Suyo, but in the mid game, if you just rely on the Edith to be the initiator, or even the Mathilda, it's going to be quite tough.
Well, tough or not, let's go ahead and find out exactly what's going to happen here. Game number 2, ladies and gentlemen, once again, this upper bracket matchup between Mythic Seal and ZINO Esports. Mythic Seal, game 1, already winning that one after a back and forth 22 plus minutes in, and now this time around it's up to ZINO Esports to even out the series 1-1, and with a powerful lineup, both sides, I would say, top of valuable picks. Let's see if this time around too, if Rixum Leo is able to go ahead and make this Suyo work. He does have a little bit of a different emblem set as well than what we saw Ken run. This time he's got that Impure Rage. He's not running with a Lethal Ignition. We'll see if we do get a chance to look at the tier 1 and tier 2 emblems too. But right now, very standard stuff. You know, if you look at this, I think one of the biggest dynamic changes, though, is the fact that both sides have roams that typically are just banned out. Not just here for the, the M6 Myanmar qualifiers, but in general, these heroes don't slip through very often. So kind of interesting that they ended up coming through for this game. But I think even if you look at this, look at that. Oh, Justin.
Yin Yang reaction, one more basic attack. Oh, Justin with the flicker, but still it's first blood. Ken, perfect shadow kill timing to the flicker to actually get a trade over. But man, Justin definitely way too overextended there. And you can see Cafu actually went out on the lane that should be quite favorable for the Bruno.
Okay, first, so interesting that how that went, but I think Ken still happy with the fact that he got the kill, you know, in return too, based on all that. Boya, you know, yeah, he got that kill early on. He burned his flicker. Justin had to do it too, and like you said, you know, a little overzealous, a little overextended for Justin, but more so once this level 4 is available, dude, you can see how much damage this Louis is doing early on. That's what people don't like to deal with right now. First turtle of the game.
Okay, stealing the Primal Wrath. Good choice to go for here, especially considering he's low. Ken already with the purple buff. That's a level lead over Ixum Leo. Justin still able to get the Revitalize coming down. Ken now with the Shadow Kill 2 up top. Zippy almost getting solo killed. Justin with the Primal Wrath, dealing damage, sustaining back up, and punishing Yo-Yo. That was a kill. Over to Arrow X Tut Tut.
Arrow X Tut Tut able to clean that up, but man, Zippy, I'm surprised he's still here. Zide is there?
Oh, shortcut over, glorious pathway and the shortcut. You can deal with one, but what can you do when it's a glorious pathway and a shortcut? Ridiculous from Mythic Seal.
Talk about the combo, wombo combo. The path in here. They're gonna fight this out?
Jide with the crash course again. Man, the chip base damage is ridiculous, and now Zide should fall. Yeah, Yo-Yo picks up the kill with the Yin Yang reaction, and Mythic Seal they're happy with that trade. Diversion, though, up top. Zippy's recalling. I don't know if that's going to be in time. Meanwhile, Shadow Kill down below again. Arrow X Tut Tut going to be taken down for the second time this game.
Hey, good. It's a good thing Zippy got out of there, man. You saw where the diversion went, too. Like, they were looking for possibly cut him off. Didn't happen. But there's just a lot happen here across the map. Both sides really finding, you know, victories here and there, these minor victories that will build up. But look, the thing is yeah, you have both this combination, this relationship between the chip and the high-lows, man. That is scary. You shortcut, you drop down the path, and you have a revitalize. Like, you can make plays under these tier 1 turrets all day. And actually later on, tier 2, Lords, Turtles, it doesn't matter. That combination is kind of annoying to deal with if you're ZINO Esports. And that's why I was saying earlier on, you know, maybe the Aurora could have worked great, but I would also say Luo Yi is also going to play a part in this, obviously, this composition of this game too, and how they kind of play. Oh, hold on. Bottom.
They just really hate Arrow X Tut Tut, man. Again, the third gank already into the bottom lane. Shortcut! Oh, no! You can go down below, but you can appear up top as quickly as that. Jide, just too intelligent. ZINO Esports didn't see that coming. Wait, Arrow X Tut Tut, no Primal Wrath, no Flicker. Ken's just gonna pick up this kill for free. No, Zippy gets the kill. Mythic Seal 6-2. They got 2 kills for free. An SOD over just to get to the mini waves, but this should be a free turtle to Mythic Seal. I don't think they can go in without their main frontliner being alive.
Oh, they can't.
No, more stuns. Crash course. Boy, got demolished, erased from the Lanadon.
Dude, what? I'm just saying, Mirko, like, you know, the concussive blast with the chip, the crash course, it's too much, dude. Like, there's a reason why this hero is banned all the time. Like, this roamer is, he's scary. Like, the damage department is scary this early on. And I don't know, roams, in my opinion, they should not be hurting like this. I mean, the guy, look at the guy. He's got nothing. He's got some gloves. He's got some lethality. and that's about it. You know what I mean? Like, he's tanky enough too. And so, you know, if you're looking at this from the roam versus roam perspective, like, yeah, you might have some wisp and whatnot with a Matilda, but you don't have a chip that is knocking down health bars, you know, at this point. So luckily, though, for Boya, does get the Flask of the Oasis at this point. Diversion play. Where are they sending him? Down bot?
Down bot. Yeah, they try to go for the matchup. They try to go to match what Ken was doing and maybe pick him off. A little cheeky attempt at a pick off there, but man, Ken already has a Sky Piercer Naisu. He's already 3-0 up. The Sky Piercer, we rarely see the Sky Piercer in pro games, let's be honest here, right? Most people actually just, they want to go for the BOD, they want to go for the safe items here. Yes, it's a bit more expensive, but at least it'll have value. But when you're 3-0 up, when you have a chip, when you're snowballing like this, makes sense to go for the Sky Piercer here. Honestly, none of the ZINO Esports members are all that tanky either, so Ken should be able to slice them up even without the Malefic Roar early.
Yeah, and here's the thing too. You know, Berserker's Fury already picked up. Hold on, look at this interaction mid lane. Yellow Flash is going to be fine. Zida there, though, patiently waiting.
Yeah.
Might actually try to force a fight here. Turtle's going to be up, though, so maybe they just try to take it. Or do they fight? Whoa!
Shadow kill into the back as well. One more Shuriken is all he needs, but Boy is still able to survive. Zide, again, cutting them off. The Glorious Pathway slows them down. They're all so low. Boy has to respect Zide there. And you can see the 3 recalls. Zida's just going to walk up again, trying to cancel the recalls, but ZINO doesn't get caught by that bluff. They know you're bluffing. You're not going to dive us 3 members under the turret.
Hey, man, I'm surprised. He does have a flicker. There's diversion. Once again, he's going to wait patiently. Ken, too. Mid lane, this is going to be a fight right here. This has to be.
I don't think they can go for the fight onto Yellow Flash. Good Spirit of Misery over to Ken. Yellow Flash just walks up. Zide can pop up the shortcut, but he doesn't need to. Everybody's already here to Shadow Kill into the back as well. Boy's going to be taken very, very low. One last Shuriken, and he finds Rixum Leo. That's a crash course from the Roamer. Justin from the side to get a double. And now, Jin is just throwing the thumbs up, telling Kafu to walk back home.
You know, at this point, again, this is a reminder to ban the chip. Just ban him. Zida is doing things that Roamer should not be doing because the fact that he's literally a chip, you know, at this point. So Mythic Seal, massive, massive lead. And all this didn't happen at once. Like it was, you know, build up, build up, build up. And they find themselves 8,000 gold ahead now at this point. 8.5 minutes in the game. Lord's up in less than a minute here. They got all 3 turtles. So they're about as locked and loaded as it can be, you know, and with this in mind, ZINO Esports, like we saw from game 1, they had potential to turn things around, to do things. But right now, you know, we talk about the falling off of Suyu. You don't even get a chance to fall off because you never get a chance to start. Whoa!
You don't even get the chance to react to Yo-Yo getting assassinated there, brother, man. It's just him taken out. That's the Sky Piercer. By the way, a lot of people go for Sky Piercer or BOD at this time. He got a Sky Piercer and a BOD. He's got both. He's got the rich guy problems, you know? Why do you have to choose when you can get both now? And you can see the damage from Zippy too. Circling Eagle. Gone just like that. And Mythic Seal, you can see how they're playing up against the Loyi too. They're just trying to hold on, every single member, stay in one bush, occupy as many bushes as you can in case a diversion comes down, so they can actually be the ones to ambush the diversion. And Zippy is just taking the Lord for free alone. ZINO Esports are going for the purple buff. They can't even contest this.
They're stuck together because I think they're just going to go for a diversion. Okay, they went down. They went down bot. This is very interesting, man, because like Lord was already taken. What's the play here? What's the idea for ZINO Esports? I mean, you know, they send down. Maybe they look for a pickoff. They know, okay, Lord's going to push there. I don't know if they're going to clear it there. Yeah, it looks like they're going to go back to base. They have to deal with this push from Mythic Seal now at this point. Again, massive lead, huge economic disadvantage for ZINO Esports right now.
Yep.
Even for Justin, he's just going to go for the Primal Wrath and another Assurance and some of these team fights too. And so they'll play around the fact that Lord pushing down bot, still relatively even on, trying to hold on to the tier 2s. They're going to lose all of them though, just because of how much pressure can be put on from Mythic Seals. So looking at the lineup here and the fact that ZINO Esports, can they clear things out? Can they even stop this game from ending earlier than before? Based on this push, based on this lead, they're going to have to make it work.
Uh-oh. Boy, oh, even with the Circling Eagle, he was flying and he got assassinated. Oh no. Boy is down. Zide is just popping the crash course to zone these members away. Zippy has a win of nature. So even if they want to go in, they can't kill him. Ken up top looking for the base turret. With the first Lord, it's already value that you get all the tier 2s. It's already value that you get a hit onto the first base turret. Ken going to be finally taken down there. A lot of resources spent already though. And that's going to be 2 base turrets. Nice, dude. That's a trade. No Earth Shatter. Oh, the base turret surviving with just a very, very tiny portion of HP there. ZINO
Isang
lived
one
to
hit
see
na lang.
another day. They get a shutdown too. Yeah, Isang one hit na lang.
Perfect, dude. I'm proud of you. That was perfect. But yeah, one hit
Thank you.
away. One hit on that turret, man. And then, you know, they keep it together. ZINO Esports, that could have been way worse. Honestly, the game could have possibly ended there if they weren't able to clear things the way they did, weren't able to keep things together the way that they did. But I'm just wondering you know, can they keep this going? Can they keep the momentum trying to turn this around?
Uh-oh, Jide with a shortcut again. Oh, Rixum Leo with the execute onto the back line. Now, Kafu actually go with the Spirit of Misery. Ken's going to be stunned up, has a shadow kill. Will it be enough to take him down? No, he goes with the quad shadow back again as Jide goes in with the crash course and now gets pinned down to the wall. But he has the immortality, and that's a good guiding wind. Man, Mythic Seal's got to be careful. ZINO Esports are slowly but surely waking up. Oh, the 5-stack! They did not expect 5 members to take that away, ZINO Esports. They're going to gamble all the way, take these risks, and get the payoff on it. Ken getting one on the board at least. But this is worth it for ZINO, getting these shutdowns, getting these fights when they're behind 6,000 gold.
That was a huge diversion play. Look at them. They're actually going to get in position, too. I mean, they got to deal with the waves pushing onto that crystal half health
Gee.
on the
Minions,
crystal. ZINO Esports, don't let it be Winions after something like that, after a play like that. That cannot happen here. So ZINO Esports now taking a breather after what just possibly could have ended things, but they got to deal with this Lord. It is going to be started up by Mythic Seal. They'll go in and start things up. When it gives them the information, they still have to manage the push through, and that's going to be a reset right now. But man, ZINO Esports, can they get another diversion like that? Is there something that they can pull from under their sleeves, under the table here, to flip this game around? Again, they showed hope. They showed moments of this in the previous game. And with Mythic Seal, don't tell me that they actually give up that 9, almost 10,000 gold lead. And now look how slow they're taking this. Earlier on, Mythic Seal, very confident. Very, you know, even the way they approached the last base push, playing around the fact that they have this composition, they have this confidence after everything they did early on. But even Zide now, kind of keeping things in check, trying to find his own opening. They're going to deal with the waves in the base. Kafu picks up the Wind of Nature. Here's diversion.
Zippy's going to be caught there. Oh, the diversion catches him, pops in over to Nature. Ken's still able to secure the Lord, as that's a shortcut used up already. Oh my goodness, Suyo unable to get the assassination. It's Zippy who gets the worldie on him, and now the shortcut back. It's going to be Edith forced to run away. 2 members down, a big Lord Ken with a quad shadow. Enhanced Lord marching down to the mid lane. Now Mythic Seal, can they use this window to end the game?
They should be full force, ZINO Esports, maybe for this defense. Not sure if they can stall it out long enough. They're going to lose all the base turrets. Lord making its way down the mid. Mythic Seal wants to end it.
Circling Eagle and the guiding wind. Zida in the back, zoning Yo-Yo away. Ken is going at it on the turrets. It is 2-0 for Mythic Seal right now. Match point in the best of 5.
Whoo! Mythic Seal got a little close, letting the lead at almost 10,000 slip out of the hands, but thankfully able to end it before it got worse. ZINO Esports, though, you know, really trying to keep things together. And I'll say it was that Winion push that wasn't, you know, game ending, but it brought the crystal down to, you know, less than half health. And so they didn't have enough time to really kind of recoup and recalibrate before that push in of that Lord. So now they find themselves in a very precarious situation, man. This is tough. You're facing match point in this best of 5. Yes, it's the upper bracket. Yes, you still have a life here. But ZINO Esports, I just feel like they can do better than this. There's this thing about this lineup, man, from ZINO Esports and what they've been able to do up to this point that I just feel like they can't unlock it. From game 1 to game 2 now, they've showed these signs of, you know, brilliance even. Like the diversion play was great. Some of the calls that they're making is great. And this is against a team, mind you, like Mythic Seal, who really does have a lot of experience and a lot of time playing together as a squad, as a team. Yep. And ZINO Esports, you know, even from their draft, man, the fact that they don't have a coach and they go through this kind of draft, it's great to see, but I just feel like there's something that's not clicking with them fast enough. Like maybe part of that equation as they get ready for this next game, even when we look at this breakdown, again, when you look at this, a lot of it just had to do with Ken getting the lead, like scaling super quickly on the assassins he brings to the table. And he did it with the Suyo in game one. Rixum Leo was not able to do it here. You know, and it really showed in terms of like building the momentum for the team, because Mozgov's not going to do that, you know, until later on. Luyi, good damage early. We saw this a lot, but you know, initially, if you're going to pick an assassin jungler, like you want to get that ball rolling fast. And I think that's you know, that's the thing, same thing too, man. You can't let the chip go through. Matilda, yeah, she's banned out a lot as well. But man, Chip is just too much to handle. Like he's too much early base damage, and he's too tough to kill. I mean, he's running resilience plus the, you know, the tank emblem concussive blast built in with his kit with the crash course. Like it's too much, you know? So I think definitely for ZINO Esports, they're going to have to either try to grab it or ban it out.
It's a case where, you know, the draft really needs to complement the Suyo too, because you need the early game for Suyo. That's unfortunately just the harsh truth for this character. And when your draft doesn't really fully set up for the early game, doesn't really fully set up for the neutral objective take, and doesn't really fully set up for the early team fights, then you get a Suyo like this. Where Rixum Leo, he wasn't playing bad by all means, man. He was doing what a Suyo can do, but unfortunately, that's just the chip. That's just the Hylos that can constantly set up for the Hayabusa, the Valentina as well. They're always with the Terrify. Put pressure on the Suyo, with the Suyo having no one to really enable it. And you get a Hayabusa game like this, an 88% KP, 50,000 damage dealt on Ken. Rich guy too. Man's taking all the stats. And Yellow Flash, on the other hand, on the Hylos, really just playing to be the punching bag. Damage taken, 132k and 8 assists. That's what you expect from the Hylos, especially that combo. Chip plus the Hylos, man. The chip is already a nuisance. You thought the teleport is already a big problem. No, he brings a glorious pathway. Everybody starts sprinting down your way, even if you flicker away from the shortcut in the crash course.
Yeah, that's I don't know if I can recall like seeing that combination yet, because I mean, dude, I think Chip honestly is just like 100% ban rate, at least here in the Philippines. Yeah. You know, and you know, Hylos has popped up so much, and that was probably one of the first times that I've actually seen the combination like here, like for this game, where it's like, yeah, he Chip slips through, so there's a glorious pathway shortcut. And you know, I think even if he had an Aurora, like when I was talking about in the draft, after seeing it, witnessing it, I'm like, dude, I don't even think Aurora would actually really help, because it's like a freight train coming through the shortcut. You know, at that point, like, what is a frigid glacier going to do? Like, you're probably going to die before then, you know, or unless you just drop it down. But maybe there's still some value there. That I think the Aurora could have served its purpose, but Luyi does that as well. And Diversion was a good answer to dealing with shortcuts, dealing with, you know, the displacements that a chip does bring to a composition. So I can't blame the draft either for ZINO Esports, because when I look at it, like, it makes sense. It's a good draft and things can work. But, you know, part of it is just that, again, it's always, whenever we think about drafts and we have our indexes and everything else, it's all the execution. And this guy right here, Ken, does it again, MVP. The execution here with Ken, and, you know, you and I have seen this over parts of his career, right? Like where he's competed and developed and everything else. Like he's definitely fitting this meta where we are really well. I think there's countless junglers out there that are just happy with the way that the jungle meta is.
He's the guy who you want to play assassins. I mean, he's the guy who technically forced the assassin in the tank meta. He was the guy who brought up the Lancelot tank in the jungle back in MSC 2022. If you guys want to know who actually used it first in the tournament, I believe it was him, right? It was him that brought it up, and then it became meta. It became the next big thing. Everybody started playing it. Everybody started utilizing it, but he was a pioneer, and the reason he pioneered such a crazy strat was because he's tired of all the tanks in the jungle, in the tank meta. He knows for a fact that he does better on the assassins, so he chose the assassins, and now in the assassin meta, I'm excited to see what Ken can really show. And I think in the last 2 games, he showed that he's an amazing, phenomenal jungler right now. Both back-to-back MVP performances from Mr. Ken.
Mr. Ken, Suyo,
Sir Ken.
now the Hayabusa. I would love to see him play, you know, a different assassin
Ling?
this time
Fanny?
around for game 3. Yeah, maybe a Ling, maybe a Fanny. You know, like just what if he gets 3 MVP? What if they sweep and then he gets 3 MVPs? You know, 3 different
Player
heroes.
of the match.
Like that's called character development right there. You know, so I don't know. We'll see if he ends up doing it. Again, these are the highlights here for game number 2. Right now, sitting at match point, Mythic Seal 2-0 right now. And this is what I was saying. Like even this trade early on where he got that kill, and even though the first blood went over to the ZINO Esports, and then this is where we see that shortcut pathway, and that's really when it hit both of us. And we're like, wow, yeah, that's deadly, you know. But he's 3-0 at 3 minutes in, guys. Like that's the dream. If you're an assassin jungler, like that is your dream. You want to have that. He did the same thing on the Suyo in game 1, and that's why I'm saying, like, I think it, as good as the drafts can be for any teams, if you get an assassin jungler, especially as someone like confident like Ken, and you build up around that, you have this momentum building into this, and you can do things like this in the early to mid game. They're so punishing right now with our current game setup, our current meta, and he just continued to do it. And I think part of this, once again, the reason why he was able to get away with it is literally the fact that Chip went through too. Like if your roamer is bringing the enemies down, like even a fourth or a half health, and then you're a Hayabusa who's scaled out of your mind, there's nothing better.
Nope. Yeah, there's actually nothing better, especially with the Sky Piercer usage, right? The thing is, in the last patch, it did look like the Hayabusa was nerfed, but the animation being so much faster right now for the Shadow Kill is actually a buff. You can see it constantly here. If he gets those stacks onto the opponents, onto whoever, once he pops in the Shadow Kill, it's an insta-kill with the Sky Piercer stacks being all the way up, and especially with the BOD. This is a crazy moment by ZINO Esports. We've seen throughout the day that the Burmese just have been really, really good on the Lo Yi, man. They're always so clutch with it, finding moments to possibly turn the game around. But I guess Ken's a bit too clutch in this situation, using that Quad Shadow, finding a Rixum, and preventing the Lord take. That could have been possibly a Lord take, right? Obviously, you can bring up the fact that the minions were pushing in as well. It could be another minions kind of situation if they did go for the Lord. But hey, if Ken was able to get that kill, it kind of saved them from, dealing with a lot more troubles, I would say. And then finally, they just went in for the Lord. Very easy take. Despite the throw that might have happened there from Mythic Seal, the Lord was still free for them as long as they were able to recover from that big throw, right? 3 base turrets, it's still worth it. Despite all those throws, despite all those shutdowns given over to the other team, that macro advantage is just too much to handle when you get into the later stage of the game.
Again, great performance here from Mythic Seal. Just, 2-0 right now, really on the momentum. So we're going to see ZINO Esports, if they can go ahead and take a breather here, a little bit of a breather. I thought we are going to take a 10-minute break so the players get a chance to go ahead and kind of, catch their breath, reset before game number 3, because it is match point right now for Mythic Seal, guys. So, sit tight. We will go ahead and grab some water. Don't forget to hydrate. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and we'll be back after this.
Hi, Teggy.
Now is the time, there's no more waiting. Who will you be when the light dawns? Sweat on your palms and your pulse is racing. Who will you be when the moment comes? Will you rise?
Give me some fashion advice for the
Will
day.
you rise to be heroes? Blood on your knuckles, heroes. No one on your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything you've got.
Pass me the book I read yesterday.
Pain is the price for something greater. Everyone else turns back. It's safer. Drown out the fear inside.
Want to hang out for a drink?
I'll be on my way.
Unstoppable! Shut down!
the land of Gun!
And welcome back. Like we told you guys, it was a short break. And this time around, if you're just joining us, again, I'm Nice. This is Mirko here. And we are into the last series of the day. It's a best of 5. It's the upper bracket between, of course, Mythic Seal, sitting right now, match point, it's 2-0, versus ZINO Esports. And, you know, if you guys missed the first 2 games, we can pretty much sum it as it's been a good series for, of course, Mythic Seal fans, but even all the Ken fans out there, man. Mirko, I know we've talked about this time and time again. What do you think is going to change here this time around for Game 3?
Honestly, I don't know what has to change for Mythic Seal. Well, obviously, okay, you know what? One thing's for sure, you got to ban out the chip. You got to ban out the chip, right? That's number one. But then you ban the Mathilda too, and you leave the Gatot Kaca open. This is why the blue side finds a lot of value. I don't know how it is in the Philippines, but in Indonesia, the blue side has been finding a lot more success as we get towards the end of the regular season. But the Gatot Kaca, the Khalid, the Mathilda, at this point, you just got to leave some of these picks open so you can actually go for the trades. And as of right now, Phoveus Gatot, I would actually still say the Gatot Kaca finds more value than the Phoveus itself, right? The Phoveus, a lot of ways to still counter it. I think right now, a good way to counter it would be just go for the Vexana. Vexana is known to be able to just counter the Phoveus. Whenever you jump in with the Infernal Pursuit, you are open to get caught by the Eternal Guard, by also the Terrify. So a lot of ways to deal with it. And the fact that the Fanny and the Ling is still up for grabs too means that Mythic Seal can possibly look for it. Do they want to do it though? I don't know. How confident is Ken? The Suyo would be probably the better answer if they just want to get that early game snowball going.
I don't know. That's what I said. Like, I could see the Suyo, but I want to see, just for the sake of this series, I want to see Ken pick something different, like a different hero.
Oh.
You know, go 3 for 3, but he's going to go with the Suyo. So
he says nah.
Pick that up. Again, it's not a 0% win rate, guys. Like, there is, I think he's 100% today, right? Correct me if I'm wrong.
100% today, yeah.
100% today.
Oh, no, he just lost earlier, so...
I'm sorry, yeah.
One loss.
So, has he been picked up 3 times? Is this the 4th pick? So,
pick.
We just don't have the real-time updated stuff there, but at least today he's got a 75%. Well, I can't do math right now, dude. It's been a minute.
Same, bro.
It's not 100%. It's not.
It's been a minute.
It's been a minute. Don't ask me to math right now, Mirko. But the Harith is there too. So they roll with the Harith pick here. Edith is there on the other side for ZINO. So we've got the Edith, Phoveus. You've got your 2 already pretty tanky dudes, you know, tanky robot that is going to be here with the Phoveus. And part of this is the fact that you also have a Valentina. So I don't know what else is going to be picked up for Mythic Seal, obviously, yet for those last 2 picks. But if you're looking at, you know, what Valentina could take over here, like, you know, for the most part, I would just assume, at least from these 3 picks, like, you get an Avatar of the Guardian, you get to jump in, you know, and maybe, but that's the thing is, like, really those last 2 picks from Mythic Seal are also going to be influenced by the fact that there's a Valentina across from them, you know, and that's one of the things every single time when you pick a Valentina, you got to kind of keep an eye out for and kind of base that off of. They're going to focus down on some of the gold lane options that, you know, will kind of narrow down the options for Kafu here from ZINO Esports. But right now, I don't know. I think if you're Kafu, I don't know if he has it in him or he wants to just go, you know, magic damage for magic damage against the gold lane, or if he'll go more for a traditional pickup here. Because right now, I mean, the Mozkov is still open. You still have the Claude available. They do go the Wan. Not sure if they want to pick up, for example, like a Bruno or something, but they are also going to focus on those mid lane picks for Mythic Seal.
I think banning out the Lunox would be pretty wise too, knowing that the Assassin Jungle, the physical damage Assassin Jungle could still show up together with the Lunox in the gold lane. That could really give them a few problems there with the Harith. So I'm guessing Lunox ban here to end off the second phase of bans. But then, looking at Xeno Zenith, they already have a way to technically counter the Hereth with the Edith, right? And then, like you said earlier, the Bruno could come through. I think the Bruno is a very, very good choice to go up against the Hereth. We've seen it in Indo as well. Whenever the Lunox is banned out, we do see the Bruno, but no, they decide to go and ban the Bruno and instead say, you've already got too much magic damage. We're not going to take that bait of banning out the Lunox and giving you the Bruno. So if you want to go for the Lunox, go ahead, but you are going to be very vulnerable to the Avatar, to Suyo, and to maybe, are they going to go for the double super tanky composition in Gatot Kacha? Oh, Nolan. Ooh, against the Gatot Kacha. I would say for Mythic Seal, I would go for the Arlet right here. Try to go for some more chase potential, but they double down on that super tanky lineup. That is also pretty good, by the way. But double revitalize Naisu. And two very, very tanky boys. Plus the mid lane, which I think at this point, the safe option would probably just be Vixana, right? Or Lilia, maybe, if they wanted the
another tanky dude.
Option. Yeah.
I think you go Vixana and you get another tanky body on the floor. Whoa, so now the Aurora comes out. Okay. They go the Aurora. Lock that in.
Man.
This is interesting, right? Because there's really good fighting potential around the Frigid Glacier and the Zaman Force now. You can see, just how, of course, like the game plan, the concept here is for Mythic Seal and what they want to do. Great drafting, I would say, especially from Coach Zaya. Even with a double, like there's no other option, right? Double revitalize, like it's gotta be the double revitalize, right? From Mythic Seal.
It has to be, yeah. It's a double revitalize plus the Stuyo sustain up against this composition. I don't know. Honestly, I don't see Xeno's composition doing damage at all to Mythic Seal. They gotta pinpoint the Aurora, and even then he has passive. He gotta pinpoint Suyo, but he has sustain and he has a blink. This is tough. I don't know how they can assassinate any of the Mythic Seal members.
Oh, honestly, man, the only way that I see this happening as we take a look at the last glimpse here of the lineups, like Rixum Leo has to, he's gotta snowball here. Here it is. It's the green battle spells. You get double revitalize plus the purify for Zippy. So, it almost feels like there's too many boxes that ZINO Esports lineup has to check off in order to get a kill here. Now, we could be wrong, but that's what we're seeing at face value. Again, we'll leave it down to the execution here from ZINO Esports. They have to pull this off. They're facing a match point once again in this best of 5. It's the upper brackets here that they're facing off against. And now Mythic Seal looking to move forward to that final spot. And ZINO Esports just need to focus on this one match right now. Get to another game and not get sent down to the lower bracket after this one, 3-0. Right now, things to start, though. Even looking at this, I mean, the fact that you already mentioned it, the Gattacacha is, and it's in the hands of Zide, right? So this is what I was talking about with flexibility when we come to the draft. Like, it is a roam. So they're playing around this really aggressively, especially on the rotations, because they have that. And look at this yellow flash too. The fact that he's going to be on the Hylos instead will have some of the dynamic change throughout the course of the game here. So with that, I think for ZINO Esports, we have to really look at, where do they find their starting points? Where do they find those windows to build up momentum on a Nolan? Again, a Nolan is not picked up too much nowadays. Certain teams do like to pick them. Oh, going to go for it? Okay, they're not. They're not going to go for this. Whoa.
Good spacing earlier, but Rixum Leo taking a whole lot of damage from that arrow and just the poke that Mythic Seal have. Just imagine this, right? They can deal that much damage, Naisu, but whatever ZINO Esports try to utilize to retaliate, there's always going to be a Revitalize. And after that Revitalize, there's another Revitalize. And that's if he uses the Revitalize, because Zide can already sustain through his basic attacks, through his passive up top. Uh-oh. A big mistake, maybe. Too overextended, and the Phoveus gets picked off even with the flicker. Zide walks up, diving into the back, getting the taunt onto 2. Justin dealing damage. This should be a free turtle to Mythic Seal. 2 minutes in, and it already looks like they got that big snowball going for themselves.
Man, already, these rotations that we're talking about again. Oh
no.
Flicker, okay. Well, Pathway is going to be dropped down, but no follow-up there, of course. So, Mythic Seal already off to that start that we were talking about, building things up, getting things going. Wow. Whoa.
The snipe from downtown, and again, the freeze. Frigid Glacier coming on to 2 members. ZINO going in for the dive. Onward to stop him. Another snipe from Ken from downtown. And Justin picks the kill up. The Ice Queen is stone cold. We got to pause, but it's a 4-0 start for Mythic Seal. What was that? The double elimination with the snipe.
Oh, man. And so I don't know, we take a pause here, but if you just look at that, that is what's going to happen here with the lineup. This is what we were talking about back in the draft. Even there's not going to be really much room for this lineup to move around early on, and as soon as a lead is start to build up, because it had to go over, it had to go over to Rixum Leo, like he had to get that going, but now it's just he's already behind. And at this point, when you're 4-0 early on, with this kind of sustainability and tankiness for Mythic Seal, you kind of have the early game in the bag right now, man. Like at least for the early game. So I really, what I want to say is early game, if you're a ZINO Esports, like you might have to just chill a little bit and hope that you can buckle down and get to this point, because right now, early game, you are not going to have much, wins for fights unless you somehow get a pick off. But if we're talking about pick off potential, like then who do you pick off? Because that was our whole point. Like when you have these kind of starts and you fall behind like this is what me and Mirko were saying about, bro, you got to get through 2 revitalizes. And even if you go for Zippy, usually the most, vulnerable, he's on a Harith, mind you.
Yeah.
So Zom and Force plus a Purify and the 2 revitalized. Like it almost feels like it's too much to deal with, even if it wasn't 4-0 right now. So we don't exactly know what happened in that last team fight. Like if that, maybe there was, something that forced that pause and everything else, but just taking a glimpse at what happened, even what transpired before all that, it's tough to deal with, because the Suyu, once we talk about right now with the way that he could scale up and get the momentum going, and they've already done that. Like Mythic Seal has already done that at this point. So, I'm just really wondering, ZINO Esports, like once we get back into the game, when we do, like how do they adjust from this? How do they? And I think part of it is literally like you almost have to just kind of forfeit even the next turtle. I would say, just let it be, farm up the best you can, and hope you can come back into the game, especially before that first Lord. I would almost say like all turtles, even, because if you just keep dying, even on a Nolan, like what are you going to do? What are you going to be able to do here?
You play for your gold lane. That's it, right? This is the only win condition I see as of right now, because even then, like you mentioned, if you want to add onto it, you dive onto the Harith, let's say. 2 of the Revitalizers are down. The Purifier is down. The Zaman Force is down. You dive in. There's a Frigid Glacier to catch all of you diving in, and then the Suyu just cleans house, right? It's a really, really difficult composition to go up against. And this is the composition that I was talking about that they, ZINO, needed in game number 2. This is the composition that you need to enable your Suyo. And I feel like Mythic Seal just have that proper understanding. And it just, I would say, this is the value of having a coach, right? Even though you don't see a lot of the value in some regions, here, you see it play a big role, especially an experienced coach like Zaya. He's been the coach of Araki Hoshi. He's been the coach of Falcon Esports back in the day. He's been here for a long time, right? We know the guy for a long time, and he knows his stuff. He knows how to craft a draft that will really enable and give his players the comfort that is necessary. And it's unfortunate for the side of ZINO Esports right now, because it's a 4-0 lead, like you said. So even without the 4-0 lead, all those problems would still be problems. Now with the 4-0 lead, I'm struggling to find ways for them to come back. Obviously, there's still a chance. There's no game that is like completely impossible to come back. But what are the odds against Mythic Seal, a team that are already favored to win here, a team that is known to take the early game, known to use the early game lead whenever they get it to create a death ball. And this comp enables that the most out of the comps that we've seen so far from Mythic Seal. Game 1, Game 2, comebackable. Game 3, with this draft, it is almost a done deal. Almost.
Yeah, and that's what I was trying to say earlier on, man. Is like you know, we have our own index, like the indexes when we see a draft come through, and there's certain, you know, things that have to happen, and like there's certain cases where once you go with this composition and you see what you're up against, that, you know, being able to turn a game around and win it becomes even more difficult than it already is. And we're talking about, you know, a 4-0 lead, and just how kind of drastic it looked in that little team fight. And this is all happening, by the way, almost pretty much in between the tier 1 and tier 2 turret at this point in the game. Like, that is not a good sign. If you're really trying to like have this game plan and make things work. And I think that's what you said, you know, like the best thing you can do is probably just play for your gold lane. And if you're going to play for your gold lane, man, like Mozkov needs time, guys. Like Kafu, like, because normally we're thinking too, all right, well, Mozkov can just join the fight. Like, he can typically, when you're in a better situation than right now, you're like, Kafu can just sit in the side lane, push it in, join the fight with the Spear of Destruction. But if Kafu even joins the fight on a Mozkov against the lineup with the battle spells that they have, like, he's most likely just going to get unbreakable, which is the taunt from the Garakacha, and he's going to be forced into a fight in a position where he's either frozen or he's just dead already because, you know, there's a Tsuyu over here. So for Kafu, it's almost like, yeah, that is the desperate kind of game plan. Like, yo, we just got to let him farm up, do his thing, and then hopefully later on he's somehow able to shine. But just a spear, like, guys, think about all the Mozkov games you've ever watched, and the most winnable moments for Mozkov is when they join with a Spear of Destruction and they turn that fight around. But with this lineup, that's another thing we're talking about here, where like it's not favorable unless the team is able to get some of the revitalizers out. Let's say Garakacha isn't there. Let's say Justin's not there to freeze you. Like, that's why I said earlier on, there's so many boxes that have to be checked here for this lineup from ZINO Esports to work. It's not to say that it's impossible, especially after, you know, it already being like a 4-0 right now. And, you know, I'm taking a peek, by the way, at the mainstream, and it looks like ZINO Esports is trying to like sort something out, by the way. So just as a little side note. So again, I'm not sure if whatever happened in the last team fight, maybe there was something happened there. But even if we take that out of the picture, I don't think it changes what we're saying here, Mirko, like with lineup to lineup. You know, it's a very difficult thing for ZINO Esports to pull off to a point where you're really hoping that you're getting to a late game and you're really punishing mistakes that Mythic Seal made. And I'm not going to say Mythic Seal, man, is like, you know, they don't make mistakes. Like, Mythic Seal has made mistakes, even in this series alone. Like, they've made some mistakes that were punished from ZINO Esports.
Definitely.
But given the situation that already Game 3 is going, and while they sort things out, that's kind of where we're at here with this match already. So, you know, hopefully we get word on exactly what happened, and, you know, maybe that's what ZINO Esports wants to kind of figure out too, because maybe they feel like whatever did happen in that last team fight, you know, could have been solved differently, or maybe there was a different outcome there.
Yeah, especially with again, with a composition like that, having a 2,000 gold deficit at like the second minute of the game, at the third minute of the game. We've already seen that Mythic Seal were able to develop like a 3,000 gold lead at 8 minutes, and it was already deadly. So just imagine how scary a 2,000 gold lead at 3 minutes looks like right now. 4-0 lead to a Suyo, and already taking the orange buff away. So, I mean, looking at the pathing of Ken as well, he was already maneuvering over to the purple buff. So it looks like they're going to stay and take the purple buff. This is one of the advantages when you have the Gato-Kacha and the Hylos double chonky boy composition, is the fact that you have the Revitalize, so you never need to recall. Even in these skirmishes, just pop the Revitalize. You have that sustain built in you for the Gato-Kacha while you dish out damage. And even if you get caught low, Avatar of the Guardian out. That's a untargetable skill, unless they go for CC, obviously. But I think when you're up against this kind of composition, you need to use all the CC to try to beat Mr. Ken on the Suyo. If you don't, then he's gonna wipe everyone out. That execute, and just the creativity of Ken on the hero so far. I've been really impressed, you know, on the Suyo, utilizing the stun up first skill, utilizing the range of the ult as well. He has really taken this new character and he's made it fit in his playstyle very, very well.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I feel like I feel like Moonton was like, yeah, we can't fix YSS, so we're gonna release Suyo. So
We're gonna release the
and
next
then
best
add
thing.
yeah, next best thing, YSS 2.0. I mean, obviously, like he doesn't have a mountain chalk or anything like that, but like I just feel like, at this point for Suyo, the players that and Ken being one of them, now that we've got to see this like showcased, the players that do
Yep.
like figure out this hero to his fullest, because I feel like there is a pretty good ceiling, like skill ceiling on this, that for this hero alone. But I think so far from what we've seen, like I feel like it's almost balanced. Like the early game is a little hectic, it's a little crazy. But
Oh.
okay, we're jumping back in. So it is 4-0. Whoa, Kafu.
No, it's not. It's
Okay,
5-0.
Now it's 5-0 as we catch up. And this is all, again, I'm going to say it, guys, like this is the 3-minute mark, right? So like this is a very, like a bad situation to be in if you're ZINO Esports here, trying to deal with this, the pace being set and everything else. Like you're looking at 3,000 gold. Eru.
Oh, wait. They're not moving. None of the
Yeah,
ZINO
they're not
Esports members are
moving.
moving. I don't know what's
This,
going on, folks. We might be in for another pause here, and yeah, we will
Yeah.
get another pause. I wonder what happened there. They got a kill down below, and then I don't know if it was a disconnect. I don't know if it was just a way to
Yeah.
protest, but that is an odd sight for every single member to lose. It looks like all of them DC'd, right? They were all AFK.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to take a glimpse at the mainstream
Yeah.
here
Same.
just to get an idea. It looks like all the players are standing up, man. I don't know. Maybe they're sorting something out. Maybe they're, because Mythic Seal's sitting down. So guys, I'm taking a look at the mainstream here, seeing things going down, because obviously we're wondering too, like what's going on. They got back into the game, they weren't moving. So we'll have to just wait for word on exactly what's happening here for the game 3. But that nonetheless, no matter what's happening in this game 3, like that's the tough part to deal with, is you really cannot in this situation, like this game itself, it's going to be very difficult for ZINO Esports to turn this around.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see what the solution is gonna be, folks, because I feel like it was a bit of a protest from the side of ZINO Esports. Maybe they feel like they were disconnecting, and maybe they had issues during that first fight and they don't want to continue. I'm not too sure. I'm just assuming here, right? But based on the way that they were standing up as well, it definitely seems like they're protesting against the decision of going on with the game that is already 4-0, whether they're down 4-0. If that's the case, I really wonder what the solution is going to be there, Naisu. If we're going to have a redraft, we're going to have to restart, because I really doubt Mythic Seal will say yes to those requests, even if those problems were true. Because obviously, I think the problems has to be quite similar. It's the same venue, but I guess we'll have to see what happens here. But if you guys are watching back at home, please do be patient with us. We're still also waiting for more information on the situation. We can only just assume right now, because we're not there. We don't know what's happening in Myanmar. We don't know what's happening in a venue. We'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, we're also just waiting for word, guys. So but letting you know at least what we saw from the mainstream, and I know their casters there too are they were looking back actually as well. So I think everybody right now is just kind of waiting, because even looking at this, like Mythic Seal looks like they're just still sitting in their chairs. But again, I don't even know, like if there was an issue before the game started and everything else, like let's just say they had a full restart, but same draft, I think it's still the same outcome, man. Like it's just not a good draft to deal with what Mythic Seal brought to the table. So while we wait for that, I think we've pretty much expounded on most of the points with this lineup that Mythic Seal has for game 3, and it's really tough to see how this is either going to play out or what happens. I don't think this is room for even a redraft or anything like that. But, for the most part, ZINO Esports hopefully if they do go back into the game, like we said, I think really what it comes down to is they just have to buckle in. We've seen game turnarounds before, though. Like, we've seen, big upsets in terms of like, oh, this is 100% a winning draft. But we've seen teams turn that around before in the past. But again, we don't know exactly what they're dealing with or what they're handling in terms of in the game. So, but what we do know is, like we said, the fact was it's 5-0. It's 3K gold lead at a 3-minute mark for Mythic Seal. So, while we wait for the heads up on what's going on, that's about what we got right now while we wait, man.
Yeah, we just have to be patient, folks, because we're in the same boat as you guys right now. It does seem like, we'll still have to wait on for more information too, because we're still in the dark right now. Seems like we're gonna have to still just wait a bit, but I agree with you, Naisu. I think even if we do have like a full rematch here, it starts from 0-0 again. This draft is a bit too nasty. I mean, there are ways to counter this draft, by the way, but it's just, Esports don't have the heroes that actually do counter these drafts. I think if they got a CC in the XP, maybe they would have a way to actually deal damage back and to pressure them. But even then, I'd say it's kind of wishful thinking, because it's too revitalized. And there's a Suyo, and there's this time there's an Aurora as well. So it's not as free as it was for the lower bracket match where we had a CC versus Khalid and Hylos, because in that game, no one was able to deal with the CC. CC was just there. There was literally no CC for the CC. Here, there's a ton of CC for the CC, even if the CC was picked up. Man, that's a mouthful, man. Whenever CC and Arlet is in the same game, it's just a mouthful, because the Arlet wants the CC to reset the Vengeance, but CC has the Vengeance to deal with the CC from Arlet. You know what I mean?
You know what? I'm just going to agree with you.
Man. Exactly, bro.
Brother, I'm just going to agree with you. It's getting a little late here. We're waiting for game 3. We're waiting, we're waiting for the information. So I'm just going to agree with you. And you know what? I'm also going to let everybody know that we are going to be taking a 15-minute break while they get this all settled down and figure it out. So again, please go ahead and bear with us. Thank you guys for your patience. We'll be taking a 15-minute break while this all gets sorted out. So we'll be back after this.
Welcome to the land of God.
Hi, Teggy.
Now is the time, there's no more waiting. Who will you be when the light dawns? Sweat on your palms and your pulse is racing. Who will you be when the moment comes? Will you rise?
Give me some fashion advice for the
Will
day.
you rise to be heroes? Blood on your knuckles, heroes. The one on your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything you've got.
Pass me the book I read yesterday.
Pain is the price for something greater. You pay your last turns back. It's safer, drown out the fear inside.
Want to hang out for a drink?
I'll be on my way. Hi, Teggy.
Now is the time, there's no more waiting. Who will you be when the light dawns? Sweat on your bones and your pulse is racing. Who will you be when the moment comes? Will you rise?
Give me some fashion advice for the day.
To be here, blood on your knuckles, tears, all on your shoulders, giving everything you got for
As we did and read yesterday.
Pain is the price for something greater. Every less turns back. It's safer drown out the fear inside.
Want to hang out for a drink?
I'll be on my way.
Welcome to the land of God.
Shut down.
Hi, Teggy.
Now is the time, there's no more waiting. Who will you be when the light dawns? Sweat on your palms and your pulse is racing. Who will you be when the moment comes? Will you rise?
Give me some fashion advice for the
Will
day.
you rise to be heroes? Blood on your knuckles, heroes. The one on your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything you've got.
Pass me the book I read yesterday.
Pain is the price for something greater. Everyone else turns back. It's safer. Drown out the fear inside.
Welcome back. Welcome back, guys. Again, I'm Nice. This is Mirko, and we're just learning new vocab while we wait for this thing to be settled
Yes,
out
sir.
here and figured out. But right now, if you guys are just joining us, deep into the night, it is 2-0 right now for Falcon. Falcon Esports. Man, I'm time traveling to this sport. Mythic Seals 2-0 right now against ZINO Esports.
Yes,
That's where we are. We did get word. We'll have to get this confirmed once we get back. But so I think there was a tech thing going on, and they kind of had to get things settled, and they had to go and do that whole process. So hopefully the players at this point have had that settled. I think they basically will have a remake, but it should be a same draft from what we're hearing. So again, we'll have to wait to see if that is going to be the case. But yeah, so we're looking at same draft at least, but they'll get another chance to go ahead and have this reset if that's if we heard correctly.
That's what we heard, folks. And yeah, I guess we're just gonna have to wait for the game. It doesn't look like there's gonna be a redraft. It's gonna be the exact same draft. So still the Suyo plus the two beefy boys, the Hylos and the Gatot Kacha. I honestly feel like, yeah, that early skirmish was a bit weird, but we've already spoken about this before we got into the break as well. Draft wise, I mean, it's a Mythic Seal draft to win, right? It's a hard Mythic Seal draft to win, and with the Nolan, with the composition that ZINO Esports have, I hope they can actually execute it well, right? Maybe that early game skirmish they can try to avoid that, and in game number 3 here, as we get into rematch, I don't know, what would you change in the early game, right? Would you just leave the first turtle? Would you just let that go? What would you change for ZINO Esports?
That's a good question, man. I think for ZINO Esports, because again, like game one, or not game one, but version 1 of this game, it was the same. Like it was the same thing where the scaling was going in favor of Ken. Like Ken was just able to go ahead and start to scale up, and we really hit the nail on the head. I feel like when we were really talking about the fact that with ZINO Esports, they have to check all those boxes to be able to win some of these team fights. And even if it's the first turtle, like if they didn't already have a good early game, let's say it was a first blood even that went in the hands here of Mythic Seal, like I really feel like for ZINO Esports, you just have to like buckle in. Like it, it doesn't matter what, it's more about the lineup versus lineup here. I feel like with this matchup, as we get loaded into the game here, once again, guys, it should be all the same draft. We take a quick look at everything. Looks like it is. Welcome once again. This is game number 3 in this best of 5 upper bracket for Mythic Seal and, of course, for ZINO Esports. Right now, 2-0, match point, Mythic Seal. And so I think going back to it, it's more so that, like, ZINO Esports has to just not get gapped early on, number 1.
Yep.
And they need to be able to utilize the Nolan pick, man. Like, and that's what happened earlier. I mean, look at this. Mythic Seal still doing similar thing. Like, they want to put pressure on Rick Simley.
Oh, actually forcing out the retribution already. Yellow Flash forcing the flicker out from Yo-Yo. So an even better start to the game so far as we get things started. That's already going to be an XP/level lead for Ken as he makes his way towards the top side of the map. Bottom lane, though, looks pretty good for Kafu. So far, he is able to actually rotate around, but now Rixum looks like he's going to be screened. Ken about to get that kill over towards Boy, and he's just going to continue to invade the jungle. Jire walking up. I don't know if he actually got that steal on that gold crab, but you can already see Mythic Seal just start to really put the pressure down onto Rixum Leo. Ken?
Oh, look at this.
Getting the stun down. Damage. A lot of damage placed down upon him. It doesn't seem like he will be able to escape. No, it's first blood. Over to Aero X. Tut.
He didn't revitalize.
Ken? Oh, he's got to be careful here, Ken. This might be a kill back. Ken trades it around, so it's not going to be a 4-0 start. Yo-Yo rotating towards the top side of the map. Ken does have the blink and will be able to utilize it. No kills on the board anymore, at least for ZINO Esports.
Okay, so, you know, Yellow Flash miscalculating a little bit. Still had the revitalize, didn't use it, so goes down. Good there for Eru, gets the first blood. But yeah, once again, that's a kill for Ken. And so he'll go ahead and look to, you know, of course, like snowball. And that's all they want to do. They want to snowball Ken just like they have. He's had 2 MVP performances in the series so far. Looking for his third right now. Turtle's up though. So first one of the game. All these threes are throwing me off, man. Freeze here in the mid. Oh no.
Yeah, he does get the Infernal Pursuit in time. Justin will be able to dish out some damage to Frigid Glacier as well. Flicker out from Boy. It's a Revitalize over from Yellow Flash. Jide still has his own Revitalize. They will try to go for the fight here. Good taunt over. Boy gonna be stun locked to death. Ken picking up a killing spree now over to Yo-Yo. Getting the stun down. A few more hits should do the job. Yo-Yo with the flicker out and the steal in the Glorious Pathway earlier. Luckily, he was able to get that tanky bot of Hylos.
Okay, so let's look at it this way. At least this time in this game, ZINO Esports, you know, isn't as far behind before we had to go and, you know, have this remake and everything else, but it's still, nonetheless, it's Mythic Seal setting the pace. It's like we were talking about before, you know, the team fighting power that this composition gives them is very relevant. It's very, you know, you can see it happening. And so for ZINO Esports, like we just said before, they have to be able to find those windows. They have to be able to find, you know, pick off potential. And who is that going to be? Part of this is also on what ultimates are you taking for Yo-Yo here. A couple shots from Eru, but, you know, Yellow Flash is going to be fine. Tanky enough. They might be looking to make a play up here. Ken's going to come up and try to spot things out, but they do spot it out. So no follow through from ZINO Esports. And I think that's the thing, is always what we were talking about extensively before was with the lineup that they have, how can ZINO find pickoffs?
So far, it's actually just going on to Ken that they are able to get the pickoff, I feel. Put the pressure down onto the Suyo. Yellow Flash, though. Gonna go for the stun. Doesn't seem like Ken is in a position to actually look for the skirmish, so it's just them poking around. Yo-Yo actually dashing across. Rixum already a level down to Ken. He's looking to charge, going for the stun, finding the stun, getting some damage back onto Rixum. Leo, Ken shooting Yo-Yo down with the arrow.
Okay, so at least, like I said, ZINO Esports taking their time. This is one of the winning conditions, if you will, for them that we talked about, is letting Kafu play here. You know, farm up what he needs to do, but he might get collapsed down, and looks like ZINO might have to kind of alleviate this. Oh!
That was practically solo. It's a bottom force by on top of the Guardian with a Frigid Glacier as well. Good stun over. Justin losing on that passive. They're going to go in once more. Yo-Yo bursted down, but still able to escape for a bit. Now it's going to be the fracture coming down from Rixum Leo. Can he get the job done? Can Lethal Ignition ticking down? Oh, he's still alive. 1 HP now, trying to run away with the ultimate. Zippy trying to escort him to safety. It does seem like the Spear of Destruction won't be able to connect Ken. Does he get the cooldown in time? Yes, he does. The Mon Force out from Zippy. Well played to Ken and Zippy to get out of that sticky situation.
Oh my goodness. My guy, like, he's 5-0 again. Ken,
he's doing it.
He's doing it again. This is not going to be good for ZINO Esports, and now the fight for the turtle here.
Uh-oh. Jide is already zoning them away. The Primal Rat is already used up. That's a big ult. Onward. But look at that sustain coming in from Jide.
Oh.
Not using Revitalize just yet. Pops it in, but it's still him surviving and getting out with the Avatar of the Guardian. Oh. Meanwhile, Eru gets completely isolated. How did he do that without a Revitalize? Yellow Flash pops his own Revitalize, goes in for the stun,
And now Jide is just going to walk up. Zippy clearing out the minion waves. A free turtle to the hands of Mythic Seal.
Oh, man. You said this before, you know, with the Avatar of the Guardian, sometimes you're just making those heroic engages, and sometimes you're making the heroic disengages and escapes. And that's what Zide was able to do time and time again so far. You know, he's great at initiating, but even without the Revitalize, he's able to pull things off. And so, yes, it all leads to this again. Mythic Steel, massive lead, early game. You know, almost 4,000 gold and 6-0 here. Once again, making a play.
Oh, Frigid Glacier locking him down. Good Spear of Misery over to 2 with the Frigid Glacier combo there from Yo-Yo, but the Primal Rat doesn't even matter. Jide still able to survive. The Avatar gets out of the fracture. Oh. Rixum, you can't go for that. Ken, though. Ken go for the stun, finds the stun. Rixum will have to respect. This gets shot down just a bit as well. Mythic Seal pull back, only losing Yellow Flash and getting a turret in the mid lane.
A whole lot of value here happening, you know, time and time again, and that's what they're going to play around. You know, if it's Yellow Flash's life, like, Mythic Seal is going to go ahead and take that, whether it's Yellow Flash, whether it's even Zide. But Zide, as I was mentioning, he's just continuously getting out of these sticky situations and surviving. You know, he's already got the Antique Harass there available to him. You got a couple great items already, too. Look at this farming that Zippy has been able to do. Starlium Scythe, Feather of Heaven. Working on this next. Now the pressure here for the purple.
It's a big bad bod. It's picked up by Ken, steals away the purple buff, and you can see just how oppressive this lineup is. Walking up, zoning them away. Doesn't look like ZINO Esports actually have a way to respond over to whatever Mythic Seal is doing. Yes, they can try to look for a trade on the other side of the map, but even then, Kafu only now has gotten the golden staff, so he's not really going to be able to get the quick power spike. Uh-oh. Full burst over.
Okay.
There's a chance. Kafu, very low lethal ignition taken down, but look at Yellow Flash. The horse is coming over. You have no flicker. You're going to be stunned over. He can't get the SOD. And he gets flanked by the Centaur. Now the glorious pathway to give Ken some space to go for the stun, some space to go for some damage. Infernal Pursuit coming over as well. With some Leo. I don't think you can go in for that damage. I don't think you can get close. Another stun over. No. Ken just using the immortal form of the Suyo. Abusing it. Now Yo-Yo is going to be taken out. Even with the Frigid Glacier, it does not matter. Zippy, Zaman Force under the tier 2. Zide is just recalling in front of Boya's face.
Oh, man. This is so just not for ZINO Esports. And this is also going to be a Lord here now for the taking. Mythic Seal. Go ahead and clean that up. 9 minutes in the game. They've got everything they need. Big lead. Big objectives. And for ZINO Esports, you know, we were talking about how do they bring themselves into this game, and really, like, you're looking across the table here. Eru is having one hell of a time trying to find, you know, this front line for him on this Phobius, just getting locked down and, you know, torn to pieces. Really, Kafu has to be the one, but you know, you mentioned this, like, Golden Staff was just picked up a little bit ago. He's not where he needs to be. They have to go ahead and defend against this. Their clear is going to be okay, like, especially with the first Lord here. But at this point, you know, it's tough because Mythic Seal, I feel like they want to end this game right now if they can. And they might just try to force a situation, especially now you've got Holy Crystal locked in by Zippy. Oh, under the turret? Yeah. Okay.
Exactly, man.
We're going to press this off.
Holy Crystal at 9 minutes, Naisu.
Yeah, 9 minutes. Shields are going to pop here
ridiculous.
Too. You know, Esports going to hold on the best they can. Another shield's going to pop. Lord's still making its way here, so I don't know. Glorious Pathway.
Yeah, there should be a free turret. Yellow Flash already with the Glorious Pathway. Doesn't take any damage. Man's getting tickled. But the damage of ZINO Esports are going to dive in onto Ken, but he finds the stun over. Rixum still able to escape. Do base turrets with the first Lord, now with the Frigid Glacier as well, but it doesn't matter. Too much sustain, not enough damage for ZINO Esports. Rixum looking for the clear onto the mini waves. The Avatar will be able to catch one, and now they just go for the all-in. Even though Yo-Yo stole away the Avatar, the base is wide open. They're going to go straight for it, even without the mini waves. Zippy is just going back and forth, finding the kill and looking for more. He finds 2 on the board. That's a big knockup, but it's an even bigger shot to the base. 3-0, doesn't matter. Even if it's a rematch, that draft was too ridiculous.
Oh, man, you can see that Mythic Seal's like, hey, you know what? Let's get in here. Let's get out of here as quick as we can. And they did that. What was it, 10.5? think it was like 10 and a half minutes, right? I
It was a
mean,
quick game,
that's
man.
just the very quick game, built it up, just came into this game. I mean, came into this series, honestly, like just absolutely massive, reckless, and that's going to get them the spot, of course, moving into the grand final tomorrow. So, very tough series there for ZINO Esports. They're going to have to definitely kind of recollect things. Great to see, at least between the players, of course. Still the sportsmanship very important here between them. And ZINO Esports, they'll have their opportunity tomorrow. They can come back and face off against Mythic Seal, but they're going to have to fix a lot, man. Just the series was not for them. They struggled from game 1 to game 3. Some moments of hope, I guess, that we got to see from game to game, but especially game 3, like we wanted to say like this draft could work, or like that we were trying to find some silver lining in the draft that they brought from game 3, but it just wasn't there. And I think that was one of the stories from game 1 to game 3. Really, Mirko, was just like the drafting and then the execution factor as well. Very difficult for ZINO Esports to pull something off against a team like Mythic Seal like that.
Most definitely, man. It was just really difficult all the way from the drafts. I think after seeing the drafts, we were already kind of shaking our heads. How did this happen? The Hylos and the Gatot Kacha left open together with the Suyo. And obviously the Harith, the Suyo plus Harith combo, whatever physical damage, jungler, assassin combo with the magic damage of the Harith, it usually is already a very, very tough matchup. And honestly, ZINO had the chance to go for the Lunox for the counter matchup, but they didn't. They waited all the way to the second phase. And at that point, I honestly feel like it was a bit too late, right? That's why we saw the Bruno ban the Lunox as well up against this kind of composition. Yeah, would not have been good because Lunox, you want to try to insta-delete one guy. When you have 2 beefy boys with Revitalize, you can't even insta-delete one. So by the time you go and use all your abilities, you're already dead through the Aurora, the Suyo, or the Harith anyways, right? It was a tough match to go Lunox, and they knew it. Mythic Seal knew it. With this kind of composition, the Bruno would pose more of a threat than the Lunox. That's why they banned it away. And then, obviously, ZINO, at that point, they were just stuck with whatever they could get on weak side. Moskov was the best option. They could have gone Claude, but that's an even harder lane to pull off against the Harith. It was a lose-lose situation in the very last parts of the draft.
Yeah, very very dominant series. Like just in general, coming out here from Mythic Seal, and they're definitely looking I would say qualifier ready from Mythic Seal so far, the way that they played. Definitely refined from even previously what we've seen from Mythic Seal in the past. But I think obviously they still have some great opponents to go against. Whoever does meet them in the grand final, that of course will be a best of 7 tomorrow. So, there's a lot that they can there's a lot here that they can bring together before tomorrow's matches. So again, Mythic Seal really I didn't see a lax at all in their play style, aside from the minor mistakes where like it's more of like that confidence that we talk about with the Myanmar team sometimes, like the aggression, like they're willing to take those risks, and some teams will punish them. And maybe that's something that they adjust, going in, whatever team does qualify for M6, they take that as a lesson. And, of course, that's where all you have, like all your training and your scrimming and everything where you can adjust. But that's mainly it, is really the aggression that they play with here. I mean, think about it this time too. Like even in that game 3, like Mythic Seal was just like, yep. If we have that snowball, and I wouldn't be surprised if MVP again is Ken, if he gets 3 for 3, right?
I think it's 3 for 3 for sure.
Yeah, he was like, what, 6-0 at one point? Like it's oh wait, it's Zippy. Okay, well, it's going to be Zippy this time around for MVP. Still deserving. Great game here on the Harith. And, like we mentioned back from the graphics, like Zippy is one of the, I think he's number 2 highest GPM right now players for the qualifiers here. So he's 4-0-5 here on the Harith. He picked up that Holy Crystal. What did we say? 9.5 minutes?
9.5 minutes.
It was around, it was right before that last push. What is the timing usually on Holy Crystal? Like 11? Before 11?
Usually at I would say 11 to 12 is pretty normal. Like that's the average timer to
Yeah.
get the Holy Crystal. So he outfarmed the average time. And remember, we're talking about average time in ranked. This is pro play. So that's some impressive stuff from Mr. Zippy.
Yeah. And, definitely deserving of the MVP here. Great performance once again. And he's been, throughout the series, he's switched between, some of the Magic gold laners, obviously, but also even one of the players to pull out an Irithyll. Like, this is not, not typical. Like, there's not many players that are going to bring an Irithyll to a game, And I think that's something that teams are actually going to want to control as well before they face off against Mythic Seal in the grand final, whether it's Falcon Esports, whether it's ZINO Esports. They're going to want to be able, they're going to want
looking
to.
at it though, nice too.
What's that?
I want to ask you for your predictions, Naisu, just real quick.
Ask me.
Falcon Esports versus ZINO Esports tomorrow in the lower brackets before we get to the grand finals, right? I just want to get this over with. I want to get the predictions over with before we get to tomorrow.
I think we're seeing Mythic Seal Falcon Esports in the grand final, man.
I agree. Then we agree on that, man.
Nothing against ZINO, but ZINO, hopefully you could make the changes you need to make, but the draft especially, I think is something that ZINO Esports is going to have to tremendously improve tomorrow, because even looking at the highlights here, this was not the game that they wanted to go for, facing the match point. Like, this is not it. You're not going to cook anything from this, because you would need to cook for a long time. Like, this is a, I don't know if you've ever used a slow cooker before, but like, you're going to be in a slow cooker against a lineup like this from Mythic Seal, man. Like, this is not what you want to go against. And remember, the way that the draft went, Mythic Seal was able to pull this off, and if certain teams do this, I know we've probably seen, it's too difficult at that point.
Yeah, I mean, it really is just super difficult to pull off like this kind of composition against such a tanky lineup. And I think you brought up a good point already, but before we went on for the rematch, but even if they wanted to target the vulnerable target, which definitely is Zippy in this case, they wouldn't have been able to do that. It's a Harith with a Purify and a Zaman Force that constantly gets some shields when he dashes. And then the Frigid Glacier on top of that. Let's say, they do get the Purify out. They do bait out the Revitalize. They do get every one of their win conditions. Then there's always that fallback from Mythic Seal, which is Justin on the Aurora, just constantly being there, stunning people up, dealing damage too, man. Aurora, a lot of people kind of forget how much burst damage Aurora does. Like, they look at the CC and they're like, all right, she's a utility mid laner. And then you see the damage and people just start disappearing in the Land of Dawn. Then you start respecting the damage. But by the time you respect it, it's a bit too late. It can one-shot you just with skill 1. And this is why the Suyo is just such a dynamic, amazing character, in my opinion, in the early to mid game, right? You won't be able to make these kind of plays in a later stage of the game, obviously, because you do fall off. But you're just so sustainable. You're so hard to kill. It's very difficult to kill a Suyo when he's ahead, especially 6-0, 3 turtles ahead. There's just too much to handle, honestly, for the side of ZINO Esports. When they handle one horse, you got to handle a Gato Kacha. When you handle the horse and the Gato Kacha, there's even more layers and even more layers, and then we just end up with a 10-minute and 30-second game.
Again, very dominant series here for Mythic Seal to go ahead and lock in that spot for the grand final. Once again, good attempt from ZINO Esports, and we had some good games. I know it took us a while to get through them, guys, but thank you guys also for being patient with us.
Thank you.
And while the production and everyone else gets things settled, again, we are doing this obviously online and also getting the updates alongside you guys, and so we do appreciate the patience with us as we got through this. There's one more day, which is tomorrow, and that is going to be, of course, the lower bracket final match that they have. That's going to be a best of 5, and then the grand final will be a best of 7. So Mythic Seal right now is waiting for their opponent for that. We will be joined tomorrow, by the way, as well, by one more caster joining with us, so you guys you can tune in tomorrow to see who that is. Mirko and I will be back here tomorrow. So again, we thank you guys as we get ready to close up the stream here for tonight. We thank you guys for joining us. Thank you for being patient. We appreciate your guys' support here on the English stream once again. We're happy to be a part of this as well for you guys, even though it might be a long day and everything else. Absolutely love watching the qualifiers here for the Myanmar teams and just seeing you guys play it out and given the chance to spotlight what's all happening over here in the English stream. So once again, me and Isio, that's Mirko. That's going to be it for us. We'll see you guys back here tomorrow for the final day for the M6 Myanmar qualifiers. Until then, good night, get some rest, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
See you guys.
Hi, Taggy.
Now is the time, there's no more waiting. Who will you be when the light dawns? Sweat on your palms and your pulse is racing. Who will you be when the moment comes? Will you rise?
Give me some fashion advice for the
Will
day.
you rise to be heroes? Blood on your knuckles, heroes. On your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything you've got.
Has been big, I read yesterday.
Pain is the price for something greater. Everyone else turns back. It's safer, drown out the fear inside.
Want to hang out for a drink?
I'll be on my way.
Unstoppable! Shut down!
the